Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. Do you still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
One of the leading occult philosophers of all time was a man named Manly P. Hall. And in his classic book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, he said that you can trace the history and the presence of the occult organizations throughout history by simply looking at pictures or looking at books or looking at woodcuts or looking at architecture, because they use logos, they use symbols. Their presence is very obvious to those within the inside. But tragically, most people, the average individual, has no knowledge of the presence of these dark and sinister spiritual forces. And now, I want to convince you of three things. The first is that an understanding of the forces that have shaped the events of the 20th century is predicated not upon facts to be learned, but rather upon secrets to be discovered. The second is that men and women become accomplices to those evils they fail to oppose. And third, that the price that men and women pay for their apathy and indifference to public affairs is they are ruled by evil men. And I'd like to suggest today that we truly are ruled by evil men. Now, you'll be able to better understand the background of the history I'm about to tell you by reviewing three poems. The first was written by Albert Lord Tennyson in 1842. The second was written by Rudyard Kipling in 1902. And the third poem was written by James Russell Lowell in the 1840s or 1850s. Now, the first two poems and their significance are known to those people who work behind the scenes, but not to the average individual. When we talk about Tennyson, most people remember his wonderful poem, The Charge of the Light Brigade. Cannons to the right of them, cannons to the left of them, cannons before them volleyed and thundered, stormed by shot and shell, bravely they rode and well. Into the jaws of death, into the gates of hell, rode the 600. But the poem that shaped the events of the 20th century was called Locksley Hall. Now in my Encyclopedia Americana, they have a full page about a poem nobody ever heard of. But believe me, the people on the inside, those people who understand the unfolding of world events and are making them happen, understand the significance of this poem. And this is what Lord Tennyson wrote, what Alfred Lord Tennyson wrote. For I dipped into the future, far as any eye could see, saw a vision of the world and all the wonders that would be, heard the heavens filled with shouting and the rain to ghastly dew, of the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue, till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the world. And that's what it was about. This idea of the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the world, the establishment of a world government. Now, the ideas that Tennyson put forward in this poem captured the imagination of subsequent generations of people. One of them, of course, was a professor who would be teaching at Oxford University in 1870. His name was Professor John Ruskin. And, of course, this professor was a disciple of Plato, an avowed communist and socialist, and he thought this was a wonderful idea, and he passed this information on to many of his students. Students then were shaped the events that would occur in the early part of this century. Another man was a gentleman named Edward Bellamy. And Edward Bellamy wrote a book that was published in 1888 entitled Looking Backward. Now, this was a fascinating book because it was no sooner published than Bellamy clubs sprang up all over Great Britain and all over the United States, pushing the socialist utopia that he described. And basically, this is a story of an Englishman who fell asleep in 1888, I guess it was, and slept until the year 2000. He took a sedative. It was very effective. He woke up in the year 2000, and he described what the world would be like in that world that we are approaching, and approaching very, very rapidly. And he commented at that time that an American credit card will be just as good in Europe as gold once was. Now, remember, this was written 111 years ago today, at the present time. 111 years ago, Bellamy knew what the future held. Could you imagine people, even at the turn of the century or in the 50s, saying an American credit card will be just as good in Europe as gold once was? He described what had happened is that the corporations kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the corporations began absorbing other corporations until there was just a great trust that ruled everything. The great trust and government, the great corporation and the government controlled everything and provided for every person from the cradle to the grave, and everybody was just so very, very happy. A wonderful utopian view of history. And of course, what Edward Bellamy wrote is, "For I dipped into the future far as any eye could see, saw a vision of the world and all the wonder there would be, till the war drum throbbed no longer and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man and the Federation of the World." It was just 5 years after Bellamy wrote that when Andrew Carnegie published his book, Triumphant Democracy. Now, those of you who are victims of a liberal education, as I was, probably look upon Andrew Carnegie as a robber baron. But actually, he took the vast fortune that he'd accumulated when he sold U.S. Steel to J.P. Morgan, and he invested that in foundations and endowments which were to bear his name, to convert America from a free into a socialist society. And so there won't be any question when we talk about socialism. Socialism is a sincere, benevolent, idealistic concept by which the government provides for everybody, from each according to their ability to each according to their need, and regulates the lives of people. But in truth, socialism has to have force. Somebody's got to be in charge. And what happens is you replace a free society with a feudal society because everybody is controlled by government. The government is controlled by politicians. Politicians are sold by those of great wealth. And you move from a society that evolved from England under the Magna Carta to these ideas of individual liberty, and then were suddenly dramatically changed. They became America, this dream of people being free under God. We destroy that concept and we supplant it with this idea of an all-powerful government that regulates people from the cradle to the grave. And so it was that Andrew Carnegie, in his book, Triumphant Democracy, wrote, and just look at the part that's underlined, where he says, "The Parliament of Man and the Federation of the World have already been hailed by the poet, but these mean a step much further in advance of the proposed reunion of Britain and America." And so this whole idea was to begin to unite the world in pursuit of this dream of world government. 151 years after Alfred Lord Tennyson wrote the poem Locksley Hall, this editorial appeared on the pages of the Wall Street Journal. It's written by Arthur Schlesinger. It's entitled Bye-Bye Woodrow. And it's the idea that at that time there was opposition to going into NAFTA and the World Trade Organization. There were a lot of Americans who wanted to maintain our sovereignty as a nation. They didn't want to relinquish our sovereignty to this world government. And at the very end of this, Schlesinger writes this: "The world of law will not be attained by exhortation. Law requires enforcement. Let's not kid ourselves that we can have a new world order without paying for it with blood as well as with money. Maybe the cost of enforcements are too great. National interest, narrowly construed, may well be a safer rule. But let us recognize that we are surrendering a noble dream. Remember those lines of Tennyson that Churchill called the most wonderful of modern prophecies and that Harry Truman carried in his wallet throughout his life? For I dipped into the future, far as any eye could see, saw a vision of the world and all the wonder that would be, heard the heavens filled with shouting and the rained a ghastly dew of the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue, till the war drum throbbed no longer and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man the federation of the world. Now, if you read what Arthur Schlesinger Jr. has written, why, you'll notice he refers to Churchill. Churchill embraced this idea. Well, why did Churchill embrace this? Wasn't Churchill the great champion of the British Empire? And why did Harry Truman embrace this idea? Wasn't he dedicated to America? And then if you go back and you remember what happened during Harry Truman's administration, why Eastern Europe went communist. Now everybody wants to say, oh, well, that was FDR, the agreements he made with Stalin, but Harry Truman said it best when he said the buck stops here. The buck stops with the president. And it happened on his watch, and he could have stopped it. But under his watch, we turned Eastern Europe over to the communists at the end of the Second World War. And then, of course, we turned China over to the communists. And what most people have forgotten is how the communists happened to take China. Well, in 1948, 47, and 49, there was a policy in our State Department to do everything they could to undercut General Chiang Kai-shek, who led the nationalist government, and bring communism to power. And if you go back and you read the McCarran Committee reports, which we have and which we make available to anybody who would like to have them, why the Senate committee found that General Chiang Kai-shek had been undercut by American policy, which put an arms embargo on General Chiang Kai-shek, so he couldn't buy weapons anywhere in the world, and even the weapons he had already bought and purchased, which were on Okinawa and other Pacific islands, he couldn't get his hands on. And so it wasn't that he was ever defeated in battle. He didn't lose the Civil War. There wasn't any war. He just retreated about 3 weeks ahead of the Chinese communists who were advancing because they had nothing to fight with. Well, Congress was very upset about that. It looked like China was going to go communist, and here our boys had fought a war to allow the people of the world to determine the type of government they wanted. So Congress appropriated $125 million, which today would be probably $1 billion, $1.5 billion, for weapons for Chiang Kai-shek. But the State Department kept the ships laden with the weapons in port in San Francisco and Los Angeles for a year and a half. And when the ships finally arrived in China after the communists controlled the nation, they broke open the cases why the bolts didn't fit the rifles and they were therefore useless. We brought communism to China, you see, and it happened under Harry Truman's watch. And the question is, why did that happen? Well, before the evening is over, I hope you'll understand why that happened. Because there are people who have a different vision of the world than you and I. They believe in the Parliament of Man and the Federation of the World. The second poem I encountered when I was teaching and living in South Africa. At that time, my son was attending the University of Cape Town Medical School, and I went down to visit him, and I noticed up on the hillside at the base of Table Mountain, that great flat-top mountain that towers over Cape Town, a monument. I'd never seen it before, and so we decided to walk up and see what it was. It looked like a small replica of the Lincoln Memorial with the vertical pillars and a flat top, but of course this was not in marble, it was in gray granite. And we trudged up the long, dusty path and came to the base of the stairs leading up to the monument itself. And on either side are these great granite lions guarding the entranceway. And you get inside past the pillars, and there's nothing there but a great pedestal. And on top of the pedestal, the bust of a man about twice life size, with a stern look on his face and hollowed-out eyes that follow you wherever you move, for you've dared to enter his sanctuary. But engraved in the granite, but on the pedestal beneath the bust, are these words: "The intense and brooding spirit still shall quicken and control. Living, he was the land, and dead, his soul shall be her soul." And, of course, you have to understand that that was the eulogy that was read at Cecil John Rhodes' funeral in 1902. It was written by Rudyard Kipling, his close friend and associate. And what most people do not understand is that to quicken is to come back to life after death. And Cecil Rhodes still lives on. His shadow hangs long over Africa and Europe. And the movement that he began dominates the country in which you live today. Because Cecil Rhodes had a dream of the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World, of creating a secret society that would one day bring about a world government. And so he left his great fortune to two purposes. One was to the secret society, and the other was to something known as the Rhodes Scholarships. Now, it is not simply coincidence that our President Clinton, happens to be a Rhodes Scholar, that the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, General Wesley Clark, happens to be a Rhodes Scholar, that the Deputy Secretary of State, Strobe Talbot, is a Rhodes Scholar. In fact, Rhodes Scholars are at every level of our government. They're working within our major banks, our industries. They're the presidents, not teaching at our colleges. They're the presidents of our colleges, because the men who were taken from the United States and from Europe and from the various British colonies and sent to Oxford for our Rhodes Scholarships are there indoctrinated in these ideas of world government, indoctrinated in the idea that we really need an elite to rule the world, because you common people are incapable of governing yourselves. And after 3 years there, as their faith in God is undermined and replaced with this belief in this new spirituality, they return to America. And, of course, they go into key positions. And if you want to get ahead in the world, maybe you'd like to become the president, one of the best places to go is to Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. Now, the third poem was written by James Russell Lowell, describing that age-old controversy that has been with us since the dawn of mankind, that struggle between good and evil. And this is what James Russell Lowell wrote. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide, in that strife of truth with falsehood for the good or evil side. Then it is the brave man chooses, while the coward stands aside, until the multitudes make virtue of the faith they have denied. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong, though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. And he's describing that struggle that began in the Garden of Eden and has been continuing ever since then, a struggle between truth and falsehood, between God and the forces of darkness. Now, to really understand what we're about to tell you this evening, I want to tell you a story. It's a murder mystery. It was the murder on the Orient Express, and that's a picture of the Orient Express, a train which traveled across the continent of Europe for many generations, linking the mystery of the East with the rationalism of the West, went from Istanbul to Paris. And the story was written by Agatha Christie of the murder on the Orient Express. It was a wonderful story. It was eventually made into a movie with such people as Albert Finney as Inspector Poirot, Lauren Bacall, Ingrid Bergman, Jacqueline Bisset, Martin Balsam, Sean Connery, Anthony Perkins, Vanessa Redgrave, and Richard Widmark as Mr. Ratchet. Truly a cast that most directors or producers would die for. And it starts in Istanbul as the train is being boarded. And it's interesting that most of the people getting onto the train are either English or Americans. Unusual to see so many Americans boarding a train in Istanbul. Monsieur Poirot is a world-famous Belgian detective. He's world-famous because he's a character in many of Agatha Christie's mystery stories, and he always solves the mystery. Well, as the story begins, why the train is beginning to move westward, and Mr. Ratchet, played by Richard Widmark, and he's truly a despicable man. To meet him, obviously, is to come to dislike him. He engages Mr. Poirot in conversation, and he says to Monsieur Poirot, I believe my life is in danger. I'd like to have you guard my life on the train. I'll give you $5,000. And Monsieur Poirot said, I am not the bodyguard. I'm a detective, world-famous detective, not interested in $10,000, $15,000. I'm not interested. The train goes into a tunnel, the screen goes black, and suddenly, as the train emerges, why, Mr. Ratchet is gone. But that very evening, Mr. Ratchet is murdered. He's obviously overdosed. He is stabbed 12 times, and Monsieur Poirot is engaged by the president of the line that controls the Orient Express to solve the murder, so it won't in any way reflect on the train. After all, it's pretty bad for business if people are murdered on your train. And so Monsieur Poirot goes into the murder scene, and he finds clues. I mean, there are all sorts of clues there. And his comment is, there are too many clues here. There are too many clues. And in some respects, that's what we really see as we look at what's going on in America today. There are too many things happening. There are too many clues. There are too many causes of what's going on. There's something known as cognitive disassociation or cognitive dissonance. And it's a concept that if you feed too many ideas into people's minds, they can't think effectively. They did this with Pavlovian dogs. Years ago, they would train them to salivate in response to a buzzer. And, of course, they sound the buzzer, the dog would salivate. Then they train him to salivate in response to a bell, and he would salivate. And then they train him to salivate in response to perhaps a bong or something of the sort, or scratching. And then they'd do them all together, and he couldn't think, because our minds can only accept so many things going on at one time, and the dog would go over and curl up in the corner of the cage and do nothing. And you have to understand, in many respects, this is what's happening to the American people. We face so many problems today. We face the problem of unrestricted abortion, increasingly militant homosexuality, where children are being taught in kindergarten that homosexuality is perfectly normal. Increasing crimes, where a court system that seems to be much more concerned about the criminal than the victim. A drug epidemic, that no matter what we do, it keeps getting worse. The failing educational system, the destruction of our family with half of our marriages ending in divorce. We find the loss of patriotism. We find new diseases, HIV disease and Legionnaire's disease and virus, and then we find new mycoplasma infections and all sorts of new diseases, many of them drug resistant. We don't know what to do with them. We find ever increasing government control over our lives and increasing persecution of Christians, not only in other countries, but even here in the United States, where if you were to go to a teacher were to go to a student and say, well, you might be homosexual, try it, you might like it, that would be all right, but if you were to say, God loves you, why, that teacher would lose their job, and there's something wrong with the picture. The failure of our churches to speak out on moral and political issues, an ever-growing number of wars and revolutions, the absence of a missile defense for America, and in the face of increasing Russian hostility, lots of things are of serious concern. And I think you can't look at what's going on in the world today without being concerned. So who's really responsible for the things that are happening in America today? And there are many, many people who suggest that behind everything going on are the bankers. Because, after all, when we have wars, the bankers make money. When we have inflation, the bankers make money. When we have a recession, the bankers take your home and your farms, and the bankers make money. And there's a great deal of evidence to suggest that this is not something new, but this has been going on for literally centuries. And so, one of my favorite books is written by Thomas Jefferson. It's called The Master Thoughts of Thomas Jefferson. The book was actually published in 1909. But it describes something that Thomas Jefferson wrote almost 200 years ago. And among his thoughts are these. Everything predicted by the enemies of banks at the beginning is now coming to pass. We are to be ruined now by a deluge of bank paper as we were formerly by the old continental paper. It is cruel that such revolutions and private fortunes should be at the mercy of avarice adventurers who, instead of employing their capital, if any they have, in manufactures, commerce, and other useful pursuits, make it an instrument to burden all the interchanges of property with their swindling profits, profits which are the price of no useful industry of theirs. Prudent men must be on their guard in this game of robins alive and take care that the spark does not extinguish in their hands. I am an enemy to all bank discounting bills or notes for anything but coin, but our whole country is so fascinated by this jack-o'-lantern of wealth that they'll not stop short of its total and fatal explosion. And of course, today we see the stock market progressively going up, and many, many people think it's going to keep going up forever. But I've got news for you. Time and time again, through the decades and through the centuries, we've seen exactly the same thing happen that will happen very soon to America. Now, this is a copy of the Congressional Record of February of 1917. I happen to come from a town called Santa Cruz in California. And we have a university there. We have such people as Bettina Aptheker. She's a professor there, formerly a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Her father, Herbert Aptheker, was the chief theoretician of the Communist Party, and she herself had organized the free speech movement in Berkeley in 1964. We have Angela Davis there. We even gave a PhD to Huey Newton, the leader of the Black Panthers, shortly before he died in a drug deal. But the advantage of having a university in your community is that you can get the books and you can get the congressional records there that are readily available, are not available to most people. So this is taken from the congressional record of February of 1917, which we got out of our university library. Congressman Callaway is writing about what is going on in America in February of 1917, just 2 months before we enter the war in Europe. Let's go to the second paragraph. In March of 1915, the J.P. Morgan interests, now those are the banking interests. J.P. Morgan is the most powerful banker in America in 1915. So in March of 1915, the J.P. Morgan interest, the steel building, the powder interest, and their subsidiary organizations got together 12 men high up in the newspaper world and employed them to select the most influential newspapers in the United States and sufficient numbers of them to control generally the policy of the daily press of the United States. These 12 men worked the problem out by selecting 179 newspapers and then began by an elimination process to retain only those necessary for the purpose of controlling the general policy of the daily press throughout the country. They found it was only necessary to purchase the control of 25 of the greatest papers. The 25 papers were agreed upon. Emissaries were sent to purchase the policy, national and international, of these papers. An agreement was reached. The policy of the papers was bought to be paid for by the month. An editor was furnished for each paper to properly supervise and edit information regarding the question of preparedness, militarism, financial policies, and other things of national and international nature considered vital to the interests of the purchasers. The contract is in existence at the present time, and it accounts for the news columns of the daily press of the country, focusing on military matters and military preparedness. Now, 2 months later, we went into the war. How did they get the American people to go to war in 1917, in a war that had no relationship to the United States? Well, they did it with atrocity stories, of course. And you control the press, and they wrote stories about how the Belgian women were being raped and ravaged by the Belgian soldiers, how the Belgian women had their breasts cut off, and how the German soldiers were cutting off the hands of little Belgian boys. And day after day after day after day after day, you read the atrocity stories, and an awful lot of Americans honestly believed this. Now, I talked many years later to a gentleman who had volunteered for service to go with the American Expeditionary Force to Europe to fight those terrible Germans who were committing these horrible atrocities. And, of course, by the time he reached Belgium, most of his friends were dead. And he got there, and there were no little boys with their hands cut off. There were no women who had been raped. It was all a lie. But a lie told convincingly enough and often enough is believed. And J.P. Morgan and their control of the media convinced the entire American public that a lie was truth. Many times there are atrocities, and we just never hear about them. Most of you may very well remember when we were going into Desert Storm, because, of course, the Iraqis had moved into Kuwait, and the stories about those wicked Iraqi soldiers who went into the hospital in Kuwait City and took the little babies out of their bassinets and threw them on the ground and bayoneted them. I don't know how many of you remember those stories, but this was in the press at that time. There wasn't any truth to it. But they made it up. It became the reality of the American people, and it somehow justified our getting involved in Desert Storm. One of the other interesting things that we find about bankers is a letter I found in Colonel House's papers when I went back to Yale University in 1980. And Colonel House's papers are at Yale University. Now, Colonel Edward Mandell House is one of the most important individuals of the 20th century, probably the single most important American of the 20th century. And you'll learn a lot more about him as we progress through the evening. But this letter was written by Franklin Delano Roosevelt on White House stationery to Colonel House. And on the second page, written in November of 1933, why, President Roosevelt wrote, "I had a nice talk with Jack Morgan the other day." Now, that's the son of J.P. Morgan. He's now dead. And then he goes on to say, "The real truth of the matter is, as you and I know, that a financial element in the larger centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson, and I'm not wholly accepting the administration of W.W." That's Woodrow Wilson. So the president is writing to Colonel House saying the bankers have controlled America for going back to Andrew Jackson. That would be about 1832 when Andrew Jackson came into the presidency, and this was written in November of 1933. This little book, Secrets Revealed, written by Dr. Dennis Cuddy, who I feel is the finest researcher we have in the United States on these matters. And here he takes references to articles both in the New York Times and in the Washington Times, and he comments from an article on August 5th, 1995 in the New York Times, and he simply quotes them: "In a small Swiss city sits an international organization so obscure and secretive, control of the institution, the Bank for International Settlement, lies with some of the world's most famous and least visible men. The heads of 32 central banks, officials able to shift billions of dollars and alter the course of economies at the stroke of a pen." On June 28, 1998, the Washington Post published an article about the Bank for International Settlement titled, "At Secret Meetings in Switzerland, 13 People Shaped the World's Economy," which described these individuals as this economic cabal, this secretive group, the financial barons who control the world's money supply. And there is a great deal of evidence to suggest that the force behind everything going on in the world today is indeed the bankers. But there are other people who say, no, it's not really the bankers. The real force behind what's going on in the world today is an organization known as the Council on Foreign Relations. Because you see, most of the leading bankers in the United States just happen to belong to the Council on Foreign Relations, but here the industrialists belong as well, and the people who control so much of our government. In fact, since 1953, all but one Secretary of State have come from the Council on Foreign Relations. All but one Deputy Secretary of State have come from the CFR. All but one Director of the CIA, and every Chairman of the Federal Reserve System, and 6 of our last 9 presidents. Certainly it must be the Council on Foreign Relations. That is the center of everything going on in the world today. In 1979, no less a person than Barry Goldwater, in his book With No Apologies, commented on this fact, and he noted that when we change presidents, it is understood to mean that voters are ordering a change in national policy. Since 1945, 3 different Republicans have occupied the White House for a period of 16 years. 4 Democrats have held this most powerful post the world has to offer for a period of 17 years. With the exception of the first 7 years of the Eisenhower administration, there's been no appreciable change in foreign or domestic policy direction. When a new president comes on board, there's a great turnover in personnel, but no change in policy. An example, during the Nixon years, Henry Kissinger, CFR member and Nelson Rockefeller's protege, was in charge of foreign policy. When Jimmy Carter was elected, Kissinger was replaced by Zygmunt Brzezinski, CFR member and David Rockefeller's protege. Now, you'd think if a person of Barry Goldwater's stature wrote about such things that everybody would hear about it. But amazingly enough, these things are seldom, if ever, quoted, even by many of our so-called conservative leaders. Now, there are other people who will tell you, well, this is all well and true, but the real force in the world is not the Council on Foreign Relations, it is the Bilderbergers. And of course, the Bilderbergers are made up not only of the leaders of the United States, but the leaders of Europe as well. And you will find in the Bilderbergers why the leading bankers of Europe, the leading socialists of Europe, the leading capitalists of Europe. Strange to find the capitalists and socialists working together in an organization. Many of the leaders of the various political parties, the people who are about to become president or become prime minister. In fact, it is said that Bill Clinton was actually selected at a Bilderberger meeting back in 1991 and 1992. He was selected to replace George Bush. Now, it is not coincidence that both George Bush and Bill Clinton, who ran for the presidency, one a Republican, one a Democrat in 1992, both of them belonged to the CFR at one time, the Bilderbergers and the Trilateral Commission. Well, Phyllis Schlafly wrote a book in 1964. It's called A Choice Not an Echo. And in that book, she said this. Several years ago, the author of this book stumbled on a clear evidence of that very powerful men actually do meet to make plans which are kept secret from American citizens. While visiting at Sea Island, Georgia, this writer discovered the details of a secret meeting on nearby St. Simon's Island, Georgia, held at the King and Princess Hotel, February of 1957. The most elaborate precautions were taken to prevent Americans from knowing who attended this secret meeting or what transpired there. And then she goes on to say, the participants at the St. Simon's meeting were some of the biggest names in American politics, business, and the press. As described by an eyewitness observer at that meeting, those who came were not the heads of state. They were those who gave orders to the heads of state. In other words, the kingmakers. Well, there are others who say, well, you know, that's all very well and good, but it's really not the Bilderbergers. It's an organization known as the Trilateral Commission, because the Trilateral Commission is actually made up not only of the leaders of Europe and the United States, it's also made up of the leaders of Asia as well. In fact, Barry Goldwater, on page 280 of his book, With No Apologies, basically said this. He's talking about the implications of Governor Rockefeller's presentation have become concrete proposals advanced by David Rockefeller's newest international cabal. A cabal is sort of a secret organization of the Trilateral Commission. Whereas the Council on Foreign Relations is distinctly national in membership, the Trilateral Commission is international. Representation is allocated equally to Western Europe, Japan, and the United States. It is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of commercial and banking interests by seizing control of the political government of the United States. Let me read what Barry Goldwater said again. It is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of the commercial and banking interests. In other words, all throughout the world, they're going to seize banking and commercial interests, but they're going to do it by seizing control of the political government of the United States. Well, that's a pretty strong statement. You would think that people would be talking about that. Anybody want to seize control of this political government of the United States? That suggests they really want a dictatorship, or maybe they already have a dictatorship. Well, there are others who are going to say it's really not this organization you're talking about. It's really something called the Club of Rome. And you can actually pull this logo down off the internet site where we got it. And what I'm about to show you comes from the Club of Rome's internet site on the web. And basically, their statement is that their purpose is to act as an international, non-official catalyst of change. Now, this is taken from their website below. Another new development was the decision to invite prominent world figures who share the club's concern to become honorary members, although their positions may prevent them from taking a public stance, as in the case of the Queen of the Netherlands or the King and Queen of Spain. They can and do give valued moral support. Among the others are former President Gorbachev, former President Richard von Weizsäcker of Germany, the first president of the newly democratic Czechoslovakia, Václav Havel, the president of Hungary, the president of Argentina, etc., etc. Here, some of the most wealthy and powerful men in the world meet to plan the future. Among the leaders of the Club of Rome is a man named Maurice Strong. Now, those of you who have studied this will well recognize that Maurice Strong is one of the most powerful men in the world, but he's always working within the shadows. A man who never graduated from high school, and yet by the time he was 21 had a very important position in international finance. By the time he was 31, he headed one of the large financial corporations and financial advisory companies, a multi-billionaire, the man who is today the senior advisor to Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of the United Nations. Now, you probably believe Kofi Annan is the Secretary General and leads the United Nations, but he is simply a figurehead for the man who really runs the UN. His name is Maurice Strong, a member of the Club of Rome. And Maurice Strong, of course, it was the first Secretary General of the First Earth Summit in 1972, the second Secretary General of the Earth Summit in 1992, and the Secretary General of the Third Earth Summit in 1997. He has, of course, put out the Global Biodiversity Assessment Report, which really calls for the total disruption of Western civilization. He's been quoted as saying the only way to save the Earth is to destroy Western civilization. He has a little farm in Colorado. It's called Baca. About 100,000 acres there, where occultists from all over the world meet. They have witches, they have medicine men, they have shamans, they have Satanists, they have Shirley MacLaine. According to an article in West Magazine, why men like Henry Kissinger and Robert McNamara, remember the man who sent our boys to Vietnam to fight for 10 years but never allowed to win. They're not infrequent visitors at Baca. Maurice Strong's wife happens to be a witch, and she prays the sun up every morning. A strange situation that this man, as a great capitalist, is working so closely with Mikhail Gorbachev. In fact, the two of them are writing something known as the Earth Charter, a plan for the world and for your future. And you might wonder why the former head of the Soviet KGB, this former dictator of Russia, is working with a capitalist to reshape the world. And yet, of course, the more you study this, you begin to find there may be very little difference between the leaders of the communist nations and the leaders of the capitalist nations. Well, there are other people who will tell you that you really are mistaken. It's really not a capitalist conspiracy at all. It is a communist conspiracy. And this book, The Masters of Deceit, written by J. Edgar Hoover about 1960, gives an excellent overview of what communism is all about. And of course, at that time, communism controlled about a third of the world's population, a quarter of the world's landmass. And J. Edgar Hoover quotes Khrushchev at that time. In June of 1957, Nikita Khrushchev, the Soviet Communist Party boss, was interviewed before a nationwide American television audience, and with calm assurance he stated, "I can prophesy that your grandchildren in America will live under socialism. And please don't be afraid of that. Your children will not understand how their grandparents did not understand the progressive nature of a socialist society." Now, isn't it interesting that Khrushchev would say your grandchildren will live under socialism, not under communism? But you have to understand that every communist works for socialism. There is no communism in Russia. There never was any communism in Russia, because communism is when the state withers away, and the state never withers away. What the state does is always gain more power, like a hungry lion, always more power over the lives of the people. Now, perhaps to better understand what we're speaking about, I'd like to tell you about a book called New Lies for Old. Many of you, if you listen to Barbara Walters, Tom Brokaw, or Dan Rather, may have heard that there is no longer any communism in the world, that we won the Cold War. Communism is dead. And if that indeed is true, then why do 1.2 billion people live in communist China? And there's communism in North Korea, there's communism in Vietnam, there's communism in Cuba. In fact, I used to live in Africa, as I mentioned earlier, and the communists there control Rhodesia under Mugabe. They dominate South Africa, and if Nelson Mandela is not a communist, he'll do to one comes along. I've seen him with his raised clenched fist in front of the communist flag. He surrounded himself by communists. The man slated to replace him, indeed, is a communist. Southwest Africa is controlled by a dictator named Neto. Angola is controlled by the communists. And we've recently brought Kabila to power in Zaire. And Kabila is a communist. So what's wrong with this idea that communism is dead? Or maybe it is all a myth. Well, let me tell you a little bit about this book. It was written by Anatoly Golitsyn, who was a major in Soviet planning. And he defected to the United States and tried to tell American intelligence that the communists had a long-range plan to convince the American people that they had won the battle. And, of course, as he was debriefed by the CIA, any CIA official who believed him was immediately fired. And there was a group under James Angleton who were just put out of the CIA or retired. Everybody who stayed in the CIA went along with the official party line that communism was eventually going to be defeated, and we were going to defeat it. The evil empire was going to be destroyed. This book was written in 1984, and in this, Golitsyn says very clearly that what is going to happen is the fact that the Soviets are going to try to convince you that you've won the Cold War, that their government's going to fall, that they're going to become more democratic. They are going to tear down the Berlin Wall, which is what they did. We didn't tear down the Berlin Wall. They tore it down. That Solidarity is going to take control in Poland, and of course they're going to convince you to go ahead and unilaterally disarm, and you'll give them more and more and more money so they can build themselves up in preparation for the inevitable war that they believe is coming. Another article that comes out of the New York Times in March of 1963, IMF relents on aid to Russia, but U.S. talks tougher. Now, you have to understand, we're financing Russia today. We keep pouring billions and billions of dollars in. They've recently defaulted on $100 billion. And what are we doing? Well, we're giving them more money. And there's something wrong with this picture. But if you go back through history, you will find, as we'll discuss later, that we have financed Russia directly or indirectly since the time of the Russian Revolution back in 1917, because communism or socialism doesn't work. It's always had to have help from the West. This is a fax I get regularly from J. Michael Waller. The headline here, IMF promises more money as Russia threatens to arm Serbia. Where do you think that the Serbians get their MiG fighters and their anti-aircraft batteries, and where do you think that they get the wherewithal to withstand the intense bombing that the Americans have brought against them? Now, of course, they get their backing from Russia, and where does Russia get its backing? Well, they get their backing from us. Here's some from J. Michael Waller. Prophecy Club carries, from Jeff Nyquist. Prophecy Club carries the material from Jeff Nyquist. I think it's accurate. As he points out that Russia is stockpiling oil and food and gold in preparation for war, because they believe war is not only fightable but winnable. And I'd like to suggest to you a book that Prophecy Club offers. It's entitled Through the Eyes of the Enemy. It's written by Colonel Stanislav Lunev, who is a colonel in the GRU, that is the Soviet military intelligence. He defected to the United States in 1992. I've talked to him personally, I've interviewed him, and I believe his book is available here. And he will tell you that the Soviets not only believe that nuclear war is fightable, they believe nuclear war is winnable. They have an anti-ballistic missile system. We have no anti-ballistic missile system. Whenever we talk about building one, the Russians say, why would anybody want an anti-ballistic missile system if they weren't planning on war? We had one, incidentally. We tore it down in the late 1970s under Jimmy Carter because it was too expensive to keep up. The Russians not only have an anti-ballistic missile system, they have 12,000 surface-to-air missiles. They have a plan by which they can detonate a nuclear device in the stratosphere if missiles are coming in aimed at them and can deflect them. They have a program by which they can release what is referred to as brilliant pebbles. They're like little shotgun pellets from fighter planes in case missiles are aimed at them. They have a defense for themselves. They have an extensive civilian defense system with underground caves in which the entire population, or most of the population, be protected, and we have nothing comparable here in the United States. And according to Stanislav Lunev, why the Soviets are preparing for war. But of course, you're not hearing about that. Now, here's another fax that comes in. Chinese officials compare global trade to economic war. Beijing demands technology transfers from U.S. companies. And there's been a great deal of talk about the Chinese stealing this or that or the other thing from us. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been helping China for years. You honestly believe that Bill Clinton gave all these military secrets to the Chinese communists for a few $100,000 donations? This is simply to draw your attention away from the fact that we brought communism to power back in 1950. And we have helped them at every turn since then. And you really have to understand what this is about. In that little book I referred to, Secrets Revealed, there is a quotation from an article by David Rockefeller that occurred in the New York Times in either 1973 or 1974. And we actually have copies of it if you'd like to get this, in which David Rockefeller talks about the Chinese Revolution. And he said the social experiment in China under Chairman Mao's leadership is the most important and successful in history. Let me repeat that. The social experiment in China under Chairman Mao's leadership is the most important and successful in history. It was just a social experiment. Oh, they'd killed 70 or 80 million people. It was an interesting social experiment because, you see, there are people who look at the world differently than you and I and have a different attitude towards human suffering and human compassion. Well, there are many people who say that you are entirely mistaken if you believe that this is a world communist movement, because every communist is a socialist. And you remember that Khrushchev talked about your grandchildren living not under communism but under socialism. And the real problem is the socialist movement. Indeed, there is an organization known as the Socialist International. It is one of the 3 or 4 most powerful nations in the world, and most Americans have never even heard of it. But at the present time, the Prime Minister of England, Tony Blair, is a Vice President, the Prime Minister of France, and the Prime Minister of Germany, and of Italy, and of Spain. They're all Vice Presidents of the Socialist International. They hold regular meetings. They're planning on a world government, and they work towards exactly the same goal that the communists do, a one world government, a new economic system, and a new spirituality. But of course, the question is not what sort of world are we moving into, but who's going to run it? And the socialists believe they're going to be in control. The Socialist International has regular meetings, and if you have access to the internet, you can look up their website and verify who the people are who are involved in this. Now, if you go to Ombry St. Mary, which is the Beatrice Webb House, it's about 30 miles south of London. I've been there, a beautiful estate where the socialists meet on a regular basis to plan the new world. And they had there, it was stolen, but they had there a stained glass window. We have in the original color, but this is simply a black and white reproduction. And this is where you can see their coat of arms. Their coat of arms, you'll see between the 2 men on the right, is a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing, because everything is deception. You see, FS for Fabian socialism, the use of deception to fool the world. On the right, you see George Bernard Shaw, and then just a little to the left, you see Sidney Webb. Each one of them holding a hammer. Shaw is holding the world on an anvil. The caption above, remold it nearer to the heart's desire. They are remaking the world. Now, then below you see, pray devoutly, hammer stoutly. And so they are going to simply remold the world. That's what it's really all about. And below you see all of these men kneeling before a list of books, among are Plato's writings, and the great philosophers, because these men worship reason rather than God. And on the left you see H.G. Wells thumbing his nose at everything going on. An excellent book, The Great Deceit, written by a man named Zygmunt Dobbs. And Zygmunt Dobbs was the number 2 man in the CIO. That was the Coal Workers Union, second only to John L. Lewis. And in about 1951, the Congress was investigating communist infiltration of our labor movement, and he was asked to testify. He testified about the communists because he was concerned about the subversive influence within the American labor movement. And the very evening that he was after he had testified about communism and American labor unions, why John L. Lewis and Walter Reuther and his brother and the leaders of American labor, which is largely controlled by people dedicated to socialism, met and they banned Zygmunt Dobbs from ever again being involved in the American labor movement. And he couldn't understand why these men who were not themselves communists would be so concerned because of his exposure of the communist or subversive influence within American labor. And so he spent the rest of his life studying this. He wrote several books, among which was The Great Deceit. And, of course, what he found out is that the communists and the socialists always work together. They all want the same objective and goal. It's simply who's going to be in charge when this whole thing comes about. And then there are others who will tell you, well, it's really not the communists or the socialists, but indeed it is the humanists. Because every communist is a humanist, and every socialist is a humanist, and they constantly work together. Now, the humanists have all sorts of organizations, most of which I belong to, because I'm a researcher, really, and I want to get their literature. This is the Humanist Manifesto. They published this, Volume 1 and Volume 2, the first written in 1933, the second written in 1973. And here they lay out what they're about. They are pro-abortion. They see nothing wrong with homosexuality. They believe that the criminal needs somebody to back them up and to be behind them to protect them from the criminal justice system. And so they support many times what the criminals are doing. They don't. They think that they need somebody to champion their cause to make sure they get justice. They believe there is no God. They believe there's no right or wrong. They believe our children should be taught that they are to determine what whatever they want to do, not having any rules that are brought forward by religious organizations. They're dedicated to socialism. They're dedicated to world government. Every humanist is a socialist, dedicated to world government and to socialism. Not every communist, pardon me, not every humanist is a communist, but every socialist is a humanist, and every humanist is a socialist. And so there's some people who believe that humanism is the common denominator for everything going on in the world today. There are others, of course, who will tell you that the real force behind what's going on is the tax-exempt foundations. The Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Pew Charitable Trust, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, because these organizations, if you study them, are financing communism and socialism here in the United States. In 1953, Congress commissioned the Reese Committee, headed by Congressman B. Carroll Reese, to investigate the great tax-exempt foundations to find out why they had funded the propaganda arm of the Chinese Communist movement in the United States in the late 1940s to convince the American people that Chairman Mao was not a communist but was an agrarian reformer, and that if China went communist it would be good for the Chinese people. And what they found out, of course, is that the great foundations were working not only to back the Chinese communists, they were actually funding the communist movement in the United States and the socialist movement in the United States. Had infiltrated our educational system. They'd put their people into key positions in many of the major universities. They'd rewritten our textbooks. They'd rewritten our encyclopedias. There was an interplay between our government and the foundations, and one example would be Dean Rusk. Dean Rusk just happened to be a Rhodes Scholar who worked for the Rockefeller Foundation, who went into the State Department as Undersecretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs, worked there to bring communism to China, and then, of course, to get us into the Korean War, which was to take our attention off of the tragedy of what had happened in China. And then Dean Rusk left the government and went back to the Rockefeller Foundation, now as the president. He stayed at the Rockefeller Foundation for 8 years. He went back then into government as Secretary of State to get us involved in a no-win war in Vietnam. And then, of course, he goes back as president of the Rockefeller Foundation. McGeorge Bundy, who was the director of the National Security Council, getting us involved in Vietnam, went to work as the president of the Ford Foundation. So there's an interlock every place between foundations and government. And it's sort of like musical chairs. And there are many people who honestly believe that the foundations are at the core of everything going on in the world today. There are other people, however, will tell you it's really not the foundations at all. It's a group known as the hierarchy. And I want to tell you a little bit about the hierarchy. I belong to something known as the Lucius Trust. It used to be known as the Lucifer Trust, but that has sort of a bad name. So Lucius is not as bad as Lucifer. And here's something we got from them in 1999. I want you to look at it. It talks about a festival and conference in 1999. And then it talks about mediation, letting in the light. And of course, they don't tell you what the light is, but they understand what the light is. And then it talks about group fusion. Now, this is the letter I got from them, and I've just copied it here. We affirm the fact of group fusion and integration within the heart center of the new group of world servers mediating between hierarchy and humanity. What are they talking about? Well, do you think that's confusing? Let's go down to Roman numeral 2. Alignment, we project a line of lighted energy towards the spiritual hierarchy of the planet, the planetary heart of the great ashram of Sanat Kumara, and towards the Christ at the heart of the hierarchy. Well, you may not understand what they're saying, but you will before the evening is over. There are others who will tell you that the very, very center of everything going on today is the Illuminati. And of course, if you study the Illuminati, you know that it was founded on May 1st, 1776, by a man named Adam Weishaupt. And it was an organization dedicated to destroying all governments and all religions and taking over control of the world. Professor John Robinson actually wrote a book. He was approached to join this group. He did not. He was a Mason, and of course the organization was working within Masonry at the time. But he wrote a book to try to expose exactly what was going on. Now, if you read the 1913 British Encyclopedia Britannica, they have a fair amount on the Illuminati. If you read the modern British Encyclopedia Britannica, they hardly ever mention anything about it. And few people understand that the Illuminati was a very real force. My grandfather told my father about the Illuminati because at one time, every person in America of any consequence knew of the dangers of the Illuminati. And of course, if you look on the back of your dollar bill, you will find this symbol. And a pyramid, an Egyptian pyramid, capped by an all-seeing eye. And beneath the caption, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new secular order or social order. Then you'll see the Roman numerals there at the base of the pyramid, 1776. And of course, the people who believe this is the symbol of the Illuminati will tell you that that refers to the date that the Illuminati was founded, May 1st, 1776, not to the 1776 July 4th, when America was formed as an independent state. So many, many people will tell you this is the symbol of the Illuminati. Now, let me take you to the 1913 British Encyclopedia Britannica and what they were talking about. Another and obscure body of Illuminatis, or Illums, came to light in the south of France in 1722 and appear to have lingered until 1794. Having affinities with those known contemporaneously in this country as French prophets, an offshoot of the Camisards. Of different class were the so-called Illuminati, better known as the Rosicrucians, who claimed to originate in 1422, but rose into notice in 1537, a secret society combined with the mysteries of alchemy, the possession of esoteric principles of religion. Their positions are embodied in 3 anonymous treaties of 1614, a short-lived movement of Republican free thought to whose adherence the name Illuminati was given, was founded on May Day 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law at Ingolstadt and ex-Jesuit. The chosen title of this order or society was Perfectibilitas. Its members pledged to obedience to their superiors were divided into 3 main classes. The first included novices, Minervals, and lesser Illuminati. The second consisting of Freemasons, ordinary Scottish and Scottish Knights. The third of mystery class comprising 2 grades of priests and regent and of Magnus and of king. Relations with Masonic lodges were established at Munich and Freising in 1780. The order had its branches in most countries of the European continent, but its total numbers never seem to have exceeded 2,000. The scheme had its attraction for literary men such as Goethe and Herder, and even for the reigning dukes of Gotha and Weimar. Internal rupture preceded its downfall, which was effected by an edict of the Bavarian government in 1785. Later, the title Illuminati was given to the French Martinis, founded in 1754 by Martinus Pasqualis, and to their imitators, the Russian Martinis, headed after 1790 by Professor Schwartz of Moscow. Now, there have been many organizations known as Illuminati, but of course, the Illuminati that was founded by Adam Weishaupt infiltrated the Masonic lodges of Europe, where in large part it just disappeared because now it could remain secret and there'd be no way people could know what was happening. The Illuminati came to the United States in about 1790, and we know that by a speech that was given by Timothy Dwight, who was the grandson of Jonathan Edwards, who was the evangelist who led the first Great Awakening here in the United States. And so the Illuminati then entered the United States. Actually, George Washington actually disowned his Masonic membership because of his concern over the Illuminati and the occult influences that were coming into American Masonry at that time. There are people like Bill Snevelin and Doc Marquis who have been at the higher echelons of these secret movements, because with Masonry, you do not simply have 32 or 33 degrees. As you'll learn very soon, there are other degrees of Masonry, for Masonry is truly a fraternity within a fraternity. Now, Here is one of the more important books. It was written by a man who no one would accuse of being a conservative. His name is James H. Billington. He is currently the Librarian of Congress, and his book, Fire in the Minds of Men, is one of the great exposés of the world occult movement. And he talks about the Illuminati. The Order of Illuminists was founded May 1st, 1776, by a professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria, Adam Weishaupt and 4 associates. The order was secret and hierarchical, modeled on the Jesuits, and dedicated to Weishaupt's Rousseauian vision of leading all humanity to a new moral perfection, freed from all established religious and political authority. Now, one of the more important things that Billington wrote in his book, Fire in the Minds of Men, and I wanted to bring this to you, he talks about the revolutionary faith was shaped not so much by the critical rationalism of the French Enlightenment, as is generally believed, as by the occultism and proto-romanticism of Germany. This faith was incubated in France during the Revolutionary era within a small subculture of literary intellectuals who were immersed in journalism, fascinated by secret societies, and subsequently infatuated with ideologies as a secular surrogate for religious belief. The flame of faith had begun its migration a century earlier when some European aristocrats transferred their lighted candles from Christian altars to Masonic lodges. The flame of occult alchemists, which had promised to turn dross into gold, reappeared at the center of new circles seeking to recreate a golden age, Bavarian Illuminists conspiring against the Jesuits, French Philadelphians against Napoleon, and Italian charcoal burners against the Habsburgs. There were secret societies all throughout Europe in the 19th century, and of course many of them have carried over into the 20th century, and yet if you talk about secret societies today, immediately you are attacked. Why? Well, because, of course, they don't want you to know about the secret societies of the last century. Now, there are others who will tell you it really wasn't the Illuminati at all. The force behind what's going on in the world today is the Jews. And, of course, there are many, many people, and it's amazing how many you meet across America as you go on a speaking tour, who honestly believe that the Jews are behind everything going on today. And they can point out a certain number of very interesting things. One of them is the majority of people who surrounded Lenin at the time of the original revolution, the number of people in the original government of the Bolsheviks, predominantly they were almost all Jews. And that's true. And every one of them but one was eventually executed. So you don't want to be part of that sort of a Jewish conspiracy. The thing that I point out, of course, is that the people who surrounded Jesus Christ were all Jews too, but that doesn't make Christianity a Jewish conspiracy. Many socialists and communists have been Jews, but many of the finest conservatives I know happen to be Jewish as well, because God's given them very, very special talents and has a very special place for them in His plan for the world. Now, those people then who cannot convince you that it is a Jewish conspiracy generally will try to convince you it is a conspiracy of international Jewish bankers. And they can come up with a great deal of evidence for that. And they will point to the financing of the Russian Revolution by Jacob Schiff, who worked for Kuhn-Loeb and Company, and it has been reported that he gave $20 million to Kerensky following the revolution, and this obviously means it's a Jewish conspiracy, but you have to understand why Jacob Schiff would have given money to Kerensky and to Lenin. And the reason, of course, is because of the violent anti-Semitism that existed under the Tsar. In 1905, there had been a revolution in Russia. And immediately after that, there suddenly appeared in Russia a document called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, and it was circulated widely among the aristocracy, and it basically said the entire world revolutionary movement. And there had already been a number of revolutionary attempts in France and in Germany and in Italy. And it said the revolution throughout the world, specifically the one here, is all a Jewish conspiracy. And this is called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. And, of course, because it was accepted by the Tsar and they began having an organized effort to destroy the Jewish population, they had something known as pogroms, and they would go in and just destroy Jewish villages and kill everybody there. And this was sanctioned by the government. And it was because of that that Jews throughout the world hated the Tsar and hated what was going on there. But there's other things going on. There's a book written by Henry Ford called The International Jew. Many Jews today will not buy a Ford motor car because of Henry Ford's anti-Semitism, though he's long since gone. But he used the Dearborn Independent to push anti-Semitism. But there are a couple of interesting things about Henry Ford. One is that Henry Ford built up Hitler's military potential, and there were Ford motor plants operating in Germany both before and during the Second World War, providing the war materials for Adolf Hitler. Henry Ford was given the highest award any civilian could be given by the Nazi government. But what most people never stop and think about is that Henry Ford also built the Gorky truck plant and car plant in Russia, in communist Russia. He put Russia on wheels. And during the Vietnam War, I've been told that many of the flyers, seeing the trucks driving down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, carrying the weapons that would be used to kill American boys in South Vietnam, those trucks looked very much like Ford motor trucks. And they looked like Ford motor trucks because they were Ford motor trucks. They were built by the Ford-planted Gorky with technology that had been transferred from America by the Ford company. Then, of course, there are the writings of Winston Churchill. Now, Winston Churchill has always had a good press, or almost always had a good press, and yet during the 1920s in the London Times, he wrote a great deal of anti-Semitic material claiming that the Bolshevik Revolution was entirely a Zionist revolution, pointing to the Jews as being responsible for all the troubles of Europe, troubles that threatened to spread to the West. Winston Churchill, you remember we talked about in our opening remarks. He thought that those lines of Tennyson were the most noble ever written. You remember, the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. And Winston Churchill, to understand what's going on today, is to understand Winston Churchill. Most of you who've probably never studied the history of the First World War don't remember Gallipoli. But Gallipoli was in Asia Minor, and Winston Churchill was the Lord of the Admiralty of Great Britain, and he ordered an attack on Gallipoli. Now, it was a strip of land adjacent to the mountains, and had the British Expeditionary Force ever gotten off the beaches, they never could have done anything because there was nothing behind them but mountains. You could never have gotten through them. And yet, he ordered this. The men were put ashore. 150,000 British soldiers died or were wounded at Gallipoli. 150,000 Turks were wounded at Gallipoli. A senseless slaughter of human life and many people for some years after the First World War remembered. That was Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill had insisted on it. One of the great military disasters of all time. One of the people I really enjoyed meeting in my 37 years I've been involved in researching what's going on was General Albert Wedemeyer. General Wedemeyer was a four-star Marine general. Perhaps some of you remember that wonderful docudrama, Herman Wouk's The Winds of War. How many of you remember that? Basically, it was a story about an American general played by Robert Mitchum who was going to the White House to have dinner with Churchill and FDR. That, in real life, was General Albert Wedemeyer. He was the chief planner for the American military, for the American Army, in the years leading up to and at the beginning of the Second World War. And I spent several weekends with him, a great deal of time. And one of the things he pointed out was that Winston Churchill had insisted in 1943, and only in 1943 we were ready to end the war. We had the men, we had the material, and General Wedemeyer wanted to attack the enemy. That was Germany. Winston Churchill didn't want to attack the enemy. He wanted to attack North Africa. And, of course, they had a marked disagreement over this, and Winston Churchill prevailed upon Roosevelt to send General Wedemeyer off to India to be banished because he wouldn't go along with the idea of invading North Africa, which accomplished absolutely nothing other than to kill a lot of people, bypass North Africa, go after the enemy. And then after we attacked North Africa, we attacked Sicily. And then after we attacked Sicily, we attacked Anzio. And then we fought up the little narrow boot of Italy where we could never possibly make a breakout, losing, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of men. The interesting thing, we lost more men at the invasion of Anzio than General MacArthur lost in all of the invasions of all of the islands in the South Pacific. Why didn't Churchill want to end the war? Why did he insist on the bloodletting at Gallipoli and in North Africa? Why didn't he end the war? Well, before the evening is over, of course, we'll give you the answers to that. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. I don't know how many of you have ever had an opportunity to read this, but if you ever have the opportunity, let me suggest that you don't bother to read it. And the reason that you shouldn't read it is because it's so convincing. It really is. It is a totally evil document. It will tell you that, according to this, that the Jews are going to gain control of the gold of the world. The Jews are going to gain control of the educational system and dumb down the people who are not Jewish. They refer to them in this document as the Goyim. And that they are going to take over the entertainment. They're going to destroy the morality of the people. And they are going to begin working towards this world socialist government. They're going to work within the Masons. It's a very, very convincing document because you'll see a lot of truth in it. The trouble is that it wasn't written by the learned elders of Zion. There are a number of books that go into this, and I recommend them to you if you're interested in documenting what I'm about to say. A book by Norman Cohn, Warrant for Genocide, and a series of books by James Webb, The Occult Conspiracy, The Occult Hierarchy, The Occult Underground, point out that the protocols were written by somebody associated with an organization known as Theosophy and smuggled into Russia, where they were translated into Russian. They were originally written in French, translated into Russian, and then, of course, circulated in Russia leading up to the pogroms. After the Russian Revolution, they went into Germany, and they became the basis of convincing many Germans that it was the Jews that were behind everything wrong in the world, which, of course, gave Adolf Hitler's anti-Semitic policies and the Holocaust a great deal of justification. But one of the more interesting parts of the protocols, the story of the protocols, centers around a man named Colonel Edward Mandell House. And I talked to you about him a little earlier, and I showed you the letter that Franklin Delano Roosevelt had written to him in November of 1933. Actually, when I went through Colonel House's papers at Yale back in 1980, on several occasions, I came across this. This is the protocols of the meetings of the Zionist men of wisdom. It is, for all intents and purposes, a copy of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, but it's different than any other translation because the wording is different, although the ideas are the same, the paragraphs are the same, the wording is different. It is a different translation than any that I know that's available in the West. And so where did it come from? I mean, the original one was in French, and of course then it went into Russian, translated into Russian, translated into English by a man named Victor Marsden, and circulated in America. And that is not this translation. This is a different translation. Now, Colonel House was very active in 1905 when this first went into Russia. Why did Colonel House leave this in his papers, knowing that someone in the future would find it and would comment on it? I've read a great deal about Colonel House. I've never once seen any mention of the fact that he left a copy of the protocols. He wrote a book in 1911. It was called Philip Drew Administrator. In that book, he laid out the plan for the establishment of a dictatorship in America using many of the ideas from the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. He wrote the book anonymously, and one of the things that he did was to leave a clue so that people would be able to figure out who wrote the book. But he would never admit that he was the author, at least until about 1920 or 21. He said, let's have a meeting at Mandell House. Well, his name was Edward Mandell House, so it was pretty clear who was actually had written the book. But he liked to do things like this. Colonel House had some very, very strange powers. He controlled the President of the United States. And people at that time were always curious, how was he able to control the President of the United States? A fascinating book, My First 83 Years in America, was written by Ambassador Gerard, who was the American ambassador to Germany during the Second World War. During the First World War. And Ambassador Gerard tells us that by 1915 the Germans wanted to end the war. You remember it started in 14 and went to 1918. But by 1915 the Germans, February 1915, they wanted to get this war over with. And of course it was accomplishing nothing. And so he was approached. He wrote to President Wilson and said, now's the time to enter negotiations. We can be the intermediary. We can bring peace, stop the war. And he doesn't get a letter back from the President. He gets a letter back from Colonel House that says, it's not time to stop the war. The British don't want to stop the war. And furthermore, all future correspondence between you and the President will come through me. And Ambassador Gerard writes in his book, I mean, where did this guy come up? Where did he come from? He was never elected. He was never appointed by the Senate. He has no standing at all, and yet he directs me that I can't contact the president who appointed me. I have to go through him. Colonel House and some of the books written at that time would go into a room and talk to people, and he'd maybe fix somebody, and he'd begin talking to them, and after he had left, an idea would come into their mind, and that idea they'd think would be their own, and they'd begin acting on it, never realizing that it was Colonel House's idea, and the man who commented that never understood how this had come about. One of the more interesting things about Colonel House is his diary, and the reason I went to Yale is because I wanted to read his diary, and I had read all of the summaries of the diary, 4 volumes. I have the intimate papers of Colonel House written by Charles Seymour, but I was reading things that other people had written that had come from the diary that weren't included in what was available at that time for the diary in 1980. And so I went to Yale University and found out that the diary had been given to Yale in 1923. It had been covered a period from about, perhaps 1911 to 1923 on almost a daily basis. Colonel House kept this diary, and then he had a proviso that it would not be available for public scrutiny until 50 years had passed, so that was 1973. 1923, 1973 would be available. Immediately it was bought up by Times Mirror Company and copyrighted so it could be published, and then never published. And to this very day, it's never been published. When I was there in 1923, they allowed me to copy it because they were sure that it was going to be available, and printed at any time. Although they were going to put it on microfiche, and I don't know how many books you've ever read on microfiche, which is little transparencies you flash up on a screen. But one of the fascinating stories that they told, and Colonel House writes this, he said, I had lunch with Clemenceau. Now, Clemenceau was the Prime Minister of France. And this is about 1919 when they're working on the Treaty of Versailles. And Clemenceau was very worried about the communist revolution because the communists were saying, we are going to destroy the West, we're going to get revolutions in Europe, and we're going to overthrow capitalism. The communist leaders were saying this, Lenin was saying that. And so Clemenceau was saying, we better put these communists down before something happens. But Colonel House said and wrote, but I was able to convince Clemenceau that nothing could be done to put down the communists militarily. And then I had lunch with Orlando. He was the Prime Minister of Italy. And he had the same views. He wanted to do something about communism. I was able to convince him that we could do nothing about communism. And then he writes, I knew what I told them wasn't true. I knew with a small mercenary unit and a few battalions of artillery we could put down the communists, but I didn't want Clemenceau and Orlando to know that. Now, why would this man, who was not a communist, want communism to survive? It really, in many ways, doesn't make sense. And how was he able actually to convince these leaders of the world of something that wasn't true and that he knew wasn't true? How was he able to control both Woodrow Wilson, who said I would never make a decision without the advice of my good friend Colonel House, and President Roosevelt? How was he able to do it? Well, let's go to a fascinating book written by my friend Ed Griffin. And the reason I put this up here is because it has some sections in it from a book entitled British Agent, written by Bruce Lockhart. Bruce Lockhart had been sent to Russia after the Russian Revolution by a man named Lord Alfred Milner. Now, remember I told you earlier that Cecil Rhodes had left his vast fortune he'd accumulated by taking control of the diamonds and the gold mines of South Africa, and leaving it for a purpose, 2 purposes. One, a secret society, and the other for the Rhodes Scholarships, the Rhodes Trust. Upon Cecil Rhodes' death in 1902, control of the Rhodes Trust was taken over by a man named Lord Alfred Milner, who by 1917, 1918 was the most powerful man in England, but always working behind the scenes, never elected to office, but the man who really controlled what was going on. And he sent Bruce Lockhart, Lord Alfred Milner sent Bruce Lockhart to Russia to work with the communists who had just taken control. And, of course, Lockhart writes that one of the strange things, he could never understand why it was that Lenin, the dictator of Russia, seemed to be so subservient and almost condescending, going along with anything that was suggested to him by American capitalists who were there. In fact, many of these seem to be related to the American Federal Reserve System. And he never understood why such things were going on. It didn't seem right that Lenin, the communist, would be so concerned working with the capitalists. And, of course, there are a number of other books that were written at that time. One of them is the autobiography of Sir George Buchanan. Sir George Buchanan was the English ambassador to St. Petersburg, to Russia, at the time of the Communist Revolution. And in his biography, he has about 10 pages talking about these foolish people who were saying that the English had financed the Russian Revolution. And, of course, he poo-poos the idea. But as you read what he has to say, you begin saying, well, gee, the French thought it happened, and this one and that one. And there's a great deal of evidence out there that the British were involved in financing the Russian Revolution to overthrow their ally in the First World War, which really didn't make sense because, of course, if Russia got out of the First World War, it would release the German troops from fighting on the Eastern Front so they could come to the West and kill more Britishers. But a lot of things in this whole story really don't make sense. The second book we list is Tsarism and Revolution, written by a Russian general who claims that Lord Milner was responsible for the Russian Revolution, the first revolution when Kerensky came to power. Then, of course, one of the most fascinating books is the bottom one, General Wrangel's Memoirs. And, of course, General Wrangel was the commander of the Army of the South, a white Russian army that was opposing the communists. And, of course, the Russian people did not want communism. They didn't want this kind of ruthless government that they saw even being enforced in St. Petersburg and other areas that the communists controlled. And so the Russian people were solidly behind General Wrangel, and he was winning battle after battle after battle. And he made one great tactical error, the same error that General Chiang Kai-shek was to make some years later. General Chiang Kai-shek became dependent upon America. General Wrangel became dependent upon the British for his supplies. And, of course, he writes in his memoirs that, first of all, he buys airplanes. He's able to collect taxes from the people in the area he occupies, and he buys airplanes. And what do the English do? But they sabotage his airplanes. And then they come to him and they say, you will withdraw or we'll cut off all of your ammunition and supplies, and all of your men will be killed because they'll have nothing to fight with. And so eventually he's forced to simply retreat because they cut off his munitions and war supplies. And he never understands why the British were so intent upon the defeat of the opposition to the communists. But then, of course, General Wrangel never understood that the most influential man in England at that time was Lord Alfred Milner, who had taken over the leadership of the Rhodes movement upon Rhodes' death in 1902. Well, then, who does really control the Jewish banks of the world? Well, we could take Lazard Brothers in Great Britain. Certainly a very Jewish-sounding name, and yet for many, many years the CEO of Lazard Brothers was a Lord Brand. Name doesn't mean much to you, but you remember I told you about Lord Alfred Milner, who had taken control of the Round Table Group, the front for Cecil Rhodes' secret society. Well, upon Milner's death, leadership of the Round Table Group, which was the front for that secret society, was taken over by Lord Brand, who actually led the Round Table up until the 1960s. We have here in the United States Lazard Brothers, certainly a very Jewish-sounding bank, and yet, pardon me, Lehman Brothers here in the United States, and yet for many years Lehman Brothers was headed by a Greek named Pete Peterson, who just happened to be the director of the Council on Foreign Relations. And, of course, the Goldman Sachs here in the United States. Goldman Sachs, right at the present time, has 5 Rhodes Scholars in key positions in banking. So much of what you have heard about the Jewish influence in banking really is not so. Now, there are many, many people, of course, who will try to convince you that the real culprit is the Catholic Church, specifically the Jesuits. And they will suggest that the Jesuits operate as a secret society, and it is the Jesuits' influence in South America that has led to the liberation theology and many of the revolutions there. And they're firmly convinced the Catholics are behind everything going on, or if not the Catholics as a whole, then the Knights of Malta, which is a rather secretive group made up of Catholic males. On the other hand, many of the Catholics will tell you that the real force behind what's going on in the world today are the Protestants, specifically a secret Protestant organization known as the Masons. And of course, there's a great deal of evidence to suggest that this is actually correct, because you will find, for instance, that most of America's founding fathers were Masons. The majority of the men who signed the Constitution were members of the craft. Washington, D.C. was laid out in a Masonic pattern, and those of you who've seen Bill Schneblin's videos will actually see pictures of Washington, D.C. and find out the street pattern is laid out in Masonic symbology. Every major building in Washington, D.C. has a Masonic plaque on it. But the most significant thing is that Freemasons controlled the United States Supreme Court from 1941 to 1971. And during that period of time, they took God out of our schools. Because, you see, the Masons worshiped the great architect of the universe, the God of the Buddhist, the Brahmin, the Hindu, the Mohammedan, the Shintoite, the God of the whole world, but not the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible is not the God of the Mohammedan and of the Hindu and of the Buddhist. And so what most people do not understand is that between 1941 and 1971, the Masons controlled the United States Supreme Court, began to centralize all power at Washington, D.C., undermining the very fabric of our constitutional concept of limiting the power of the federal government. 4 of the 6 Supreme Court justices who voted to take God out of our schools were Masons. That was Tom Clark, William O. Douglas, Earl Warren, and Black. In other words, the Masons were responsible for taking God out of our schools, and they did it intentionally because they've always wanted to create a wall of separation between church and state. And I suggest that probably most of you have never heard that. It's never mentioned by conservative organizations across America, and you might ask yourself why that would be. Now, if you talk to Masons, they will point to the symbol on the back of the dollar bill, and they will tell you that is a Masonic symbol. And, of course, they will use this in many of their publications, and they claim that this pyramid capped by the all-seeing eye is indeed a Masonic symbol. Now, I've never met a Mason I didn't like, so how do you explain what they are doing? Well, let me tell you what Manly P. Hall has said. Now, Manly P. Hall, you remember we started our program this evening talking about Manly P. Hall, the most distinguished and important Masonic philosopher of modern times. And in his book, the Lectures on Ancient Philosophy, written in 1929, he said this: Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. It's necessary to establish the existence of these 2 separate yet independent orders, the one visible, the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian concerns. But the invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity, whose members are dedicated to the service of the mysterious arcanum, arcandrum, a secret or mystery. In each generation, only a very few are accepted into the inner sanctuary of the work. One of the better books on this is Behind the Lodge Door by Paul Fisher, and he tells you without any question that between 1941 and 1971, the Supreme Court was dominated by Masons in ratios of 5 to 4 to 8 to 1. During that 30-year period, the court erected a wall separating things religious from things secular. It was an epoch when prayer and Bible reading were deracinated from public education, and when decisions after decisions succeeded in prohibiting any state financial assistance to religious schools. And nobody ever talks about it, and I wonder why. Well, of course, the magazine that was put out by the Masons for many years was known as the New Age magazine. Some years ago, they stopped calling it New Age. They call it now the Shrine Journal, because there was another New Age magazine to denote a new movement within America called the New Age, or sometimes the Aquarian Conspiracy. This is a book about the Aquarian Conspiracy, about about the Aquarian conspiracy, about the New Age movement. You'll notice this logo on the front. If you look very carefully, you'll notice the 3 6s intertwined. And in that book, Marilyn Ferguson, who is dedicated to this purpose, tells us what it's all about. And she tells us that a leaderless but powerful network is working to bring about radical change in the United States. Its members have broken with certain key elements of Western thought. They may even have broken continuity with history. This network is the Aquarian conspiracy. It's a conspiracy without a political doctrine, without a manifesto, with conspirators who seek power only to disperse it and whose strategies are pragmatic, even scientific, but whose perspectives sound so mystical that they hesitate to discuss it. Activists asking different kinds of questions, challenging the establishment from within. She names among the people associated with this movement Zygmunt Brzezinski, who was actually recruited by David Rockefeller to organize the Trilateral Commission. There are others who would tell you the force behind what's going on today is truly the oligarchy, the crown heads of Europe, the Habsburg, the English monarchy, the Queen of the Netherlands, the King and Queen of Spain. And you remember that the latter two were part of the Club of Rome. So there seems to be almost a certain amount of incest in these various organizations. There are others who talk about the Priori of Sion, which is supposedly a secret society that traces its origins back to the Merovingian dynasties of the 5th and 6th century in southern France, outlined in a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that basically says that there is a bloodline that flows through the monarchies of Europe, of royal bloodline that goes back very to the House of David. Now, there are other people who say, well, the real force behind what's going on is something known as the Order of the Quest. And you may not have heard of this, but it's described in a book by Manly P. Hall entitled The Secret Destiny of America. Now, most of you may have wondered where the emblem on the back of the dollar bill came from, the pyramid capped by the all-seeing eye. Basically, it came from the back of the Great Seal of the United States. It was placed on the back of the Great Seal of the United States in 1782. And then kept there secretly, subsequently, until it was put on the back of the dollar bill in 1935 by a Masonic president at the behest of a Mason who was Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture at that time. But the understanding of the Great Seal is an understanding of the occult movement and its influence on America. Let me tell you what Manly P. Hall tells us about the Great Seal on the back, or the emblem on the back of the Great Seal of the United States. On the reverse of our nation's Great Seal is an unfinished pyramid to represent human society itself, imperfect and incomplete. Above floats the symbol of the esoteric orders, in other words, the secret orders. The radiant triangle with the all-seeing eye. There's only one possible origin for these symbols, and that is the secret societies which came to this country 150 years before the Revolutionary War. But there can be no question that the Great Seal was directly inspired by these orders of the human quest, and that it set forth the purpose of this nation. Now let me explain to you what he is in essence saying, is that the occult organizations, the secret societies, came to America shortly after the Pilgrims arrived in about 1620. And the purpose of America was to bring about the New World Order. They were to use America to create Novo Ordo Seclorum. And that's exactly what's happening today. The power of America is being used to force all nations into the world government. And that's what you're seeing in Kosovo, why we are simply bombing the cities, destroying everything. And if you don't give in, why, of course, it'll be a good lesson to other people. And here's Manly P. Hall, the leading occult philosopher of modern times, essentially telling you that. And the symbol on the back of the Great Seal of the United States, this is written in about 1930 or so, long before it was even put on the back of the dollar bill. The seal on the back, the mark on the back of the Great Seal symbolizes that. There are others who will tell you that the force behind what's going on in the world today is the Rosicrucians. The Rosicrucians go back to the Knights of the Rosy Cross. They have to do with the Crusades. They came to the forefront in about 1400s. They tie into Gnosticism. I've interviewed them on my radio programs. They will tell you that the Bible is all right, but what you need is the secret behind the Bible, because that will give you the power. There are others who, of course, believe that the real force behind what's going on today is the Skull and Bone Society and a cult fraternity at Yale University. The people we usually associated with would be Prescott Bush, George Bush, and of course his son, George Bush Jr., who may well be the next president of the United States, is a Yale graduate, and I suspect he comes from the Skull and Bone Society. This is known as America's Secret Establishment. In Professor Sutton's book, he goes into the background of how all of these great families tie into what is referred to as the order: the Whitney family, Phelps family, Bundy family, Lord family, Rockefellers, Harriman, Weyerhaeuser family, Sloan, Pillsbury, Davison, Payne, Gilman, Wadsworth, Taft, Perkins, Stimson. Henry Stimson was the Secretary of War during the Second World War, member of the Council on Foreign Relations, wrote a book with a man named McGeorge Bundy. McGeorge Bundy was the head of the National Security Council when we got us into the Vietnam War. The two of them got together and wrote a book entitled On Watch, and of course both of them come from the Council on Foreign Relations. There are other people who believe what's going on today is really related to theosophy. And theosophy is a secret society that was created by Madame Blavatsky, Helena Petrovich Blavatsky, who was a Russian mystic, who organized a secret society in 1875. It has branches today in Wheaton, Illinois, headquarters, and in Ojai in California. And of course, this woman, who really did not have much of an education, wrote two of the most brilliant books. In fact, she didn't write them. They were channeled to her by a demonic spirit. One was The Secret Doctrine. The other was Isis Unveiled. And she recruited then into her organization people like Arthur Conan Doyle, who created Sherlock Holmes, William Stead, who you will hear more of shortly. Certainly her most famous disciple of the 19th century was a man named Thomas Edison, who would begin to meditate. And this is what you're taught to do when, of course, you're dealing with the occult, and come up with great ideas like the electric light, the ticker tape, the phonograph, the motion pictures. All of these were things that Thomas Edison created, and we look upon him as this great genius, and he was a great genius, but he had mystical forces. He was a dedicated disciple of Madame Blavatsky. In the 20th century, of course, her best-known disciples were a man named Schnickelgruber, who's also known as Adolf Hitler. And of course, he regularly read The Secret Doctrine. This is where he got his mystical force, his ability to control men, to hold crowds transfixed for hours, standing there in front of the chancellery as he would address them, and his ability to dominate and control so many people. Another very, very famous disciple of Madame Blavatsky was Margaret Sanger, who created Planned Parenthood, which is still working today, getting hundreds of millions of dollars every year to push their population-controlled eugenic programs throughout the world. Both Adolf Hitler and Margaret Sanger were dedicated to racial purity, believing that the black races and brown races and red races and yellow races were all inferior. They believed only the Anglo-Saxons were fit to rule, and they set out to exterminate them. And of course, both of them were violently anti-Semitic. And the fact that none of this is ever mentioned reflects the degree of control that today exists over what the American people think. Now, there are other people who really don't believe anything other than the unidentified flying objects, and these little critters are out there, of course, beaming their ideas down into our minds. They believe that that is what's behind what's going on in the world today. So let me take you briefly back to Monsieur Perrault and the murder on the Orient Express. Monsieur Perrault realizes that the murder of Mr. Ratchet is tied in to a kidnapping in the United States. A little girl named Daisy Anderson has been kidnapped, or was kidnapped. A ransom was paid for her return, but instead of returning her, the little girl was murdered. One of the kidnappers was apprehended, and before he was executed, he identified the other kidnapper who had kept all of the money, and it was none other than Mr. Ratchet. And then as Monsieur Perrault begins to survey the evidence and the people on the train, all of them are either English or American. And every single one of them, in one way or another, was tied in to the Anderson family. Now, of course, Mrs. Anderson, after the death of Daisy Anderson, had a stillborn birth, and then she had committed suicide, and then her husband had committed suicide, and a maid at the compound where the kidnapping had taken place had committed suicide. So there were 5 deaths associated with the kidnapping, and of course, all of them tied back into Mr. Ratchet. And Monsieur Perrault, as he surveys what's going on, makes the observation, there are just too many clues. There are too many clues. Well, I wanted to take you into how I became involved in trying to understand what's going on in the world today. One of the first books I ever read was written by Dan Smoot, entitled The Invisible Government. Dan Smoot had worked for the FBI, was busy trying to expose communism in America, and then he came across the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, this book was taken to most of the major publishers, but when it was pointed out that Herbert Hoover, who was a great hero of the conservatives and the Republicans in America, and was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, nobody would publish it, so he self-published it. Then he took it to the distributors, and no distributor would distribute it. He put out 1 million copies of this book through his radio programs. But an interesting study in thought control is to try to go to your libraries today and get a copy of Dan Smoot's book, The Invisible Government, and you'll get a book about the CIA, because they published another book called The Invisible Government by the same title. So when you ask for The Invisible Government, you got it, but of course you didn't find out about the real invisible government, the Council on Foreign Relations. Let me just point out, the CIA is not America's invisible government. The people who carry out most of the illegal actions in America today is something that is mentioned in hushed terms in Washington, D.C. as no such agency. The NSA, the National Security Agency. They're the ones who tap all of your telephones, all of your faxes, and they do it by computer. But I want you to know that our government would never violate our own laws. They get the British to do this. This is known as Project Echelon, and your telephones and your fax communications are tapped. The British do this, and in return, we tap their telephones in Great Britain and Europe. And the Europeans are very upset about this, and if you want to verify it, you can get the information from the Free Congress Foundation. Amazing, amazing, the fact that most people have no idea about so much of what's going on in the world today. But of course, the most important book was written in 1966, and it was called Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. And it was written by Professor Carroll Quigley, who was Bill Clinton's mentor when Bill Clinton attended Georgetown University in 1966, at the same time that this book was actually published. Bill Clinton, speaking when he accepted the Democrat nomination for the presidency of the United States on July 16, 1992, said this: "As a teenager, I heard John Kennedy's summons to citizenship, and then as a student at Georgetown, I heard that call clarified by a professor named Carroll Quigley." Well, now, why is Carroll Quigley's writing so important? Well, because he found out about the secret society. Now, this comes from page 950 of A Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. And most Americans immediately after the Second World War, believed that there was a communist conspiracy that was responsible for Eastern Europe and China going communist. And the question was asked, are the communists working at the upper echelons of our government? And Professor Quigley answers that question. Now, this is 1966. This myth, like all fables, does, in fact, have a modicum of truth. There does exist, and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, which may be identified as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other group, and frequently does so. I know of the operation of this network because I've studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and many of its instruments. I've objected both in the past and recently to a few of its policies, but in general, my chief difference of opinion is it wishes to remain unknown. And I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. And then, of course, he goes on to explain the joke. And we'll just get down here to the lower part of here. There is, however, a considerable degree of truth behind the joke, a truth which reflects a very real power structure. It's this power structure which the radical right in the United States has been attacking for years in the belief they're attacking the communists. This is particularly true when these attacks are directed, as they so frequently are, at Harvard socialism or at left-wing newspapers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, or at foundations and their dependent establishments. And what he's saying is, they've been putting on all this time, fellas. This isn't the communists. This is the power elite who are doing these things. Then, of course, he went on to discuss what was happening as far as our electoral process. And, of course, he went on basically to say this: the chief problem of American political life for a long time has been how to make two congressional parties more national and international. The argument that the two parties should represent opposed ideas and policies, one perhaps of the right and the other of the left, is a foolish idea, acceptable only to doctrinaire and academic thinkers. Instead, the two parties should be almost identical, so the American people can throw the rascals out at any election without leading to any profound or extensive shifts in policy. So you go to the polls every 4 years and you vote for the candidate of their choice. Now, in 1966, when this book was published, Bill Clinton was at Georgetown University, or shortly thereafter. Anyway, this is what Professor Quigley was talking about, wars. The rather naive American idea, and this comes from page, let's see, 1201. The rather naive American idea that war aims involve the destruction of the enemy's regime and the imposition on the defeated people of a democratic system with a prosperous economy, such as they had never previously known, will undoubtedly be replaced by the idea that the enemy regime must be maintained, perhaps in a modified form, so that we have some government with whom we can negotiate in order to obtain our more limited aims. And what Professor Quigley was saying is you're not going into war to win them anymore. And Bill Clinton was smart enough to realize that, of course, it would be very, very foolish for him to go to Vietnam and risk his life in a war that we had no intention of winning. Well, then Professor Quigley went on to give us the background of the secret society that was to come to control the world. And he starts out talking about Professor Ruskin. And here we are. Until 1870, there was no professorship of fine arts at Oxford. But in that year, thanks to the Slade bequest, John Ruskin was named to such a chair. He hit Oxford like an earthquake. Not so much because he talked about fine arts, but because he talked also about the empire and England's downtrodden masses, and above all, because he talked about all three of these things as moral issues. And then let's get down to this level here. Ruskin's message had a sensational impact. His inaugural lecture was copied out in longhand by one undergraduate, Cecil Rhodes, who kept it with him for 30 years. Rhodes feverishly exploited the diamond and gold fields of South Africa, rose to be Prime Minister of the Cape Colony, contributed money to political parties, controlled parliamentary seats both in England and South Africa, and sought to win a strip of British territory across Africa from the Cape of Good Hope to Egypt, and to join these two extremes together with a telegraph line and ultimately with the Cape to Cairo Railway. And, of course, one of the things they did is they created the Boer War. They created it to begin to consolidate South Africa so that they could run their rail lines and their telegraph line from the Cape to Cairo. Well, of course, Rhodes died before the war was ever completed, and Lord Milner then went ahead with this. Professor Quigley goes on to tell us how the Council on Foreign Relations, America's Invisible Government, came about. This is on page 952. And he's talking about how, first of all, the Round Table is the front group for the secret society, and then the front group for the Round Table, because you have, like an onion peel, you have layers within layers within layers. The front group for the Round Table was the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Had its nucleus in each existing submerged roundtable group. Now, there's a roundtable group in every Commonwealth country, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Canada, or Great Britain itself. In New York, it was known as the Council on Foreign Relations. That was a front for J.P. Morgan and Company and the small American roundtable group. There was a roundtable group here. You had people like Thomas Lamont in it, Nancy Astor. You had people here like Walter Lippmann, the great commentator. He was a great commentator because he was part of the secret society, and they pushed him as the great pundit who everybody would have to listen to. So the Council on Foreign Relations became America's invisible government, and the fact that most people don't realize that simply shows how powerful they are. They today control both the liberal and conservative media. They control all of our television networks. They control most of our major magazines. They control publication. They control distribution of books. They control what the American people think. Now, this is really rather interesting because here they're really talking about the financing of communism in the United States. And let's just go down here to the last paragraph. Who finances the communists in the United States? The last paragraph at the bottom, the chief evidence, however, can be found in the files of HUAC, the House Un-American Activities Committee, which shows that Thomas Lamont, and he is a senior partner in J.P. Morgan and Company, his wife Flora, and his son Corliss as sponsors and financial angels of almost a score of extreme left organizations, including the Communist Party itself. Do you really think the communists in Russia have enough money to fund the Communist Party? Oh, they may have been sending some money over, but most of the money, of course, was coming from the great financiers in the United States, because we had to have an enemy to keep the conservatives, the foolish right-wingers in America, from understanding what was really going on. And then, of course, Professor Quigley tells us on page 866 what is going to happen. Regardless of the outcome of the situation, it's increasingly clear that in the 20th century, the expert will replace the industrial tycoon in control of the economic system, even as he will replace the democratic voter in control of the political system. This is because planning will inevitably replace laissez-faire in the relationship between the two systems. Hopefully, the element of choice and freedom may survive for the ordinary individual, in that he may be free to make a choice between two opposing political groups, even if these groups have little policy choice within the parameters of policy established by the experts. In other words, you can vote for whoever you want to, but it doesn't make any difference because the same policy is going to be going on. And he may have the choice to switch his economic support from one large unit to another. But in general, his freedom and choice will be controlled within very narrow alternatives by the fact that he'll be numbered from birth and followed as a number throughout his educational training, his required military or public service, his tax contributions, his health and medical requirement, and finally retirement and death benefits. Little wonder that somebody bought up Macmillan Company and destroyed the plates of this book, because the last thing they really wanted was anybody to understand what was going on in America. He talks about banking. This is at page 325. This power of the Bank of England and its governors was admitted by most qualified observers. And he says in January of 1924, Reginald McKenna, who had been a Chancellor of the Exchequer in 1915-16, as chairman of the board of Midland Bank, told its stockholders, "I'm afraid the ordinary citizen will not like to be told that banks can and do create money. And they who control the credit of the nation direct the policy of the government and hold in the hollow of their hands the destiny of the people." And on page 324, he makes this statement basically about the pragmatic goals of financial capitalism, had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalistic fashion by the central banks of the world, acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank in the hands of men like Montague Norman of the Bank of England, Benjamin Strong of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, Charles Rist of the Bank of France, Hymar Schacht of the Reichsbank, sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchanges, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. In other words, the best politicians that money can buy. And then, of course, he goes on to tell how these people backed Adolf Hitler, encouraged Adolf Hitler at every turn. But these are the sort of things that the public weren't supposed to understand. They were to think that Adolf Hitler just sort of came out of no place. What a fascinating book came out in 1972 called None Dare Call It Conspiracy, written by Gary Allen and Larry Abraham, pointing out that Khrushchev, the leader of the Soviet Union, the most powerful man in Russia, until one weekend when Nelson Rockefeller went over for a visit to Russia, and the following week Khrushchev was managing a power plant in Siberia someplace, a hydroelectric plant. And people began saying, well, maybe the force behind Russian communism has nothing to do with Russia. Maybe the force behind Russian communism really is in New York. 1975, this book came out, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, pointing out, of course, that it was General Motors, General Electric, International Telephone and Telegraph, Ford Motor Company, Chase Manhattan Bank, Exxon, who built up Hitler's war machine. I have in my records a letter from Ambassador Dodd, the American ambassador to Germany during the 1930s, writing to Colonel House. Everybody was writing to Colonel House. And he was saying, Why is it that American corporations are building up Hitler's war-making material capacity? I mean, we just got through with a war. Nobody wants a war. Do the American stockholders know that you can't get any money out of Germany because of the exchange controls? There's no profit to be made. Why are American corporations building up the war-making capacity of Adolf Hitler? And of course, it's very simply because we were preparing for war. Now, you can, of course, read Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution by Sutton going into the fact that we financed communism for its inception, national suicide going into the fact that we financed the North Vietnamese all during the Vietnam War. We were giving money to Russia, $40 billion loans to Russia so they could provide the war material to the North Vietnamese to kill our boys. But you see, the war in Vietnam really wasn't about communism. It was about distracting the American people from the fact we were becoming a socialist nation. This is when the Great Society came about, the best enemies money can buy. Let me just take you quickly back to the murder on the Orient Express, because Monsieur Perot finally decides that there are 12 suspects. There are 12 stab wounds in Mr. Ratchet. They all did it. Every one of them had a motive, and of course it was agreed upon that this very evil man was to be eliminated. And I'd like to suggest that most of the organizations we've talked about this evening are all involved in a worldwide movement to change the world, but most people have failed to recognize what the force was behind them. And so back in 1980, I went back to Georgetown University to try to figure out what was really going on. And I went through the papers of Professor Quigley to try to find out how he even knew there was a secret society, because if you read his book, you will never find out how he knew there was a secret society. And of course, I came across his letters to Professor Alfred Zimmern, and he basically had been told about the secret society by Professor Zimmern, who was part of the secret society. The following year, the book, The Anglo-American Establishment, came out, in which Professor Quigley tells us that Zimmern was part of the inner core of this secret society from 1910 to 1922, but in none of his written publications does Quigley ever reveal how he knew about the secret society. I know how he knew, because I have all of his papers and his letters to Zimmern. And of course, Professor Quigley then tells us this. He says, a wintry afternoon in February of 1981, and this comes from the Anglo-American Establishment. 3 men were engaged in earnest conversation in London, and from their conversations were to flow consequences of the greatest importance to the British Empire and to the world as a whole. For these men were organizing a secret society that was for more than 50 years to be of the utmost important, or be one of the most important forces in the formulation and execution of British imperial and foreign policy. And then, of course, he tells us in the Anglo-American Establishment that the Rhodes Scholarships established by the terms of Cecil Rhodes' 7th will are known to everyone. What is not so widely known is that Rhodes in 5 previous wills left his fortune to form a secret society which was to devote itself to the preservation and expansion of the British Empire, and what does not seem to be known to anyone as that this secret society was created by Rhodes and its principal trustee, Lord Milner, and continues to exist to this day. Well, we went to find out how we can document this. We came across a book that was written by William T. Stead. You'll have to understand that the secret society, the 4 original members were Cecil Rhodes, William Stead, Lord Milner, and a man named Brett, who later became Lord Esher, who was the senior advisor to the monarchs of England for 25 years, both the Queen Victoria and the various subsequent monarchs. And so the monarchy of Great Britain was in the hands of the secret society. Stead was eventually thrown out of the secret society, and so he was quite willing to write about it. In his diary, he discussed it, and this comes from the book, The Letters of William T. Stead by Francis White. And here he talks about he's describing what actually happened. Stead is telling about it because he's one of the only people who ever came out of the society and was actually thrown out of it. The talk centered presently upon the secret society of the elect. Rhodes liked that word, who were to bind themselves to work for the British Empire in the way in which the Jesuits worked for the Church of Rome. And then he tells us, and let's just take the bottom paragraph here, I telegraphed for Brett, who came 2 hours later. We had a long talk, the net upshot of which the ideal arrangement would be, so far as we could see, Rhodes, the general of the society, Stead, Brett, Milner to be the hunter of 3. After Rhodes, Stead to be general, with a 3rd, possibly Rothschild in succession behind them, Manning, the Booths, Little Johnston, Albert Gray, Arthur Balfour. Remember the name Arthur Balfour because it was a clue to what's Professor Quigley missed. Now, among Professor Quigley's papers, we found Rhodes' Confession of Faith. We have the original, and it's available to any of you who would like to see it, at least the original copy that Professor Quigley had gotten from Milner, who had gotten it from the Rhodes House at Oxford. But this is what Rhodes wrote. In the present day, I become a member of the Masonic Order. I see the wealth and power they possess, the influence they hold, and I think over their ceremonies, and I wonder that a large body of men can vote themselves to what at times appears the most ridiculous and absurd rites without an object and without an end. The idea gleaming and dancing before one's eyes like a will-o'-the-wisp at last frames itself into a plan. Why should we not form a secret society with but one object, the furtherance of the British Empire, for bringing of the whole uncivilized world under British rule, for the recovery of the United States, for the making of the Anglo-Saxon race, but one empire? Well, what, of course, really has been missed is the fact that Rhodes himself had gone into Masonry. And then, of course, William Stead, who was one of the three original members of the society, was not only into spiritualism, he was a disciple of Madame Blavatsky. And so we begin to see the occult foundations of this organization that Rhodes was creating. But Lord Balfour, who eventually became the Prime Minister of England, was deeply involved with spiritualism and, of course, with the Society for Psychical Research. And what Quigley failed to realize, although this comes from page 31 and 32 of his book, is the influence of the occult on this whole movement to create a world government, because as Christians we recognize this is to become the government of the Antichrist. And so he's writing about the various blocks in Great Britain, and there were power blocks within the aristocracy. One was the Cecil block, one was the Milner block, because, of course, after Milner got control of all of Rhodes' great wealth, he became a power in the English aristocracy. And Quigley writes, one of the enduring creations of the Cecil block is the Society for Psychical Research, which holds a position in the history of the Cecil block similar to that held by the Royal Institute of International Affairs and the Milner Group. The society was founded in 1882 by the Balfour family and their in-laws. In the 20th century, it was dominated by those members of the Cecil block who became most readily members of the Milner Group. Now, the Society for Psychical Research, according to Dr. Quigley, was made up of Englishmen who were interested in studying the occult and the supernatural. The society was formed, of all people, by Alfred, Lord Tennyson's uncle. And Lord Tennyson, who wrote about the Parliament of Man and the Federation of the World, was a member of this organization. Of course, the stated goal of the secret society of the Round Table, and you can get their publications at any major library, was to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth. But without God, man was going to accomplish this. The goal of the Council on Foreign Relations has always been to bring about a world government. Now, Cecil Rhodes had entered the Masonic Lodge. And when you enter the Masonic Lodge and take the first introductory pledges, first of all, they blindfold you, they put a noose around your neck, they bare your left chest, you roll up your left pants leg, take off your left shoe, kneel before the altar, and of course then you take these horrible oaths where you swear, if you ever reveal anything that you have heard, why in the first degree, why they tear out your tongue, cut your throat, bury you in the sands of the sea up to the level of your neck at low tide, so when the tide comes in, you're dead if you're not already dead. Second degree, of course, they cut out your entrails and burn them and feed them to the birds of the air. Third degree, they cut out your heart. I mean, it's by the fourth degree, things are really pretty bad. Adult men swear these oaths, but what you have to understand is that as you're kneeling blindfolded before the altar, before a Bible, the Holy Bible, the worshipful master asks you, what do you desire? And you are told to answer the light. You have no idea what the light is, but you answer the light. In the second degree, you're told to ask for more light. And the third degree, you want even more light. Many of you here, I suspect, are born-again Christians, and many of you have prayed the sinner's prayer, and when you pray the sinner's prayer, something happens. Your life changes forevermore. I know this happened to me, and it's happened to many people, but when the Mason swears this oath, something happens to him too. For he has requested the light to come in and dominate his life. Now this is Albert Pike, the leading Masonic philosopher of the last century, and in his book Morals and Dogma, which was given to every Mason who advanced through the degrees up until 1974, this was the Masonic Bible. And what Pike wrote on page 104, Masonry conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and the sages of the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve to be misled, to conceal the truth which it calls light from them, and to draw them away from it. In other words, you ask for the light, but we're not going to let you know what the light is. On page 819, the blue degrees are about the outer court of the portico of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed for the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretation. It is not intended that he shall understand them, for it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts and the princes of Masonry. He goes on to tell us that on page 722, if you desire to gain admission to the sanctuary, we have said enough to show you the way. And if you do not, it's useless for us to say more, as it has been useless for us to say so much. On page 781, he tells you, if you reflect, my brother, you will no doubt suspect that some secret meaning was concealed in these words. But what's the secret meaning? On page 219, the right raises a quarter of the veil, even in the degree of apprentice, for there declares that Masonry is a worship. So what are they worshiping? Well, on pages 839 and 840 of Morals and Dogma, and I'm just going to take the bottom paragraph because this is the important one. It was the remembrance of this scientific and religious absolute. The absolute is capitalized, reflecting deity. Of this doctrine that is summed up in a word, of this word, capital W, deity. In fine, alternately lost and found again, that was transmitted to the elect of all ancient initiations. It was this same remembrance preserved, or perhaps profaned, in the celebrated Order of the Templars, that became for all secret associations of the Rosy Cross, that's the Rosicrucians, of the Illuminati, and of the Hermetic Freemasons, the reason of their strange rites, of their signs more or less conventional, and above all, of their mutual devotedness and of their power. In other words, if you get into these things, you will get power. Power that you cannot believe, and you will have great wealth. But at what cost? Well, when I went through Professor Quigley's papers, and of course we found the interview with him that we've already discussed, and if you get the interview, you'll actually hear him talking about these crazy right-wingers who come to him, and they show him that symbol, and they tell him that's the symbol of the Illuminati. And he says, that's not the symbol of the Illuminati. That's been around for 5,000 years. That's the symbol of the mystery religions of antiquity, and that's what it really is. This is the symbol of the mystery religions of Persia and Babylon and Egypt. This goes back to the ancient pagan religions, which are the basis of all modern-day secret societies. And every single one of them ties into this. Now, you'll recall that we were talking about the Knights Templar. What were the Knights Templar? They were a religious order that in the about 1,000, 1,100 went on the Crusades, and they were to guard the temple, where once it stood Solomon's Temple, Temple Square, where today the Great Mosque of Al-Mar is. But there, of course, they came in contact with people who were part of the mystery religions. And they came back to Europe in the 1200s. They became the most significant financial force in Europe. They became the bankers of Europe. And using a fractional reserve banking system, all of the monarchies of Europe became indebted to them, just as governments today spend more than they have. So in those days, they spent more than they had, and the Templars dominated what was going on. But, of course, then it was discovered that the Templars were Luciferian, and Jacques de Molay, their leader, was burned at the stake in the early 1300s. Of course, today, the young people who are sons of Masons belong to the de Molays, as did Bill Clinton. Let me read again that final statement on page 840 of Morals and Dogma. It was the remembrance of this scientific and religious absolute, of this doctrine that is summed up in a word, of this word, in fine, alternately lost and found again, that was transmitted to the elect of all ancient initiation. It was this same remembrance preserved, or perhaps profaned, in the celebrated Order of the Templars that became, for all the secret associations of the Rosy Cross, of the Illuminati, of the Hermetic Freemasons, the reason for their strange rites, and of their signs more or less conventional, and above all of their mutual devotedness and of their power. What is it about? Well, on page 321 of Morals and Dogma, Pike lays it right out. Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable, blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not. Why, it's simply Luciferianism. If you read Manly P. Hall's book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, he's very, very clear what it's about. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands. That's what it's all about. It's Luciferianism, and manifested in every aspect of our society today. Little wonder they want to take God out of our schools. And a book called Spiritual Politics, written by Corrine McLaughlin and Gordon Davidson, a very important book written by people who are involved in the occult. They will explain to you what it's really all about. J.P. Morgan, the great banker, of course, was into astrology. He said his astrologer told him how to make his investments, to make all of his money. Henry Ford was involved in the occult. Andrew Carnegie was involved in the occult. And Colonel House, the man who was able to control Clemenceau in Orlando and Woodrow Wilson and FDR, and able to go in the room and talk to people, and of course convince them to take up his ideas. The man who was so intent upon having communism survive when others wanted to do away with it, he was one of the leaders of the occult movement. And of course this is why he left a copy of the protocols for those in the future to uncover. And so we begin to see these patterns unfolding. Let me read again what Manly P. Hall said, because this is so important. When the Mason learns the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands. You can read the book of Revelation by Barbara Marx Hubbard. The original manuscript was actually been somewhat altered. This book you can get at bookstores today. It tells about the coming horror that is going to occur in the mass extermination of people. This book was published by the Lawrence Rockefeller Fund for the Enhancement of the Humanities. But in the original text, which we have, she says this. Now, this book is channeled to her, and she readily admits that, by what she calls the Christ light, but I believe is a demonic spirit. And she is rewriting the book of Revelation so you, if you are an occultist, can understand it. She quotes Revelation 6:8, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over a fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and the beasts of the earth. And then she goes on to say, out of the full spectrum of human personality, 1/4 is electing to transcend with all their heart, mind, and spirit. 1/4, however, is resistant to election. They're unattracted by life ever evolving. Their higher self is unable to penetrate the density of their mammalian senses. They can't be reached. They're defective seeds. Ladies and gentlemen, she's talking about you and me, those of us who worship the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, as we approach the quantum shift from creature human to co-creative human, the destructive 1/4 must be eliminated from the social body. Fortunately, you, dearly beloveds, are not responsible for this act. We are. We are in charge of God's selection process for planet Earth. He selects, we destroy, for we are the riders of the pale horse, death. Let's go on and just point out that this is a book written in about 1900 by Rudyard Kipling, and all of his books at that time had the swastika on the front. Remember, he wrote the eulogy to Cecil Rhodes. Of course, he himself was involved in the occult. That's an occult symbol. That's why Adolf Hitler used the swastika, because it was an occult symbol. Of course, Harry Truman, who gave China and Eastern Europe to the communists, was a 33rd degree Mason. Winston Churchill, who insisted on the invasion of Gallipoli and of North Africa to create the carnage that would justify a world government, was a Druid, entered the Druids in 1908, was a 3rd degree Mason, and that's why he got along so well with FDR. J. Edgar Hoover, who was in office. It didn't really matter whether the Democrats or Republicans were there. He was always in office. He was a 33rd degree Mason. That's how you get ahead in government. Let me take you to the material I gave you a little earlier from the Lucis Trust. And you remember I showed you this page before. where they were talking about meditation, letting in the light. Well, now you can know what the light is. Light is Lucifer. Let's go down to the second Roman numeral, alignment. We project a light of lighted energy towards the spiritual hierarchy of the planet and the planetary heart, the great ashram of Sanat Kumara. Who is Sanat Kumara? We'll just change the letters around. It's Satan, of course. I mean, they're so openly and so blatant about it, but most people don't understand. Where does communism fit in this whole scenario? Well, Reverend Richard Wurmbrand was a Protestant minister living in Romania. He was arrested, put in prison, and tortured for 14 years to break his faith. Many of the ministers who were with him, of course, eventually broke. Many of them died in prison. When he finally got out of prison, he couldn't understand why they didn't just put him in prison. Why did they want to break his faith? And so he began to study Karl Marx. And, of course, what he found out that Karl Marx, contrary to everything you've ever been led to believe, was not an atheist. And Karl Marx did not believe in socialism and communism. He was a Satanist, and he realized that socialism would destroy Western Christian civilization, which he hated. And that's why he embraced it, as did Proudhon and Bakunin and all of the other leading socialists at that time. They weren't socialists. They embraced socialism to destroy America. Of course, here you'll see the emblem of the Trilateral Commission. You look very closely, you'll three sixes joined together by an upside-down broken cross. The Trilateral Commission, created by David Rockefeller and Zygmunt Brzezinski. We started our discussion today with a poem from James Russell Lowell. And I want to give you the full text of that because it really lays out what this battle is all about. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. In that strife of truth with falsehood for the good or evil side. Some new cause, some new Messiah, offering each the bloomer bright. And the strife goes on forever twixt the darkness and the light. Then decide with truth is noble, and to share her wretched crust, ere her cause brings fame and fortune, and 'tis prosperous to be just. Then it is the brave man chooses, while the coward stands aside, until the multitudes make virtue of the faith they had denied. By the light of burning martyrs, Christ, thy bleeding feet we track, toiling up new Calvaries ever with a cross that turns not back. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong, though her portion be the scaffold and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. And that's what it's all about. Martin Luther understood this battle when he wrote that great hymn that we used to sing in church. We don't sing it anymore. A mighty fortress is our God, when he said, for still our ancient foe doth cease to worketh woe. His power and craft are great, and armed with cruel hate on earth is not his equal. And St. Paul understood it in Ephesians 6:11 when he wrote, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this earth, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And the devil understood it because on the Mount of Temptation he said to Jesus Christ, if you'll simply fall down and worship me, all of these kingdoms on earth can be yours. But unfortunately, the modern church doesn't understand it. And our ministers tell us, oh, you're not to be involved in anything. Why, Romans 13 will tell you that if you oppose what's going on in the world today, of course, you're opposing the will of God. Now, at the beginning of this program, I put on the screen this emblem. And I want to tell you what it is. It appears at the top of page 839 of Morals and Dogma. And you will see the compass and the square. Here's the compass, here's the square, Masonic symbols. Man and woman join together in one body. When they join together, of course, they create life, just as God does. You see the symbols of men and women. On the opposite side, you see modified swastika and an altered cross. You see the symbols of light above, the sun and the moon, always symbols of light and of the occult movement. But you see where their feet are standing. While they're standing on the dragon, who is Lucifer, which of course overshadows the world. Now, Every Mason has seen this. Most of them really don't understand it, you see. But why are their feet firmly planted on the dragon? Well, because the dragon is the basis of Masonry and of all the occult secret societies. Theosophy, Rosicrucianism, the Knight Templar, the Illuminati, they are all Luciferian. And yet most people would look at that and never understand. Because, you see, throughout all history, these secret societies have been used to demonstrate the existence of the Luciferian movement, which dates back to the Garden of Eden, and time again throughout history, we see it being played out in Cain and rebellion against God because he didn't like God's commandment that there had to be a blood sacrificed, and so he kills Abel. We find it again at the time of Noah, when Luciferianism had literally taken over the world and God had to destroy the world except for Noah and his family. We saw it with Nimrod trying to unite all the world and build the Temple of Babylon. We see the evil taking control in Sodom and Gomorrah. They, of course, had to destroy that completely. You hear that Joshua was told he was to kill everyone in Jericho. Why? Why? Because they were sacrificing their children to the gods. And this is one thing God could not tolerate. Only Rahab and her family were spared. They were to kill every living thing in Jericho because the evil had taken hold. But the tragedy is that evil has taken hold of our land today. And America is being used to push this world government on all the rest of the world. This is what Desert Storm was about. This is what Kosovo was about. This is what Vietnam was about. This is what Korea, the First World War, the Second World War, all to bring about this world government. Well, now you know the secrets that have been concealed for people for so long. And, of course, we hope that you will become educated, begin to educate others to understand that we are not involved in a political battle. We're not involved in an ideological battle. We're not involved in a cultural war. We're involved in a spiritual war that is being fought on a political and ideological and cultural battlefield. And it is our job to be involved and to educate people as to what is happening. It was in 1838 when Abraham Lincoln addressed the Lyceum in Springfield, Illinois, and he said this: "At what point should we expect the approach of danger? By what means should we fortify ourselves against it? Should we expect some transatlantic giant to step the ocean and crush us with a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe and Asia and Africa combined could never by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a mark on the Blue Ridge, not in a trial of 1,000 years. That at what point should we expect the approach of danger? And I answer, if it ever reaches, it must spring up among us. It can never come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we ourselves must be its authors and its finishers. As a nation of free men, we shall live on through all time, or die by suicide." And ladies and gentlemen, we're dying by suicide today. Let me close with that quotation which is engraved in the marble behind Thomas Jefferson's statue in the Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. "God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. But can the liberty of a nation be secure when the conviction has been forgotten that liberty is the gift of God? I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, and his justice cannot sleep forever." Our job, first of all, is to pray as if it's up to the Lord, and then to work as if it's up to us, to educate people and to bring the truth to as many people as we can in the time that we have left. Let me thank you for your attention and for being such a good audience. God bless you.
All of America needs to hear that message. If all of America had that message, we wouldn't have such a mess. There's so many ways out of this, but it all boils down to the blessings of God. This past Sunday morning, I was walking out of the garage to get in the car to go to the church, and there was a fellow that had made arrangements to come by and do something, some repairs at our house. And I obviously could not walk by him on a Sunday morning and not invite him to church, even though it was obvious, obviously, he was not going to go to church that Sunday morning. So I turned to him and I said, "I'd like to invite you to go to church." And he said, "Why?" I said, "Because hell's hot and it's permanent." Well, I mean, let's be honest with them. Hell's hot and it's permanent. And then he says, well, I know that's probably for some people. And I said, well, let's look at it this way. There's a heaven and there's a hell, and everybody that's been born is going to spend eternity in one or the other. I said, you ought to go to church so you can spend eternity in heaven, not hell. I mean, that's why we go. And he said, well, I know some people believe that way. And I said, well, let me encourage you to come to church so you can find out the truth for yourself and check it out. And you need to investigate it. And I say, folks, tonight we have investigated what the devil is doing. We've investigated his tricks, his devices. And just like the Mason, they put a noose around his neck, they bare one chest, they roll up one pant leg, take off one shoe, and they have him come in and kneel and take an oath to receive Lucifer. Now, as a Christian, if we want to receive Jesus, if we want to spend eternity in heaven rather than eternity in hell, it's as simple as this. We just have to take an oath to follow Jesus. But he wants us, when we take that oath, to take it and mean it and stick to it. Amen? All right, now, how do we get to heaven? How do we renounce? If you've been, people maybe watching the videotape, if you've been involved in some of this, or if you've dabbled with the Ouija board, if you played with dowsing and some of the other occult things, how do we renounce some of that? And how do we get our sins washed away? How do we get our name written in the book of life? First of all, we have to realize is we cannot earn our way into heaven. Ephesians 2:8-9 says, for it is by grace you are saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is a gift from God, not of works, lest any man should boast. We also have to understand that we're all sinners. Romans 3:23 says, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. In other words, we all deserve death. We all deserve that punishment. Now, how do we reach out and take that gift of life? How do we take that oath, getting us the opportunity to go to heaven? Romans 10:9-10 says, if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God has raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. What's it saying? It's simply saying it's not enough to believe it and not say it, and it's not enough to say it and not believe it. We've got to believe it, we've got to say it. And it's a commitment, folks. It's not just a little prayer that we're going to say today, and then we're going to go live like a devil tomorrow. Once you make that commitment, you don't backslide. You don't step back. You always march forward. You continue to follow on in the footsteps of Jesus. Acts 2:38 says, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ, for the remission of your sins, and you shall receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. Now, what's that word repent mean? Well, in my life, one time, having made a mess of my life, doing in my life what I wanted to do, and I think we've all been there, I sat down one day and I said, Lord, I made a mess of my life. I said, but I tell you what, I'll make you a promise. I'll make you a guarantee. I'll make a covenant. Okay? It's not lightly made and it's not easily broken. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you'll forgive my sins, if you'll give me another chance, from here on out, I promise I'm going to do my best to follow your laws. Does that mean I'm perfect? No. But it does mean my objective is to be perfect. No spot, no wrinkle. Live a holy life. That's our objective. All right? And I said, if you'll forgive my sins, I promise I'll read your book and I'll do my best to follow your laws. And my whole life turned around. Just like when that Mason goes in, kneels down, takes that oath to receive Lucifer, his whole life turns around. And the Christian, their whole life turns around. If you want your life to turn around, then you'll pray this prayer. Holy Spirit, I ask you to go out and knock on the hearts of the people right here in the audience and those people watching on the videotape, that they'll not put this decision off. They'll make that decision right now, and not make it easily, but make it a firm commitment from now on out, that they'll make that decision and not put it off in Jesus' name. Now, you may be saying, I've prayed that prayer. Well, I pray it every day. Let's all say it together. Everyone, bow your heads, no one looking around. Let's say it together. Dear Heavenly Father, I admit I'm a sinner, and I confess with my mouth, and I believe in my heart that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of the living God, died on the cross, arose 3 days later. accept His blood to wash my sins away. Ask Him to write my name in the book of life. Keep me holy and save me in the day of trouble. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, unfortunately, there's folks that will tell you that's all you have to do is pray that little prayer and you're going to heaven. Well, that's not what my Bible says. Matthew 7:21 says, not everyone that cries, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heaven, but those that doeth the will of the Father. All right? In other words, you have to follow on. He says, be ye holy, for I'm holy. He says, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. So it's only the first step in a journey that ends only when we get to see Him. All right? Also, it's not over in another way, because Matthew 10:32-3 says, whosoever confesses me before men, him will I confess before my Father which is in heaven. Whosoever denies me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Now, what He's wanting us to do is to stand up before a group of people and say with our mouth, Jesus is Lord. Now, ask yourself this. If you can't stand in a Christian meeting in front of Christians and say Jesus is Lord, how sure is your Christianity? How sure is your salvation? And if you can't do it here, how are you going to do it in the shadow of the guillotine? Come on. Right? Okay? It's a good first step is all it is. Now, here's the way we're going to do this. If you prayed that prayer for the very first time you prayed that prayer a minute, first time you asked Jesus to come in your heart, first time you asked to be saved, would you raise your hand? Just raise your hand. Okay? All right? Now, if you prayed that prayer, rededicating your life, saying, I've slipped in the past, but boy, from here on out, I'm going to make a new commitment to follow God's laws. Would you raise your hand? Amen. Good, good. I see you. I see you. All right?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Granada Forum on February 1st, 2007. I want to introduce a wonderful man, a man who's a doctor, a man who wrote a book which is famous called The Brotherhood of Darkness. He specializes in talk radio and interviewing all kinds of things on the New World Order. So without any further ado, let me bring this wonderful guest, Mr. Dr. Stanley Monteith.
Reality is usually scoffed at. Illusion is usually king. But in the battle for survival of Christian civilization, it's going to be reality, not illusion or delusion, that'll determine what the future will bring. I begin my radio programs 5 hours every day with that statement, but it's really very, very true today. Because the great problem we have today is most people really have no grasp of what's going on in the world. Now, most people believe that we have freedom of the press and freedom of speech, but the truth of the matter is that most of the things that are going on today are little known to the average individual, for there is a secret. In fact, it has been said that an understanding of the forces that shape the events of the 20th century and are shaping the events of this century is predicated not upon facts to be learned, but rather upon secrets to be discovered. Now, let me simply give you an example. I assume most people here in the audience today are fairly well informed. But how many of you know what Operation Keelhaul was? Everybody here within, certainly who's going to be watching this program has heard of the Holocaust and the tragic death of 6 million Jews during the Second World War. But how many people have heard about Operation Keelhaul when at the end of the Second World War, there were approximately 6 million Russians who had either defected to the Nazis or been captured by the Nazis and were held at the end of the Second World War in prison camps in Europe, England, Canada, and the United States. And they were rounded up then at the end of the Second World War and at bayonet point forced to return to Russia to be killed. 2 million of them were immediately killed. 2 million more were sent to Siberia where they were worked to death, and 2 million could never once again get a job or own a piece of property in Russia. They became the faceless, nameless people there. A perfect example of the fact that there was no escape from Soviet tyranny. Everybody in Russia knew about Operation Keelhaul. Nobody in America knows about it. Now, if you want to verify it, today, why, you can go up on the internet and look up Operation Keelhaul. Figures often used as 2 million, but the figure was really almost 6 million, as verified by a man named Tolstoy, who is the famous Tolstoy of War and Peace fame's nephew. A book by Julius Epstein called Operation Keelhaul, another book called East Came West, but you can verify this up on the internet today. And yet we never talk about the death of almost 6 million people here in America today under Operation Keelhaul. How many people know about Operation Paperclip? We're at the end of the Second World War. Why, the Nazis, those wicked Nazis, thousands of the scientists were brought here to the United States to work on our space program, to work on psychological programs, mind control programs, and biological warfare, creating new and terrible diseases, some of which plague our population today. And then, of course, 10,000 of the most vicious of the Nazi war criminals were helped to escape to South America by something called the Rat Line under Operation Paperclip, mediated by the CIA and MI6. Martin Bormann, Dr. Mengele, Klaus Barbie, and many of the other vicious Nazi names that we remember. 10,000, we helped them escape, and most of them lived out their lives comfortably in South America. How could you conceal something like that from the American people? How many Americans have ever heard of the fact that at the end of the Second World War we abandoned between 20 and 25,000 American soldiers to die in Siberia, and not one of them was ever released? Our government knew about it and abandoned them there. That's covered in the Helms Committee report, which we have, came out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Not a mention of that in the media. How many Americans have heard of the Great Hunger? Where between 1958 and 1962 in China, the regime that we had brought to power there when we toppled the regime of Chiang Kai-shek and brought the communists to power in 1949, that between 1958 and 1962, the communist government starved to death between 41 and 43 million people. You can go up on the internet and look it up. They usually use the figure 30 million, but the actual figure, according to Stephen Mosier, who got the figures from the communist officials, was between 41 and 43 million people. How could you cover up the intentional killing of between 41 and 43 million people? Why, reality is usually scoffed at. Illusion is usually king. But in the battle for the survival of Christian civilization, it's going to be reality, not illusion or delusion, that will determine what the future will bring. And our job is to try to get people to understand what is really going on in the world today. So to give you some idea of a background and frame of mind, I'd like to give you the opening words of one of the greatest books of modern time. It was written by Charles Dickens. It was called The Tale of Two Cities. It was the story of the French Revolution. And this is what he said. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of reason, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the time of light, it was the time of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. And of course, this was the story of the French Revolution. And the French Revolution was the first in a series of revolutions that have continued since that time. Now, the one thing about the opening is the opposites. almost as if there's a duality. In other words, as if there are two positions. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of reason, it was the age of foolishness. And if you study what's going on in the world today, you realize that this duality is the predominant force within our world today. Some of us believe one thing, others know the truth. Because indeed there is a secret. It has been passed down through the generations, but very, very few know what it's about. Probably the best book on the French Revolution and this world revolution that we speak of was written by James H. Billington, who for many years headed the Smithsonian Institute and is today the Librarian of Congress. Now his book, Fire in the Minds of Men, is a classic. In fact, if you read President Bush's 2005 inaugural speech, he talks about the fire in the minds of men, how it warms those who seek after freedom and how it burns those who oppose it. Why was he referring to this book, Fire in the Minds of Men, this idea? Well, what James H. Billington tells us in this book is that there is a world revolution. It began with the French Revolution. Actually, of course, he leaves off the American Revolution, which was the first in a series of revolutions that first of all shook Europe, and then, of course, destabilized France repeatedly, and Germany and Italy. And then after the First World War, led to the German Revolution and the destruction of the German Empire, the destruction of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the destruction of the Russian Empire, and established communism in Russia. And then after the Second World War, it led to the revolution in China and the revolution in Cuba. And you cannot understand anything going on today unless you understand there is a continuing revolution. Now, the book Fire in the Minds of Men was written in 1980. The year before that, of course, we had three great revolutions. We had one in Nicaragua that displaced the existing government of Somoza and put in the Sandinista, a communist regime, and was mediated by your government. There was another in Iran, where they overthrew the Shah of Iran and installed the mullahs, who now we seem to be in confrontation with. At least that would be the appearance of what's going on. And then, of course, there was a revolution in Iraq. And a man named Saddam Hussein came to power. And if you think Saddam Hussein could have come to power without the full help and support of the American Central Intelligence Agency, you do not understand what is driving the world revolution today. And just last year, we completed another revolution as we bucked the communist regime that has taken over in Nepal, the Maoist regime that's taken over in Nepal. But we're so fixated upon what's going on in the Middle East today, most people are totally unaware of the revolution that occurred last year in Nepal, as nation after nation after nation is prepared for the ultimate goal, that age-old plan of a new world order and a new world religion. Well, to understand really what's going on today in the world, we really need to take you back to a talk and to a story I've told many times, and you've probably heard me tell this story that was written 350 or more years before Christ was born in Bethlehem. It was an allegory, really. It's one of the most famous stories ever written. It was the story of a group of men and women who'd been taken captive and been taken into a gigantic cave where for many years they were kept in chains. Chains so that their backs were towards the center of the cavern, their faces were towards the wall of the cavern. And there, in the center of the cavern, they burned an eternal flame, an eternal fire. Now, that flame then would cast shadows on the wall of the cave. And the people there in their chains, all they could see was the dancing shadows on the wall of the cave. At times, their captors would make humorous shadows, and those would be projected upon the wall of the cave, and the people would laugh because it was funny. Other times it'd be frightening shadows. The people would cringe in terror and fear because that was the reality. Simply the dancing shadows on the wall of the cave. And then one day one of their group broke loose from his chains And he went out, and he saw reality. He saw the sun and the stars and the brooks and the trees and what the world was really like, and he went back into the cave, and he broke his fellows loose from their chains and tried to lead them into reality. But as they approached the mouth of the cave, the light blinded them, and they turned back. Now, this story is known as the parable of the cave, and it was written by Plato. You'll find it in his Republic. It is one of the more famous things he's ever written, and the interpretation of this that most people would have is that life really hasn't changed very much since those days. Our reality is what we are allowed to see. We see the dancing shadows, and that becomes our reality. Certainly most people who've studied what goes on in America realize that the media is controlled. And if you can suppress the story of Operation Keelhaul and Operation Paperclip and the great hunger and the murder, the starving to death of between 41 and 43 million people in China. Some people say it's only 30 million. Well, 30 million, 43 million, every one of them is a unique individual human being made in the image and likeness of God. I mean, how could you suppress things like that? Very simply, the media is controlled. And so our reality is what we're allowed to hear and see. And as we turn on our television sets, as we listen to talk radio, our minds are being shaped, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. That quotation comes from Edward Bernays, the father of modern day propaganda, in his book, I think in 1928, called Propaganda. But it is really so true. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes are formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. And so that's the interpretation that I've had for many years, the parable of the cave. But recently I've come to realize there's another interpretation, far more pointed, far more important, and far more applicable to an understanding of unfolding events today. Now, to really begin to understand what's going on, you have to understand the writings of a man named Leo Strauss and the teachings of a man named Professor Leo Strauss at the University of Chicago. And Leo Strauss was really the father of modern-day neoconservatism. The neoconservatives, or the neocons, run the Bush administration today and have taken us into another no-win war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I say this is a no-win war because, well, let me give you an example. During the first Gulf War in 1991, the president's father, George Herbert Walker Bush, amassed an army of 695,000 men, not to engage Saddam Hussein's troops, but just to shoo them out of Kuwait. We didn't try to go in and take Kuwait. 695,000 troops. Did a pretty good job. Now, is it reasonable to think? Is it reasonable to think that, you know, with certainly the present invasion of Iraq, which was carried out in March of 2003, that we would send 160,000 men to do the job that 695,000 men didn't even attempt to do 10, 12 years earlier? Why would we send 695,000 men just to shoo the troops out of Kuwait and then only send 160,000 men, been reduced now to 140,000, although we are going to surge the number. We're not going to increase the number. We're going to surge the number. It's amazing how they use words to deceive people. And nobody ever comments, why don't they just say increase the number of troops? Well, we're going to surge the number of troops. You know, why would we think that 160,000 men are going to do a better job than 140,000 troops? I mean, if you really wanted to do the job, you'd send in a 1 million-man army, and you'd put the whole country under martial law, and that would be the end of it. And you'd maintain it until you could establish a stable government. But we've already decided we weren't going to. We invaded in March of 2003. By the 1st of April, why, we had secured the country. We were in total charge. And the military, our military, are good men. They really believe in what they're doing. And they wanted simply to turn the country back over to the Iraqis. And then Paul Bremer arrives. Paul Bremer, who works for Henry Kissinger, has worked for Henry Kissinger, is part of the elite group that controls this country. And there is an elite group that controls the country that are unelected. And Paul Bremer, over the objection of the American commanders, disbands the Iraqi army, disbands the Iraqi police force, disbands the Iraqi civil service, closes all the factories that are giving employment to people. There were a number of them that were run by the government. He said, oh, you don't want government-run factories. You want them bought up by private enterprise because private enterprise will do a better job. But what private individual is going to buy a closed factory with no employees? He closed them down, fired all the employees, nothing to go. And to this date, most of those factories have never opened again. Now, I want you to know Paul Bremer is one of the most brilliant men in America. Do you honestly believe he made a mistake? No, they don't make mistakes. They know what they're doing. They did not want a stable Iraq. They wanted the chaos, and they've managed to create chaos. And the president repeatedly denies we have a civil war. But we have a civil war there. The president insists we're winning. We're not winning. The president insists we're fighting terrorism over there. This war has nothing to do with fighting terrorism. I mean, certainly Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. We're not fighting terrorism. We're recruiting people into the terrorist cause by being there. And we're fighting another no-win war. We could even better exemplify that in Afghanistan, where our troops today are fighting the Taliban. Who are the Taliban? Well, the original term referred to students, and they were Pakistanis who were funded by Saudi Arabia and by Pakistani intelligence, the ISI, as they are still funded by the ISI today. They operate openly, they train openly, they are armed openly in Pakistan, and then they move northward into Afghanistan to kill American soldiers. Then they retreat back into Afghanistan. And who funds Pakistani intelligence? Why, the American CIA. So we fund the people who fund the Taliban that are killing our soldiers. It's Vietnam all over again. And if you go into the story of Vietnam and you get my material on Vietnam, you'll find that all during the Vietnam War, we funded the Russians who funded the North Vietnamese who killed our boys in South Vietnam. We were not allowed to win the war in Vietnam. We could have won it in 2 months at any time. I was told that personally by Ambassador Sullivan, William H. Sullivan, the ambassador to Laos, and by General Lew Walt, a 4-star Marine general. We could have won it in 2 months. We were never allowed to win the war in Vietnam, and we're not being allowed to win the war in Afghanistan or in Iran today, and nobody wants to say that. Because, you see, reality is usually scoffed at. Illusion is usually king. But in the battle for survival of Western civilization, it will be reality, not illusion or delusion, that will determine what the future will bring. Well, Professor Leo Strauss at the University of Chicago was the father of the modern-day neoconservative movement, and Professor Leo Strauss taught his pupils all about Plato. And you remember, of course, Plato had written the Parable of the Cave. And Plato is pivotal to an understanding of everything going on today. Plato's Republic really talked about this idea of creating an ideal or utopian society ruled by a so-called just man. And they were going to have this utopian society, and this was, of course, going to solve all the problems of humanity. And Professor Leo Strauss said and told his students, Plato had 2 messages. He had one message for the common students. He had another message for the elite students. Because in every generation, there are a certain number of very outstanding elite people who were told the secret and are introduced to the mysteries. And the mysteries have existed since the beginning of recorded time and continue being promoted throughout the world today. Now, to understand the mysteries, you have to know a little bit about that time. Plato's writing about 365, 375 BC. Pythagoras, Pythagoras had lived between 585 and 495 BC. He was the first in the great Greek philosophers. And he traveled to the Mideast, or to the Near East, and studied the mystery religions, returned to Greece, and set up a school where the mystery religions were taught, and where the secrets were revealed only to the very elite students. Now, most of you may have heard of the Pythagorean dictum. You probably learned it when you took geometry, and that is the fact that a square plus b square is equal to c square. The square root of the two sides of a right-angled triangle, the sum of the square root of the two sides of a right-angled triangle, is equivalent to the square root of the hypotenuse of the right-angled triangle. This is seminal to an understanding of geometry. Have any of you ever wondered how Pythagoras came up with that conclusion? Do you honestly think Pythagoras sat down and said, you know, I've been thinking. I think that a square plus b square equals c square. Where did he get this idea? He had tapped into the hidden knowledge. And there is hidden knowledge. Have you ever wondered how the great pyramids were built? Have you ever wondered the marvels of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes? Have you ever seen depictions of what this was, the Temple of Zeus? The magnificent architecture that existed long before man had the capacity to build these things using normal human intelligence? Where did the knowledge come from? Well, about 2 generations after Pythagoras established his school for teaching the mysteries in Greece, along comes Socrates. Socrates lived from 469 to 399 BC. Incidentally, all of this is in a syllabus we have in the back there because we hope you will get the information and begin studying it. Socrates' student was Plato, who lived from 428 to 347 BC. And Plato then, of course, had a student, Aristotle. And Aristotle had a student named Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great set out to conquer the world and to fulfill this idea of creating this perfect and utopian society. And Alexander the Great, with a very, very small force of Macedonians, some people say as few as, 35,000, took on the greatest armies in the world. And one of the greatest military defeats of all time, he challenged Darius, who was the emperor of Persia, with hundreds of thousands of men, perhaps as many as 1 million men, and squadrons of elephants. And here's these 35,000 little Macedonians who conquer Darius. And it allows, of course, Alexander to move into the Near East and the Middle East, into Afghanistan. Did you ever wonder how he did it? I mean, do you think he was really that much of a military genius, or was there an X factor that most people have never heard of? Well, it's very, very rare that you will find people ever mentioning the secret of the mysteries. However, we came across a book. It was written probably in the 1st century AD. It was written by Plutarch. The book is called Plutarch, The Age of Alexander. I have a copy. You can still get it. It's in print. On page 259, they talk about Alexander and the mysteries. And let me read you what he said. It seems clear that Alexander was instructed by his teacher not only in the principles of ethics and politics, but also in those secrets and more esoteric studies which philosophers do not impart to the general run of students, but only by word of mouth to a select circle of the initiated. Some years later, Alexander had crossed into Asia, and he learned that Aristotle had published some treatises dealing with these esoteric matters. And he wrote to him in blunt language and took him to task for the sake of the prestige of philosophy. And this was the text of his letter. Alexander to Aristotle, greetings. You have not done well to write down and publish these doctrines you taught me by word of mouth. What advantage shall I have over other men if these theories in which I have been trained are to be made common property? I would rather excel the rest of mankind in my knowledge of what is best rather than the extent of my power. Farewell. Now then, Aristotle responded to Alexander, And he said, he pointed out that the so-called oral doctrines, and that is the oral doctrines of the mysteries and of the secret religions, were in a sense both published and not published. For example, it's true that this treatise on metaphysics is written in a style which makes it useless for those who wish to study or teach the subject from the beginning. The book serves simply as a memorandum for those who have already been taught its general principles. The mysteries tell the secret and tell how you can tap into the hidden power. But this was not to be known by the common people. And this was exactly what Louis Strauss was telling his students back there at the University of Chicago. You see, I mean, there was one message, for the average student, but there was another message for the elite, for those people then who would come to rule the world. And you will find very, very few references to the mystery religions, if you peruse literature. We have actually gotten something here, and if you want a copy of this, we'll be glad to give it to you. It's from a book that was written in 1840. And it tells about a man named Citizen Genet, who was a member of the Illuminati. He was Jacobin. He was the American ambassador, the French ambassador to the United States in the 1790s, and he was actually had managed to irritate our authorities by interfering in American policies. And there was an effort at that time to centralize power in Washington, D.C. He was opposing our policies, and he was a Frenchman. He was the French ambassador to America. And so Washington had Thomas Jefferson write him a letter and tell him that they were going to get him recalled. And this is what Citizen Genet wrote. You will never see this any other place. We found in my own library a copy of this book written in 1840. So we made a copy for you. Whatever, sir, writes Genet, may be the result of the exploit of which you have rendered yourself the generous instrument, after having made me believe you were my friend, after having initiated me in the mysteries, which had influenced my hatred against all who aspire to absolute power. There is an act of justice which the American people, which the French people, which all free people are interested in demanding. So Thomas Jefferson had inducted Citizen Genet, who was an illuminist, into the mysteries. And of course, if you read my material, we tell you what Jefferson eventually did, where he writes about how he had eventually turned away from this, and you'll find that in my newsletter, which is included in the syllabus. And then, of course, if you read the writings of Albert Pike, in his 1871 treatise, Morals and Dogma, you'll find frequent references to the mysteries. And if you try to read that book, which is really almost the Bible of modern-day Masonry, you can't understand it unless you know the secret. And once you know the secret, it's all so obvious. In fact, once you know the secret, you see it every day, but you don't recognize it, because nobody has ever told you. So let's take you back in time, really to where this really all began. After the great flood that inundated the earth during the time of Noah, after that, a great warrior named Nimrod set out to create a one-world society under his control. And he set out to build a tower in Babylon that would be so high that if God ever tried to interfere with the affairs of men again, that they'd be able to climb to the top of the tower. They'd have nothing to worry about. But of course, God intervened, and the tower was never completed. If you go to Strasbourg today, you will find a replica of the incomplete Tower of Babylon. It is where the European Union meets on a weekly basis. Why did they create a replica of the incomplete Tower of Babylon? Because that's what the European Union is all about. It is about the reconstitution of Nimrod's ancient plan and of creating a one-world government under a ruling elite. And the European Union is simply a segment of this plan. The plan is much larger than the European Union, because there's to be an American Union, Mexico, United States, Canada, a South American Union, an African Union, an Asian Union, or a so-called ASEAN Union, a union of the Arab states. And when all of these countries have given up their national sovereignty into trade blocs, then to unite them into a one-world government with a one-world currency, a one-world ruler, and a one-world religion. That's what it's all about. That's what the mystery is all about. But why are they doing it? And what energizes them? And what gives them the tremendous power that they have? Well, of course, after the destruction of Nimrod's empire, people began moving other places. And you see the evidence of the tremendous knowledge that they had acquired in the Temple of Giza, the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And people will tell you, oh, this was the Pharaoh's tomb. But knowledgeable people will tell you, no, it was a center of worship. It's perfectly aligned north, south, east, and west. How were they able to align that at that time? How were they actually able to move those gigantic stones into place and the perfect symmetry of that? 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, probably 5,000 years ago. And of course, Stonehenge. If you go to Stonehenge today, you'll find out that on the very day of the spring equinox, if you stand before one of the vertical stones there and you look out through one of the trilithons, the sun comes up and sits right on top of this vertical stone there in front of the altar. Where did they get the knowledge to do that? If you go to South America, you'll find the pyramids there, all aligned in the same order, the Mayan and Inca pyramids. Where did the knowledge come from? And what was this really all about? Well, in about 600 BC, the Jews were captured and taken to Babylon. And the Jewish nation was transported there. The city of Jerusalem was destroyed. And when the Jews were living in Babylon, why the rabbis then were introduced to the mystery religions. And it was at that point that the Kabbalah was created, the Jewish Kabbalah, which is still being taught today. The Kabbalah is still being invited. You find Madonna and Rosie O'Donnell and many of them, they're studying the Kabbalah, but they have no idea what they're into. Unless you really have specific instruction, you cannot understand what this is about. In 3 BC, why the Magi left the east to travel to Bethlehem, because it was written in the ancient records that the Christ would be born in Bethlehem at that time. And that's why they came. It's a long way, believe me. It's not something you just climb on your camel and, you're there the next day. A long, long, difficult trip from Persia, and yet we're told the story of the 3 wise men who came in search of the Savior, Christ Jesus the Lord. In about the 1st century after the birth of Christ, there was a Christian heresy. It was known as Gnosticism. It was really a Christian type of the Kabbalah. And then, of course, you find all throughout history this continuity of the mystery religions and of the secret but most people have no idea what it's about. Certainly, this is what motivated the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were founded as a order of the Catholic Church in 118. And they were actually created on Temple Square, but their goal was really not, as they were supposed to be, to guard the pilgrims. They were there to gain the secret knowledge and the power that went with it. And of course, the Knights Templar then persisted in the Holy Land until the defeat of the Crusades, and then they moved to Europe, where they became the most powerful force in Europe, all during the 1200s. And they persisted as the major force, the first international bankers in Europe, until Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, when the leader of the Templars, a man named Jacques de Molay, was arrested for heresy and was eventually burned at the stake. All across America today, you have de Molay clubs. Young boys entering de Molay. Isn't it fun? I'm a member of the de Molay. They have no idea who Jacques de Molay was or why he was burned at the stake, why he was arrested, why Friday the 13th is supposedly a day with an evil omen. But there's so much of what goes on today we really don't understand. In the 1400s came the Rosicrucians, and they were simply another organization that had tapped into the secret knowledge. And we have on the back table probably one of the most important DVDs ever made. I did not make it. It's called The Secret Mysteries of America's Beginnings. If you have not seen it, you need to. It actually won the New York Film Festival Award for Best Documentary last year, put together by a friend of mine, financed by another friend. I play a small part in it, about 30 seconds or so. But it is almost a 3-hour documentary about the influence of Rosicrucianism in Elizabethan England, and then, of course, as the movement spread to the United States and began to dominate politics here shortly after the Pilgrims arrived on our shores, as the Christians came to this country to create a nation where people could be free under God. These people came to America to create a nation that would be under the control of those who understood the mysteries. It talks about how, of course, these people within the secret societies were involved with British intelligence in Elizabethan England, in the late 1500s, and how a man, Dr. Dee, who was the leader of the Rosicrucians and a member of British intelligence, always used to sign his name 007. And, of course, that's where Ian Fleming got the idea for James Bond, 007. You remember that? When you begin to understand how this really all ties together, but most people are never going to be told, because, of course, you are not considered part of this elite and only there to understand what's really going on. Well, of course, these secret societies came from Great Britain to America, the Rosicrucians, and began to undermine the very fabric of our society. The Masons were established in 1717, arrived in America about 1730, and by 1740, America, this wonderful Christian nation that had been established by our founding fathers, the Pilgrims, the Puritans, and certainly the various groups that had come here, the Quakers and the Congregationalists, had become a totally depraved nation. And much of the sexual excess and immorality that exists today was in America in 1740. And then came a couple of evangelists, a man named Jonathan Edwards, a man named John Wesley, and they carried out a great religious crusade, and they changed the direction of this nation in 1740, the first great awakening. And suddenly, everything changed, and people began turning back to God, and men began to fear God, and men realized, of course, the truth of the gospel, and it was out of that first great awakening that came this desire for a nation where men could be free and could break away from the traditions of being ruled by a king and these ideas of individual freedom, and led initially, of course, to the Revolutionary War and the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. But at the same time that the Christians were working to create a nation that could be free, the occultists were here, working so that one day they would be able to control this nation and use the wealth and power of the United States to bring about a new world order and a new world religion. In 1776, two events occurred. In May, a secret society was created in Bavaria called the Illuminati. Now, the Illuminati, contrary to what most people do believe, was really a continuation of the ancient mysteries. And I hope every one of you will want to get the book written by James H. Billington, the Librarian of Congress, the book called Fire in the Minds of Men. Because James H. Billington lays it out, almost the whole story, almost, I say. He's not going to tell you about the influence in America, because he's part of the influence in America. He's part of the elite that rules this country, but he tells you what happened in Europe. And if you read the book with that knowledge, that James H. Billington is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, the hierarchy that runs that organization, and he is withholding any reference to what's going on in America, because if he wants to maintain his position as Librarian of Congress, if he wants to maintain his position of prestige, he dare not tell you common folks too much. But he tells you enough to make this his book, Fire in the Minds of the Men, one of the 5 most important books in my library. Because this is what he tells you, that contrary to what everyone believes, the continuing world revolution that began with the French Revolution had nothing to do with the period of the Enlightenment and Rousseau and Voltaire. The world revolution began when the aristocrats, not the common people, but when the aristocrats took their lighted candles and moved them from the Christian altars, moved them actually onto the occult and Masonic altars. And that this whole revolution is based upon the occult and upon secret societies and people who are fascinated in secret societies. And he names all of these secret societies. And they're societies that most of you have never heard of, like Buonarotti. The name doesn't mean anything to you. Or the League of the Just. They were the ones who financed Karl Marx. And so much of what's gone on can be tied into the secret societies that dominated Europe. And the Illuminati was primarily responsible through their front group, the Jacobins, for the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror, and hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered there, and the series of revolutions that followed. And of course, and he ends his book with not with the First World War, the Second World War. He ends his book with the revolution that took place in 1959, the revolution in Cuba. But believe me, it continues since that time. The book is important. It's important you understand this is a continuing revolution. Well, let's go back. The Illuminati was simply another example of an organization, a secret conspiratorial organization built upon the mysteries, but having all of this mystique about it. It would intrigue people. Everybody loves a secret. And you were told as you get into the organization, you're going to get more information, but you got to get to a higher level. And then you got to get to a higher level to really get the secret. And then when you think you're almost there, why they tell you there are still higher levels where the real information, the secrets, become available. So that, of course, is so true of all of the secret societies, and that's what's true about Masonry today. The trouble is the average Mason has no idea what Masonry is about. And the average person who's involved with the Rosicrucians today, and the person who's involved with the Theosophists today, and the people who are involved with the Lucis Trust today, and the new group of world servers, and the myriad of secret societies that do exist, have no idea what this is really all about. But there is a secret, and I'm going to tell you that, and I'm going to tell you the secret tonight. Now, it was in 1782 that Congress approved the Great Seal of the United States. It was originally, of course, designed by Jefferson and Franklin, but the Congress didn't like their plan, and so they had a couple of other committees, and eventually they came up with the emblem that was back on the back of the Great Seal of the United States. It wasn't on the front. The back of the Great Seal of the United States, they hid this emblem that you'll see here. In 1935, it was brought out and put on the back of the dollar bill. Now, the original one that was laid out by Jefferson and Franklin contained the eye. What is that eye? What does it represent? Well, we have an interview with Professor Carroll Quigley. Remember, I don't know how many of you know who Professor Quigley was, but Professor Quigley was Bill Clinton's mentor, who wrote one of the most important books, one of the 5 most important books in my library. And believe me, we probably have 20 to 30,000 books there. But the book, Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, was a book, of course, that inspired Bill Clinton, to explain to Bill Clinton who runs the world. The book is so important that actually the British librarian, the British library at the British Museum didn't even list the book. They had it, but you couldn't get it when I was there, I guess in 1980, and I was able to get into the stacks. The book was actively suppressed for many years, and we have an interview with Professor Quigley where he tells you the story of how his book was suppressed. We do carry the book now. That's truly miraculous how we were able to get it, but we have the book, and it is available through our ministry, Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. But in the taped interview, which you'll hear, and it's in our 4-tape set on the secret government, you'll hear Professor Quigley talking about this emblem, which was placed on the back of the Great Seal of the United States in 1782, and then on the back of the dollar bill in 1935. And Professor Quigley, of course, had total disdain for people like you. He referred to you as the petty bourgeois who voted for Barry Goldwater. And he used that term many times in his book. I mean, he was an elitist. He was a brilliant individual. I feel like I know him. I spent many weeks going through his papers and reading his books and talking with his wife and his mistress and all the various people who were intimate with his life. And he ended up a pathetic old man. He had actually uncovered the greatest secret of all time, and he missed it because he didn't understand God, and he didn't understand that we are involved in a spiritual battle. Had he, why he could have certainly had such a profound impact on the lives of many people. And he ended up, of course, having an adulterous affair with a very young girl. One of many adulterous affairs, I might add. Under many circumstances, why Professor Quigley, in the tape we have with him, talks about this emblem, which occurred on the back, placed on the back of the Great Seal of the United States and then on the back of the dollar bill. And he said, you know, why these right-wingers come to me? And they tell me that that is the emblem of the Illuminati. Why, that isn't the emblem of the Illuminati. That emblem has been around for 6,000 years. And he's absolutely right. That emblem, that eye, glorified eye in the triangle, has been around for 6,000 years. And what this really is, if you look at it very closely, you notice that the capstone of the pyramid is hovering over the top of the pyramid. And what it really denotes is that it is an incomplete pyramid. Only when it is completed will the capstone settle into place. When the novo or doro seclorum has been fulfilled, at that point, of course, then, of course, we will have the fulfillment of the ancient plan that has been passed down through the millennia, the plan that Plato referred to and Alexander the Great referred to, and yes, even George Bush refers to many, many times in his speeches. And you hear his speeches, but you don't understand them. In fact, in his second inaugural address, George Bush talks about, in the second to the last paragraph, and we've actually reproduced the inaugural addresses here, so you'll have them at your fingertips, and you can actually check them out. He talks about, when our founders declared a new order of the ages. When our soldiers fell row after row in pursuit of a union based on liberty, when our people marched in righteous indignation beneath the banner Freedom Now, they were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. Now, first of all, George Bush doesn't write his speeches. I mean, George Bush would be incapable of writing those lines. But Michael Gerson was his chief speechwriter. Michael Gerson, of course, is a brilliant man and, of course, cleared all of these speeches. Where do you think Michael Gerson went to work after he left the White House? Council on Foreign Relations. He's a fellow there. There's just this little club of very elite. If you understand esoteric writing, what you do is you try to confuse so the common people like you will not understand what's said. So you take an idea and you put it at the beginning and the end of the sentence, and then you intersperse all sorts of things in the middle to confuse common people like you. What the real phrase was, when our founders declared a new order of the ages, they were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. What's the ancient hope? The new order of the ages. What's the new order of the ages? You go up on the internet, you type in new order of the ages, Google it in, and what do you come up with? Novo or Doro Seclorum, the new secular order. That's what it was all about. And that's what George Bush is talking about. And you read his speeches, they're magnificent. Trouble is you hear them and you have no idea what he's saying because nobody's going to interpret them for you. Well, anyway, they put this emblem on the back of the dollar bill. They hid it there. They understood what it was all about. You just were never to know. In 1791, they laid out the Masonic plan. And really, it had to do with astrology, the plan, the design of Washington, D.C. The occultists were here. They laid out the plan for Washington, D.C. If you go to Washington, D.C. today, there are 23 or more zodiacs, astrological zodiacs depicted there in our major government buildings. What are the signs of this zodiac doing there? You'll find over 1,000 figures that come from the zodiac and from the ancient Greek gods. What are they all doing there? And it all goes back to these ancient times and tapping into the mystery religions. And of course, there's a new video that'll be coming out here within a month or two, etched in stone. But that's another story, and maybe we can tell you about that later as soon as it's available. But you see, there have been the two forces in America. One was the Christian. The other was the occult, and they do not want you to understand that the occult is in total working control of America today, and that is why we're at war in the Middle East. The war there has nothing to do with terrorism. It has everything to do with establishing a new order. In fact, if you remember, on the 10th of January of 2007, President Bush addressed the nation. And this was the surge speech, where he was going to tell you what his plan was. He wasn't going to increase the number of troops. He was going to surge the number of troops in Iraq. But he made this statement: the campaign playing out in the greater Middle East is more than a military conflict. It is the decisive ideological struggle of our time. The campaign playing out in the greater Middle East is more than a military conflict. It is the decisive ideological struggle of our time. 12 days later, he gave a State of the Union speech. That was on the 22nd of January, 2007. And you'll find the text of that in the syllabus as well. And what did he say? Referring to the battle in the Middle East, it is the decisive ideological struggle of our time. I thought it was a military struggle. No, it's much more than a military conflict. What is it all about? It is part of the continuing world revolution. It is part of the move to bring about World War III and ultimately then the one world order and the new world religion. Well, of course, by 1839, America was a depraved nation once again. Sexual immorality, dishonesty, the people of this country had turned their back on God, and then came the Second Great Awakening. And there was a dramatic change, and of course, people turned back to God that second time. And the Second Awakening was led by Charles Finney and a group of ministers who were trying to awaken people, and you cannot be free, if you're not ruled by God. This idea that if we can only have freedom and people can do whatever they want to leads to moral anarchy. Freedom is not the ability to do what you want to do. Freedom is the ability to do what you should do according to God's commandments and God's rules. And the only people who can be free are those that are ruled by God, individually, not through the format of government. We don't want a theocracy or an Ayatollah sitting in the White House telling us what to do. As John Adams had said, our form of government was made for a moral and religious people. It would not suffice for any other. You could not have a limited government and immoral people. If you have immoral people, you're going to have a tyrant to rule over them. Certainly it was William Penn who said that those who will not be ruled by God will be ruled by tyrants. And that's the direction we're headed today. There's increased lawlessness and violence all across America. Today we have more people in our prisons per 100,000 than they have in communist China or in any nation in the world today. We have well over 2 million people in prison today. 1 of every 3 young black men is either in prison on parole or probation. And the whites aren't too far behind it. And remember that when liberty leads to a loss of order, then the demand for order will lead to a loss of liberty. When liberty leads to a loss of order, then the demand for order will lead to a loss of liberty. And if we don't get back to a moral foundation of this country, then America as a free society is lost, and it'll be simply a remembrance of things past, like yesterday's sunset. But you see, it is not the first time it happened. It happened in the 1840s and in the 1740s. Well, we missed the 1940s. We did not have another great awakening at that time, and we really needed to have had one. In fact, it was in the years that followed that, of course, the Supreme Court, packed with Masons — nobody will ever tell you that the Masons control the U.S. Supreme Court — from 1941 to 1971, and because it is the purpose of Masonry to destroy the Christian foundation of this nation, they took God and prayer out of our schools because they control the Supreme Court in majorities of 5-4 to 8-1. And none of our religious leaders will tell you that, because they're all afraid to speak out against Masonry. And yet Masonry is the demonic force working at the highest levels of our nation today. Not the only one, because there are many of these demonic forces, but they're there and they're working, intent upon destroying the very soul of America. In 1848, of course, we had Karl Marx writing the Communist Manifesto. But Karl Marx, of course, was simply acting as an agent for a secret society known as the League of the Just. But you're not going to learn that in school today or your universities. And you're not to know about the secret societies. In 1870, why Cecil Rhodes attended lectures at Oxford University and heard a man named John Ruskin, who was a devotee of Plato, who read Plato every day. And John Ruskin gave a series of talks that inspired a whole generation of the aristocracy of Great Britain, that it was their obligation to give their lives to create a one-world government. It was the white man's burden, the white man's obligation to unite the world under Great Britain. And Cecil Rhodes gave the whole of his life to that goal. The following year, of course, Albert Pike wrote Morals and Dogma. If you haven't read it, you need to get a copy. 4 years later, this woman, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, created the Theosophical Society, which is, of course, the parent of the New Age movement that has millions of adherents in America today. And you will not find any town in this country of any size that does not have a metaphysical bookstore. In fact, many of them, where they are preaching the gospels that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky advocated back in 1875 when she created the Theosophical Society. And they have branches in Ojai, not too far from here, Wheaton, Illinois, branches all across America, and many front organizations like the Lucis Trust, that has front organizations like the new group of World Servers, that is itself financed by some of the wealthiest and most powerful foundations in the United States today. And of course, the Lucis Trust used to be known as the Lucifer Publishing House. Well, then of course, America went into a series of wars. We fought the First World War and the Second World War. We went into a no-win war in Korea, a no-win war in Vietnam. We never went to Vietnam to win the war. We financed the North Vietnamese all during the war. We financed the Russians who financed the North Vietnamese, who financed the South Vietnamese Viet Cong that were killing our boys. Just as today we're financing the Pakistanis. They were funding the Pakistani intelligence that's funding the Taliban who are killing our boys in Afghanistan. It's like deja vu all over again, but nobody wants to tell you that. And of course the administration keeps saying, this is not Vietnam all over again. Of course it's Vietnam all over again. It's another no-win war. We've got the greatest fighting men in the world. They're just not allowed to win the war. And if you really believe that we're going to be able to solve this problem with the surge of 20,000 troops in Iraq, well, I hate to tell you this, but you're sadly mistaken. Then, of course, there was the first presidential inaugural address. And you really need to read this. In the closing part of President Bush's first inaugural address, which was on the 20th of January, 2001, this is what he said. After the Declaration of Independence was signed, Virginia statesman John Page wrote to Thomas Jefferson, "We know the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Do you not think that an angel rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm?" Much time has passed since Jefferson arrived for his inauguration. The years and changes accumulate. But the theme of this day, he would know, our nation's grand story of courage and its simple dream of dignity. This work continues. This story goes on. And an angel still rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm. Those are the concluding words of the first inaugural address. How many of you remember them? Nobody ever points them out to you. Who is the angel who rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm? If you go back and you read the Bible, it was the Lord who was in the whirlwind and directing the storm, not an angel. Who's the angel he's talking about? The elite understand, but you are not to understand. Well, on October of 2001, the United States attacked Afghanistan. We've been at war over 5 years in Afghanistan. Why did we go there? Why we went there to catch the wicked Osama bin Laden. And the president promised us we're going to get him dead or alive. But we never tried to get him. They wouldn't let our forces go. We have books written by people who were there at the time, or talked to people who were there at the time. Our forces wanted to. Our people could have gotten Osama bin Laden. The Bush administration would not let them do it because we needed an enemy to rally you common folks behind the government. After all, if there's not an enemy, how are we going to get the people to rally behind the government? In fact, Plato had written in the Republic, when the tyrant has defeated the enemy by conquest or treaty and there's nothing to fear from him, he's always rounding up a new enemy so he can rally the people behind himself. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Bin Laden was described in George Orwell's 1984. You know, he was the man, he was the enemy of Big Brother. And whenever they would flash his picture on the screen, everybody would cry out against an anger because he was the enemy of Big Brother. In March of 2003, United States forces attacked Iraq. Now, during the First World War, in 3.5 years, we defeated Germany. We've been at war, and as I give this speech tonight, 47 months. We've been at war for 47 months in Iraq, and things go from bad to worse. Do you honestly think that our military is that incompetent? Of course not. They've never been allowed to win the war. They were never given enough troops. They were never given the right equipment. They were never allowed to go after the enemy. All they can do is fight and bleed and suffer and die, but never win the war. And then, of course, during the second inaugural address on the 20th of January 2005, and I read it to you before, but I would like to read it to you again. President Bush, in the second to the last paragraph, made this statement. When our founders declared a new order of the ages, when soldiers died in wave upon wave for a union based on liberty, when citizens marched in peaceful outrage beneath the banner Freedom Now, they were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. When our founders declared a new order of the ages, they were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. What is the ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled? The new order of the ages. And what is the new order of the ages? As we said before, it's the Novo Orduro Seclorum inscribed on the back of the Great Seal of the United States, on the back of the dollar bill. It is an ancient occult emblem about the plan that has been around since the inception of mankind. Now, I'm going to tell you how you can begin to understand what this is really all about. You remember earlier I told you about the parable of the cave. And, of course, the interpretation that most people have of the parable of the cave, the shadows become our reality, and that's what we believe. The shadows are projected by the people who control us. But there is another interpretation, because you see, as Plato did, he always had two messages, one for the common people, like you, and me, and then another one for the elite. And, of course, the real meaning of this is the fact that there are two dimensions to the world. There's the material world we live in, and then there is a spiritual dimension. Now, we catch glimpses of the spiritual dimension from time to time. That, then, is the shadows on the wall of the cave. We can't quite see the figures, but we know it's there. And we can catch little glimpses of it at times, as you will get, for instance, reading Plutarch's The Age of Alexander, and the fact that Alexander was a student of the mysteries. And of course, he had really truly supernatural power. I mean, who in their right mind would take an army of 35,000 Macedonians up against Darius, the mightiest army in the world at that time? And even more so, how was he able to defeat him? And so it is that there is a spiritual dimension to everything going on today. And as I have gotten in and studied the esoteric writings, and of course you can read them, and you can find them in, of course, Morals and Dogma, but there are literally thousands of books that are written by people who are devotees of the New Age, indirectly back to Madame Blavatsky, who founded the Theosophical Society in 1835. And you begin to understand that these people worship a different God. These people have a dualistic concept. And you remember we told you about Charles Dickens. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of reason, it was the age of foolishness. There's a dualism here. And there are always two meanings to everything. There's the meaning that most people accept, and then the true meaning. There is another dimension. If you tap into that dimension, you can obtain supernatural power. And that supernatural power allowed the ancient builders to build the Temple of Giza and the Colossus of Rhodes and these marvelous things, and to come up with so much of the ideas, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. The ancient mysteries, the ancient concepts, many of them carried forward, which we utilize in our everyday society. But they came from the other dimension. They did not come from the God that we worship. They came from his counterpart, the angel, who is Lucifer. The secret of the Kabbalah, out of the Gnostics, out of the Knights Templar, out of the Rosicrucians, out of the Illuminati, out of the upper echelons of Masonry, of which most Masons have no idea. But the fact is that there is another God, and that Satan is the God we should worship. Why? Why? Because he gives us all sorts of power. He makes no demands on us. There are no restrictions on what we do. I mean, after all, the God of the Bible has the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's property. But Lucifer gives you total freedom. There are no restrictions on what you do. You can do whatever you want to. But the problem is, of course, it leads to moral anarchy, and it leads, again, to moral chaos. And as we said earlier, when liberty leads to a loss of order, then the demand for order leads to the loss of liberty. And these people are really waiting for the coming of the Antichrist to rule the world. And those of you who have not heard our interviews with Constance Cumby, need to get them. You need to get Constance's writings. She has talked to these people extensively, as I have as well, and these people are tapping into the power from the other side. I have a witch who we had a conversation with through the email for a time, and she was furious with some of the things I'd said on a nationwide television program called Unscrewed. Probably most of you don't watch Unscrewed, but millions of young people do. But she said, you know, here, you're saying all these bad things about we witches. Why, I'm a white witch. I'm a good witch. Oh, there's some black witches out there, but I'm a white witch. And I do good things, and we have our rites and our rituals and conjure up our spells, but we're just trying to contact the beings from the other dimension. We're just trying to contact the beings from the other dimension. These are not imaginary. These are very real. There have been over 5,000 recorded alien abductions. Now, I don't believe that aliens come from outer space or from other planets. I believe the demonic manifestations of this eternal spiritual battle that began in the Garden of Eden is being waged today. And their ultimate goal is to create a one-world government under the control of Lucifer and the Antichrist and the false prophet, because there is a trinity of evil. And just as in the Christian faith, there's God and the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So everything within the occult is a mirror image of the Christian faith. There is Satan, there is the Antichrist, there is the false prophet. The one thing that has convinced me more than anything else is the validity of the Scriptures, is because these people believe in the Gospels. They believe in the Bible. They just hate everything that's there. And they have chosen to worship a different God. And this is really what motivates people at the highest levels of our government. Who is the angel who rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm? And if you read the President Bush's first inaugural address, this is how he concludes it, referring twice, not once, but twice to the angel who rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm. It's Lucifer. Now, whether George Bush understands this or not, I don't know. He is part of a Luciferian organization. If you don't know anything about Skull and Bones, you need to get my 4-tape set on Skull and Bones. You need to get the new book we're carrying on satanic crimes, because they've actually gotten in and gotten video cameras of the initiation at Skull and Bones. And as you know, both George Bush and his father and his grandfather and John Kerry, who ran against George Bush in 2004, they all come from Skull and Bones. And in the inauguration, they kneel before Lucifer. The book is, of course, Satanic Crimes, researched by a very courageous young man named William H. Kennedy. And it's available through our ministry. Understand, we're involved in a spiritual battle being fought on a political, ideological, and cultural battlefield. Today, there is a conscious, organized effort to destroy the sovereignty of our nation. It is part of a worldwide plan. It is being carried out in Europe with the formation of the European Union. It doesn't matter that the people of France and of the Netherlands have voted against the Constitution. They don't care what the people want, you common people. You're standing in the way of progress, this wonderful dream that they've been working for thousands of years to accomplish. Today, in North America, it's the American Union. The Commerce Department's rewriting our laws. They're planning on the transnational highway, and we have some beautiful pictures of that in the backs of the other syllabuses back there. My secretary would only give me a black and white one, but you can see it in vivid color. The plan is the Security and Prosperity Partnership. There is a plan to do away with the sovereignty of our nation. That's the reason we're not guarding our borders. That's the reason that they've thrown a couple of our border patrolmen who were guarding our border and shot a drug smuggler who they thought was taking a shot at them. They shot him. They've sent them to jail for 10 years so that it will send a message to the people working on the border, don't you dare try to stop the invasion of America. And while our boys go overseas to fight for freedom, in Iraq and Afghanistan, we're losing our freedom here at home. Governor Lamb, and I don't ordinarily agree with Governor Lamb, but he has a wonderful treatise, and I just wanted to read it to you. Richard Lamb, former governor of Colorado, because on this I would agree with him totally. And this is what he wrote. If you think that America is too smug, too self-satisfied, too rich, then let's destroy America. It's not hard to do. No nation in history has survived the ravages of time. If I wanted to destroy America, I'd support the corrupt Mexican government and help them oppress the Mexican people. I'd cancel the Becerra program and block implementation of the guest worker program that Congress authorized in 1996. I'd assure illegal immigrants they wouldn't be punished or deported if they came to the United States. There'd never be enough border guards. The guards would be stationed in the wrong places, and I'd tell the Mexican authorities where the Minutemen volunteers were stationed. I'd block the use of electronic technology and aerial surveillance along the border. I would apprehend only 1 in every 4 illegal immigrants who enter the U.S. and promptly release them, the catch and release program. I'd block the effort to build a fence along the border, and I would protect illegal immigrants living in the United States. Why, nobody would ever do anything like that, would they? What's happening today is not accidental. These people know exactly what they're doing. It's the result of a long-range plan, now that they have utilized America, to destroy America, to destroy our sovereignty, to destroy the sovereignty of Canada and Mexico and the South American countries. They're using Hugo Chavez, who's playing his part very well. Hugo Chavez is a close friend of Fidel Castro, and everybody knows Fidel Castro is our wicked enemy, don't they? I mean, Fidel Castro is the enemy of the United States, but if that's really true, why is it that when little Elian Gonzalez survived an ordeal at sea, and his mother and everybody else on the raft with him died trying to escape from Cuba, and Elian was brought to the United States and was living with his relatives, which the mother had wanted? Why, Bill Clinton and Janet Reno sent a SWAT team, a heavily armed SWAT team with body armor and automatic weapons, 125 of them, to Miami, Florida, to kidnap Elian and send him back to Fidel Castro. Why would they have done that if Fidel Castro is the enemy? Or maybe, just maybe, reality is usually scoffed at. Illusion is usually king. But you see, in the battle for survival of Christian civilization, it's going to be reality, not illusion or delusion, that's going to determine what the future will bring. How do we understand what's going on today? Well, we have a number of powerful organizations that control our government. One of them is the Trilateral Commission, far more powerful than the Council on Foreign Relations, although it has most of the same people in it. After all, David Rockefeller was the Vice President of the Council on Foreign Relations for 15 years, the President of the Council on Foreign Relations for 15 years. Today is the honorary Chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, but he organized the Trilateral Commission in 1973, and of course the first person they put in the presidency was Jimmy Carter, member of the Trilateral Commission. When Ronald Reagan went to the White House, who did he select for his vice president? But Trilateral Commission member George Herbert Walker Bush, who really ran things all during the Reagan administration, and then himself became president of the United States in 1988. And he was succeeded by Bill Clinton, who came from the Council on Foreign Relations, who was succeeded by George Bush, who was controlled by Dick Cheney, who came from the Trilateral Commission. Now, when you join government, you have to resign from the Trilateral Commission, but don't worry about Dick Cheney's seat in the Trilateral Commission. Who do you think got it? Lynn Cheney, Cheney's wife, Dick Cheney's wife. In 1979, Barry Goldwater tried to warn the American people about the Trilateral Commission, what it was intended to be. And this comes from his book, With No Apologies, and it's important that you read it and understand it. He said this: the Trilateral Commission is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of the commercial and banking interests by seizing control of the political government of the United States. The Trilateral Commission is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of commercial and banking interests. He's talking about controlling the multinational, the financial and commercial interests of the world. But first of all, to gain control of the government of the United States. And then they go on to say, in my view, the Trilateral Commission represents a skillful, coordinated effort to seize control and consolidate the four centers of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical. That means religious. They're controlling the religions of America today. The Commission emphasizes the necessity of eliminating artificial barriers to world commerce. That's all these trade blocs they're creating. Tariffs, export duties, quotas. What it proposes to substitute is an international economy managed and controlled by international monetary groups through the mechanism of international conglomerate manufacturing and business enterprises. Freedom, spiritual, political, economic, is denied any importance in the trilateral construction of the next century. What the trilaterals truly intend is the creation of a worldwide economic power superior to the political governments of the nation-states involved. They believe the abundant materialism they propose to create will overwhelm existing differences. As managers and creators of the system, they will rule the future. They plan on ruling the world. Certainly the most powerful man in the United States today, a most wealthy man, is not Bill Gates nor Warren Buffett, it's David Rockefeller. If you read David Rockefeller's memoirs, which is available through my ministry in paperback now by popular demand, you will find out that David Rockefeller's daughters are very good friends of Fidel Castro. Why would the daughters of the leading capitalists in the world be such good friends of the wicked Fidel Castro? Isn't he our enemy? Well, if you have not yet seen my video, The World Revolution, you really need to get it, because there you'll see an interview I did with Ambassador Smith, Earl Smith, back in 1980. Ambassador Smith had been the ambassador to Cuba in 1959 when the United States brought Fidel Castro to power. And he will tell you, we knew Fidel Castro was a communist. We brought him to power. I was required to tell Batista he would leave Cuba the following day. Fidel Castro never won the revolution. He never won any major battles. He lost all the time. The Cuban people didn't want him. We installed him there. Another wonderful social experiment created by our invisible government. And you really should watch the World Revolution. I think it's a very important video because you'll actually see my uncut version of my interview with Ambassador Smith before he passed away. On page 405 of David Rockefeller's memoirs, he writes this: "Some even believe we, the Rockefeller family, are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, out of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I'm proud of it." Page 405. Why doesn't Rush Limbaugh ever tell us that? Or Sean Hannity or Brian Williams? Why, ladies and gentlemen, they're the finest conservatives money could buy. You see, our reality is created by the people who control television and talk radio, and there's just a small voice out there, but a growing voice, a voice that really can have an impact. And with your help and with your prayers, why, we can really have an impact. But understand that simply by acting alone, we can accomplish nothing. This is a spiritual battle, and we need your prayers because we will never defeat the spiritual forces aligned against us without the help of God Almighty. There are many exciting things that are happening today. Earlier, before I came about, Wendy had mentioned Joyce Riley. Joyce Riley and I have a satellite hookup. You can listen to us 24 hours a day. 9 hours at Joyce Riley, 9 hours at Stan Monteith on Telstar 5 if you'd like to. And it only costs you, I think, $169 for everything that you need to watch 9 hours a day. Very soon, within 6 months, we'll be on Spodtronics, and you'll be able to listen to us on your cell phone. Now, you don't want to spend all your time. What you want to do is get other people to start listening to us on the cell phone. This will be available. Now, the stream that we're giving to the satellite, will be available on cell phones across America, and we can begin to rival Howard Stern. Ron Paul is going to be running for the presidency. I talked just the day before yesterday. I talked yesterday or the day before yesterday. He was campaign manager. They're just trying to get things organized so they can actually open an office. They're going to need money. They're going to need efforts. You can get your friends to listen to him once a week. They have an 800 number, an 888 number you can listen to we can get a message from him. But he's going to need money. He's going to need people putting in telephone calls. We need to begin organizing all across America because he's the one man in Washington, D.C. I trust. And then there is a growing awareness across America that something is seriously wrong. Alex Jones is doing a wonderful job reaching people. There are a number of communicasters in alternative radio. There are a number of websites, certainly Joe Farah's website's doing a great job. WorldNet Daily. News with Views, Paul Walter's website. You need to go there. 1 million hits a day on that website. 5 million hits a day on Joseph Farah's website. New websites going up. Raiders' website, put up by Tom Horn. We have a couple of his books back here on spiritual warfare and the gods of war that walk among us. People all across America are understanding the spiritual nature of the battle we're involved in and getting the message out. And you've got to help us. And you can help us. You can help us with prayer. You can help us with funding. You can help us with telling other people about the programs. But it's really up to you. So I wanted to end this program tonight by telling you a story. And it was told to me 44 years ago by a very good friend who had been a TWA airline pilot. And ordinarily, every year, they would take the TWA airline pilots back to a center and talk about accidents. Because you learn from an accident, and so it won't happen again. And this was the story about an accident that had occurred sometime before. And nobody could quite understand what had happened. Now, many of you may remember the TWA Constellation. It sort of looked like a stork. It was the first transatlantic plane designed by Howard Hughes, and it was the foundation of the TWA fleet for a long time. And it was a unique plane in the fact that there were stairs built in. And so you could open the door, and you could actually unfold the stairs, and you could then walk down the three tiers of stairs and get off the plane. Well, this one morning, one of the TWA constellations, loaded with a full flight of fuel and a full contingent of passengers, taxied out on a runway for a takeoff. Pilot gunned the engine, got permission from the tower to take off, started down the runway. And about two-thirds of the way down the runway, he realized he didn't have enough airspeed to take off. So he cut power, and the plane, instead of stopping immediately, skidded off the edge of the runway, catapulted across a ditch, and came to lie in a field adjacent to the runway. Well, then, of course, the emergency vehicles there at the airport all come out, the fire engines and the ambulances, and they come out and they run down the runway, and they get the runway, and there's a big ditch there, and they can't get across. So then they've got to go back down the runway and out on the road and then into the fences to try to get to the field where this plane is just sitting there. Now, all they had to do was open the door and let down the stairs. Today, when there is a problem with a plane, what's the first thing that happens? As soon as the plane hits comes to a stop, the doors fly open, the chutes come out, everybody runs in the chutes, goes down the chutes, they get out of the plane. But that wasn't standard operating procedure in that time. So everybody's sitting in the plane, looking out the windows, waiting for somebody to tell them what to do. Stewardesses don't know what to do. Passengers don't know what to do. Passengers see the fire engines coming and the ambulance is coming in. And then, as so often happens when there's an accident of this sort, there was the loose wire, little gasoline leak, and suddenly, before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the plane went up in a sheet of flame, and everybody was incinerated. And all they had to do was open the door and walk out. And they were waiting for someone to tell them what to do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's just the position we're in today, and I can tell you what to do. You've got to get involved. You've got to understand we're involved in a spiritual battle. And there is a God, and there is a devil. And you better be sure you're on the right terms with that God who's in heaven, because this is the only thing that's going to see you through the difficult times. No matter what happens, we're in for very, very difficult times. And you better have a personal relationship and understand there is another God out there, and there are other spiritual forces that want to claim your eternal soul. And you better get into the scriptures, and you better start studying it, because believe me, the other side knows the Bible a lot better than you do. They've just chosen to worship a different God. Get involved. Don't put it off. Because if you're not involved, who will be? And if not now, when? And so I would simply close with that favorite of my poems, combination of two. Back of all that foes have plotted, back at all that saints have planned, back of the schemes of men and demons is a higher hidden plan. Warp and woof our heaven created, every pattern good and wise, oft perplexed by earthly standard, but good and wise in heavenly eyes. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong, though our portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. Thank you. God bless you. Good night. Thank you all very much. All right, I guess we're going to take some questions, and so I'm. If you go to the microphone, if you have a question, and just state it loudly and clearly. And yes, sir. What can
you talk about the Pythagorean theorem: a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and I hope you're implying that that equation was made from a previous technological civilization.
Yes.
And that had just as much or more than we have.
Absolutely. But it came from a different source.
On Earth.
On Earth, absolutely.
Okay, I want to say I have a book over there about, it's called The Internal Combustion Engine. It talks about why we don't have an electric car. Why we have the very inefficient lead oxide battery. Edison made a nickel iron battery, and it wasn't allowed. It was half the weight of a lead oxide battery. It lasted twice as long.
I'm sure there are lots of technology that we're not allowed to use.
Oh, the battery is the worst.
The energy crisis is totally contrived. Thank you, sir.
That too, yes.
Right.
Dr. Stan, the rhetoric is building up towards our coming war with Iran. And of course, if we hit Iran...
Could you step back just a little? I just can't hear you if it's too loud. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course, the rhetoric is building up towards the coming war with Iran.
Yes.
And of course, if we hit Iran, the leftist countries in South America, Hugo Chavez, there's about 5 countries that have formed a bloc and have formed an allegiance of mutual protection with Iran. So very likely, if we hit them, there's going to be that's going to trigger other wars, Latin America, Europe, Africa. And of course, some of these oil-producing countries may turn their sale of oil instead of dollars to the euros. What, in your opinion, if we hit Iran, are the social, economic, and political implications of that?
All right, the question then is, what are the political implications if we go to war with Iran? First of all the indications are that we are going to war with Iran unless, and there is a possibility, and we will know within the next several months, there is an alternative plan, and that is to try to topple the government. Now remember, the CIA toppled Premier Mossadegh in Iran in 1953 and brought the Shah to power, toppled the Shah in 1979 and brought the Ayatollahs to power. The CIA is working in Iran today to overthrow the Ayatollahs. There's tremendous unrest there. Half the population is between about 15 and 24. They don't like the Ayatollahs. The Ayatollahs do not have the support of the people. Inflation is rampant. Unemployment is high. There's a tremendous unrest within the central part of the country, and in the surrounding areas, they have a number of provinces like Azerbaijan and the Kurdistan and Kazakhstan, and all of these people want to be free. So Iran has some very, very real problems. And I hope and pray that they will be able to, destabilize the country and topple it without going to war. But if we do go to war, the implications are frightening. Why? Why? Because we're not going to be able to simply go in there and knock out a few of the nuclear sites. What we're going to do is inflame the entire Islamic world against us. You're absolutely right. The Iranians have developed some sort of relationship with the people in South America, a non-aggression plan, treaties with them. They have all sorts. Iran has all sorts of alliances with both Russia and China. This could be a prelude to World War III. Now, whether this is going to occur now, or a year or 2 or 3 from now, I don't know. Something is going to happen within the next 3 or 4 months, something major. It may be that they're going to delay World War III. It may be that they intend to have World War III now. God only knows the answer to that and the evil people that, of course, are aligned against the sources of freedom today. We're just going to have to wait and see, but believe me, if we do hit Iran, why, you're going to see, of course, the price of oil go well over $100, $150 a barrel. You're going to see our whole economic structure here in this country begin to crumble. You're going to see our relationships with South America cut off, and Venezuela will cut us off from oil. We may very well end up going to war with both North Korea and with Venezuela, and we don't have the troops for that. What my concern is, we would get involved in a nuclear holocaust, and we would be the only alternative we would have with the use of nuclear weapons. And if you think that we're going to be able to use nuclear weapons in other countries without having retaliation here, why, I think you're sadly mistaken. I know you realize the implications. I share your concern. We are on the verge of something big. We will know within the next 3 months anyway, whether we're going to war or whether we're going to topple the government. But I believe the war is being planned. And I will tell you why the war is being planned. Because we're being programmed to hate the Muslims, and the Muslims are being programmed to hate us. The Muslim faith is a satanic religion. Muhammad was satanically possessed, and we have a wonderful 4-tape set. My interviews with Craig Wynn, who spent 14,000 hours researching the Muslim faith. And he has all the references to the hadith and the Quran and the Shira and all of these things that talk about, you know, the demonic element within the Muslim faith. But 10 years ago, we never heard about these things. Our attention is being focused on this today in preparation for a war with the Muslim world. And heaven help us if we get into that.
Last question real quick. Is Ahmadinejad from Iran a CIA agent provocateur just like bin Laden, the Ayatollah Khomeini, and Saddam Hussein were?
You're speaking of Ahmadinejad?
Yes, exactly.
Well, all I can say is that my impression as I see President Ahmadinejad is that he came from central casting someplace.
Right up the street in Burbank. Good evening.
You know, there was a series that ran for many years, a television series called The X-Files. And with Mulder and here, I don't know how many of you remember the X-Files, but you can still see them at times. And I remember one of the scenes where Mulder was talking to this fellow from the CIA, and the fellow from the CIA is saying, "You don't understand. I mean, you think that Saddam Hussein's real? Why, he was an actor in Hoboken, and we taught him Arabic and sent him over there." And of course, I don't believe that's true. But he did work for the CIA. Saddam was a member of a CIA assassination team in 1959, always under CIA domination. We carry a book through our ministry called See No Evil. It's written by a CIA agent, Robert Baird. In fact, it was Robert Baer. That book was the background for George Clooney's movie, Syriana. And in that book, Robert Baer says, he never met an Iraqi who did not believe that the CIA was keeping Saddam Hussein in power. And some people thought he was still working for the CIA. It's a fascinating book. We recommend it. Okay, yes. Anything else?
Yes, I have a question for you. Do you believe that if Ron Paul does make a successful run for the office of the White House, that he'll be able to see the difference of the corporation operating as the United States? Will he stand on that, do you think, or will he have the guts and the gall to look at taking us back to a form of republic form of government instead of the democracy that we stand in now?
Ron Paul is an amazing human being. He is known in Washington, D.C. as Dr. No. Very often the vote in Congress will be 434 to 1. You can imagine who the one is. Ron Paul tells the story of when Ronald Reagan came into the presidency. He made a deal with the Democrats that he would deliver every Republican vote for the budget, which was actually to increase spending and to increase the size of government. That was the first budget that Ronald Reagan was to pass. And he made a deal with the Democrats that he would deliver every Republican vote if they would vote for the tax cut, which the Democrats were willing to do. He lined up every Republican in the House of Representatives except for Ron Paul. So Ron Paul was called to the White House by Ronald Reagan, who said, "Ron, don't you believe in me? Why are you going to vote against this? I've given my word. Don't you believe in what I stand for?" And Ron Paul said, "Mr. President, I believe in everything you stand for. The trouble is, this legislation you want me to vote for is not what you stand for, and I will vote against it." He was the only Republican who voted against it. He's a man of integrity. In a world of equivocal men, we're lucky to have him there, and just pray for his safety. And believe me, once he announces for his presidency, I hope every one of you will set up a prayer chain and ask God to protect him, because believe me, he will be a target.
One last thing. Is the secret that you're talking about the universal law of attraction and the infinite source of supply?
I'm sorry.
Is the secret that you're talking about the universal source of attraction and the universal source of supply? The law of attraction.
I'm still to understand
the secret.
Oh, the secret.
The universal law of attraction.
Oh, the secret basically is that Lucifer is the real God. Lucifer is the good God, and the God we worship is the bad God. And if you tap into Lucifer, you will have tremendous power. And this is where the people get their power, and some of them actually have supernatural power.
Have you seen the movie The Secret? Now I'll end it with that.
No, okay.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
But I'll look forward to it.
It's really good.
Thank you for coming tonight, Dr. Monteith. My question is about this lady that has written the Harry Potter books. You know, I listen to the radio, and I don't hear anything about what this woman's about, what she stands for. Those books have made $1 million. All the kids are, I mean, $1 billion plus, and all the kids are turned on to them. And the thing, you know, what I just see is another H.G. Wells or just somebody who, it makes me wonder if this woman was really set up by, you know, powers behind the scenes to craft these books and then push them out onto the to the public, especially towards the youth. And the reason why it stays on my mind is because I listen to these people that are into Wicca and witchcraft over in Europe, and they seem to have no fear, no remorse, and they really seem to have the perception that their religion is really a religion that's embraced by the elite over in Europe. You know?
Absolutely.
It's just that they're supposed to not, you know, proselytize. But this woman has, I forget what her name is, but she's got over $1 billion that she can fund, you know, these people, go around and find the type of support network, develop this type of support networks, and you don't hear anything about it in the news, and it just seems...
You're absolutely right. Of course, you wouldn't expect anything in the news because they don't want you to understand that the Harry Potter books were to introduce a whole generation of our youth to the supernatural and to make it attractive and fun and adventurous. And so many of our kids would just love to be able to tap into that sort of power. And many of our children are being drawn into witchcraft, into the supernatural. We have our motion pictures for the adults, like The Medium. It's a wonderful story about a woman named Alison Dubois who is can actually tap into the other dimension. I don't know if you watch it. The truth is, there was an Alison Dubois who could tap into the other dimension, who worked with the district attorney, who caught the bad guys. There is another dimension out there, but you do not want to tap into it. We're introducing our people as far as into that. As far as the Harry Potter books, yes, it's pushing witchcraft. Witchcraft is the most rapidly growing religion in the world today. Certainly, the people, you know, in Europe. If you haven't read the book, the Satanic Crimes, you've got to get it. It gets into the Bilderbergers, how they're into pedophilia and human sacrifices and all sorts of terrible, terrible, terrible things. And you're not hearing a word of it here in America. In Europe, in Belgium, there was a march of 350,000 people marching against a pedophile there who was tied into the Bilderberger groups. 350,000 people, and this tied into the Bilderbergers, not a word of it in American media.
Yeah.
People in Europe are incensed about this.
Yeah.
People in America don't even know anything's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody once said, you know, there's about 1% of the people who make things happen. There are 2 or 3% of the people who watch things happen, and the rest of the people don't even know anything's happening.
Yeah.
That's where we stand today. But you're absolutely right. The Harry Potter books were truly demonic, and unfortunately, even some of our ministries said, well, gee, they're really not bad. It's teaching children to read, and what's wrong with reading? They were used in our schools. We're losing a whole generation of our youth to the dark side, to the other dimension. And believe me, many of them are learning how to tap into the other dimension. Don't you ever do it, because it'll take your eternal soul.
Yes.
God bless, and thanks for the question.
That's the public fool system.
Right.
Dr. Stan, we're on live on the internet, as you know, and Kevin from Pennsylvania would like to know if there's any other people in Congress or the Senate that are worth supporting besides Ron Paul.
Well, right now, I think we have to get behind one person. Ron Paul will be the man that I will back, and I hope everybody will. There's some other good people who are running, but we can only run for one. The worst thing we could do would be divide our forces. And I've known Ron Paul for 44 years. I've followed his career. He's a man of integrity. He's a unique individual. And you will find out that on many of those other votes, where it's 434 to 1, the other good guys are voting the wrong way. Have another question?
Yes, and another viewer wanted to know if you read Robert Novak's column today on I think the name is Luntz, or something about a guy named Luntz.
No, I didn't. I've been giving talks all day long, or flying.
That was on Frank Luntz. So somebody, if that has any significance, we might check that out.
All right. Thanks very much.
I forgot to ask you. I've heard you were the gentleman that was in Prudhoe Bay several years ago, weren't you? Or that must have been someone else. They
No,
gave a talk.
I don't know what you're speaking of.
Well, Prudhoe Bay is where we have all the oil wells.
Oh, you're talking about the Gull Island and the massive oil deposits up there. Yes, I've checked that out with other people besides Lindsey Williams. Right.
Because I've heard the British have taken it over, and we're not getting any of the oil for us. That's why the oil prices are going up. Have you heard something like that?
Well, no, basically what happened was the British Petroleum bought out Atlantic Richfield. It was an Atlantic Richfield strike, and BP bought out Atlantic Richfield. But they've not really developed that yet. But you have to understand that there are 5 big oil companies. There used to be 7, now there are 5. And British Petroleum is controlled by the British Crown. Shell Oil is controlled by the Dutch Crown. And, of course, our royal families are the Rockefellers. They control both Exxon and Chevron. And they
So
all
we're
work
getting
together.
oil from there still.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, we are getting the oil. Now, we're not getting the offshore oil. We're getting that in Prudhoe Bay, but we haven't got out to these great fields that are up there. If we were to tap into those, we would not need the oil from the Middle East. And they don't want to tap into it. That's the thing. They don't want a solution. They want the problem. And, of course, what people don't understand is there's so much oil in the world today that if they did not have a cartel, the OPEC cartel, the price of oil would be $5 a gallon, or $5 a barrel. So they have to control production. You make more money when there's shortages. You make less money when there's abundance. Do you really think the oil companies want abundant oil?
But we're burning up the atmosphere too, aren't we?
Well, I believe the global warming situation is a scam. And all I say is, if you really believe in global warming, why do we call Greenland, Greenland? Why? Because in the year 1000, when the Vikings were there, it was green and lush, and that was a period of global warming. And then we went into a period of global warming until about 1600. This global warming is a scam.
Yes, I've heard that too. I've heard the Vikings actually went around Greenland at about the 1000 AD also, so it must have been warmer.
Right.
Just one comment on oil. I can remember back when diesel was less expensive than regular gasoline,
Right.
and now you can't even find it for less than high-grade gasoline.
And I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I do too.
You don't think it maybe has anything to do with them creating an artificial run-up of the price to make more money, do you? Oh, my goodness.
Not a chance.
You listen to Rush Limbaugh, he'll tell you it's all supply and demand. And, of course, if you listen to Rush Limbaugh, why, of course, you will never understand what's going on in the world. Rush Limbaugh is the finest conservative money could buy.
I hear you. I agree. What I really wanted to ask is, have you seen the movie A Long Kiss Goodnight?
No, I haven't.
I forget.
I'm waiting for it to come out in DVD.
Well, I have it on DVD.
Oh, well, fine,
And,
but maybe.
There's a scene in there where they bring out the point that the reason they're staging a whole terrorist activity like 9/11, but it's it has to do with an oil tanker, and they say that the fact comes out that the CIA is doing this so they can increase their funding.
Sure.
And so if you haven't heard about that, you might want to check that out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes there's a lot more truth in some of the Hollywood movies than you're going to get from Rush Limbaugh.
I agree. And you were talking about the X-Files, and so I wanted to mention that.
Right.
And I also wanted to bring up the fact that about the Lone Gunman series.
The what?
The Lone Gunman series.
Mm-hmm.
You remember hearing about that?
No.
Or about 8 or 9 months before 9/11 happened, on the Lone Gunman series, which was done by
the Lone Gunman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. I saw that presentation. For our listeners who don't know, the Lone Gunmen were sort of an offshoot of the X-Files, and the 3 lone gunmen were on this plane, and somebody was able to control the plane by remote control, and the plane was heading towards New York, and where was it going to crash? It was going to crash into the World Trade Center. And you sat on the edge of your seat until just the closing seconds of the movie when they gained control of the controls of the plane. They were able to take it away from the evil people who were controlling it from the ground, and the plane soars over the top of the World Trade Center, and you never saw it again.
And they pulled the whole series off the air.
That's right.
Dr. Stan, very briefly, I believe you had mentioned some time ago that something the major media didn't cover, to no surprise, was the decision for the Federal Reserve System to go to a cashless system.
Yes.
In October of 2005. In light of that, how should we, as individual families, be viewing the current economic conditions with regard to money in the bank, that really there is no gold standard obviously behind our money anymore? Should we be investing in gold or other precious metals at this point in time to maybe hedge that possibility?
Yes. I believe that we have a talk on that. It's called the Financial Tsunami. I believe you should be in gold and silver and platinum. You should perhaps be in gold stocks and silver stocks and foreign currencies and foreign annuities. You get out of the dollar. That's a little different than the subject here, but it's a very legitimate question. I think we're heading into terrible financial times. If you listen to the President's State of the Union message, he will tell you that we have now cut the budget deficit to $248 billion. And within a very short period of time, we will no longer be running a federal budget deficit. And he's going to be able to do this by continuing the tax cuts, by increasing spending. And how you can have tax cuts and increase spending and have a balanced budget, I don't know. But you have to understand it's a lie. If you'd like, Dr. Corsi has an excellent article on human events, so you can call me and I'll send you a copy of this. The real budget deficit last year was not $248 billion, it was $4.7 trillion. $4.7 trillion on an actual basis. Congress requires the government to put out an honest set of books. They have the money in, the money out, or you have the sort of budget, sort of actuarial figures that we require from corporations. And that way you have to put on your liabilities as well, your health care, your pension, your other liabilities. Today, why General Motors has a liability of $55 billion. Ford has a liability of $22 billion. This is what they owe for health care that they are committed to pay, and they don't have the money. Ford lost $12.7 billion last year, is borrowing $18 billion to try to stay afloat. But we have, well, in 1922, pardon me, in the year 2002, and I'm taking this off the top of my head, but these figures are pretty close. The yearly deficit from a sound actuarial basis was $2 trillion. In the year 2003, it was $3 trillion. And in the year 2006, it was $4.7 trillion. Our real debt is about $57 trillion and increasing at such a rate that if we were to tax everything, 100% income tax and 100% corporate tax, we still couldn't meet the yearly deficits. If you go up on the internet and type in Kitlikoff, K-I-T-L-I-K-O-F-F, St. Louis Federal Reserve, is America bankrupt? You'll get his article. He's a professor of economics. He wrote this report for the St. Louis Federal Reserve. The answer is yes, America is bankrupt. Get out of the dollar. Get out of annuities, get out of CDs, buy something of intrinsic value, gold, silver, platinum, foreign currencies, the Swiss franc. Diversify, diversify, diversify. If you can, get my syllabus and my talk on the financial tsunami, and I think hopefully it'll give you some good advice. I'm not a financial counselor, but I talk to a lot of smart people, a lot smarter than I am. We're in real trouble financially, and most people are going to get wiped out. The whole idea is if you destroy the economy, then the people will turn to the dictatorship. Look to government to solve their problems and look after them.
One last question, Dr. Stan. When I've heard reference of something called the corridor.
Yes.
What do you know about that?
Well, we have the pictures of it. It's in the syllabus here. That's the North American corridor. It's a massive highway, 4 football fields wide, that will extend from the Mexican ports on the west coast of Mexico all the way to Kansas City and up into Canada. It will divide our country. And it is going to be a vehicle by which they're going to be able to bring cheap goods into this country, flood our country with goods that are created in China, impoverish our people. And it is simply part of this whole idea of uniting the North American continent. It's part of this program for the North American Union. The one good thing is they were planning on this, completing it in 2005. It didn't work out. Now their target is 2010. Maybe if we pray, they'll be frustrated. It's all we can do. Because this is a spiritual battle. There are powerful forces that are intent upon destroying the sovereignty of our nation. But perhaps and it may be that God will allow this nation to be destroyed. I mean, if God is just, why, his justice will not sleep forever. But maybe, just maybe, we can have a third great awakening, and that's why I do what I do. Trying to bring out the spiritual aspect of it, hoping that people will return to our Lord. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Well, our next speaker is Michael Shaw. And Michael is an attorney, a businessman, very successful businessman, who has really cut back tremendously on his business so that he can spend full time trying to educate people about these entities of sustainable development and Agenda 21 and this effort to control our property rights. For without property rights, there are no human rights. There is no freedom. The foundation of our freedom is based really upon the ability of each and every one of us to own our property. So Michael lives in Santa Cruz, where I do. We call it affectionately the People's Republic of Santa Cruz. And for 20 years, Michael has been launching an effort to get the right to do with a piece of property. He basically doesn't want to develop it and make it a lot of money. He wants to develop it and make it into a beautiful garden, which he has. And this is many, many acres of land. He just wanted to restore it to its natural beauty, but the government doesn't want him to do that. For some reason, they want to regulate every aspect of what we do, because there are people who have a different world vision, a different world view. And Santa Cruz is sort of a trial for that sort of thing. So Michael has been involved for almost 20 years in a long-standing battle with the local planning commission, and he is brought legal action against them. He's been on the front lines of this battle really all across the country. A member of Freedom 21, which is a national organization. He's developed a local branch called Freedom 21 Santa Cruz. For many years, he did a radio program locally, which was actually heard all throughout the country on Freedom 21 Santa Cruz Radio. He's totally dedicated to the preservation of America. I'm glad to call him a friend. Michael, please come.
America has been swamped with a costly policy program that is increasingly supported by the courts across this country. The program is centered squarely upon the elimination of private property and free enterprise. It is swarming the country under the warm and fuzzy term, sustainable development. How many people in the audience are familiar to some level with the ideas of sustainable development? Okay, thank you. Sustainable development has become the popularized expression for Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is the 1992 United Nations Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development. Agenda 21 defines itself as the comprehensive plan of action to be taken globally, nationally, and locally by organizations of the United Nations systems, governments, and major groups in every area in which humans impact on the environment. Well, that doesn't leave anything. My goal in the next few minutes is to describe the origin, the general nature, and the implementation of Sustainable Development / Agenda 21, and illustrate how this global comprehensive plan is transforming the American systems of government, justice, and economics. Back in the 1990s, my exposure to Agenda 21 followed this pattern. I was a director on the local Santa Cruz County Resource Conservation District, which worked with the federal government's Department of Agriculture's Natural Resource Conservation System. And while doing that and having federal officials come to our meetings to proclaim the need for such things as wildland fires, that wildland fires were only not to be precluded, they were to be encouraged. And in this process, I found out about a local Agenda 21 program. Now, Santa Cruz is only one of 3 counties in the country that has called their Agenda 21 program Agenda 21. Here in Sonoma, it's called 2020. The conditions of Santa Cruz since that time have begun to show the effects of 2020. Our forest lands, the redwood forest and the Santa Cruz Mountains, can't be timbered very easily. And now in over half the mountain, it is illegal to timber the redwoods. They're growing so close that the fire is only a matter of time before it chases the people out of the Santa Cruz Mountains. Only last month, California Supreme Court, a 4-3 decision, said that it's, for the first time in the history of the state, it's not necessary. The state enforce timber policies. They granted all timber-making policies to the County Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz. 2 weeks ago, our farmers lost a case that came as a result of a 1980s action which began the monitoring of all farmers' water in Santa Cruz County. In the 90s, the farmers began to be taxed on the drawing of their own water from their own wells. Today, that is up to $200 an acre foot. They finally sued. They, of course, lost in the Santa Cruz County Superior Courts, went to the appellate courts in San Jose, and shockingly, in the state that has had the strongest water rights in the history of the world, they lost there too. Notwithstanding the fact that California Supreme Court only 2 days earlier had decided a similar case in Santa Barbara oppositely. So what did the San Jose Appellate Court do? Well, they simply depublished the opinion, so the farmers now cannot even appeal to the Supreme Court. Santa Cruz is the leading county in California for the implementation of sustainable development. But the sad news is that other counties are following and following quickly. A former mid-level operator in the Santa Cruz Planning Department for many years has now, for about a decade or so, been the planning director here in Sonoma County. His name is Pete Parkinson. Well, Mr. Parkinson is quickly and relatively suddenly imposing Santa Cruz-type ordinances all over Sonoma County. Now, this isn't the only other county in California with these problems. Every county has the problem, and they're accelerating. But they're clearly accelerating here in Sonoma very rapidly, as I realized from the stack of 70 pages of local newspaper articles describing the Creekside ordinances, which are sampled out of after Santa Cruz. In Santa Cruz, we've got a 2-lane freeway system. We need 4. But what we're getting is hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money to take a dilapidated rail line that Southern Pacific wants to put in the hands of somebody else so that a commuter line can be built along the railroad track. That'll be followed by 14-story buildings where people will live in stack-em and pack-em units, where developers or so-called sustainable developers will build these high-rises with federal dollars. In fact, Santa Cruz has received a $300 million federal grant to build the first 3,000 of these stack-em and pack-em units. That's an 800-square-foot unit that the developer gets $100,000 from the federal government just to begin to build. The County Board of Supervisors has said, if you are a sustainable developer, you're immune from any construction defect liability. It's a partnership between selected developers building this new world order and the government using the American taxpayer dollars in order to do it. There is a fast approach to make sustainable development happen here, there, and all across this country. The net effect is going to be that it's going to bankrupt the dollar and bring us into a North American currency situation just like the Europeans. There's a man named Gary Lawrence who was an advisor to the United States President's Council. This was President Clinton, his Council on Sustainable Development. We don't hear these words, but boy, it's all over Washington, D.C. It's all around Congress. He was a U.S. government delegation member to the United Nations 1996 Habitat II Conference. He's a director for the Center for Sustainable Communities at the University of Washington and a chief planner for the city of Seattle. There are a lot of people all over this state with that kind of pedigree who are working behind the scenes to restructure our life for the purpose of eliminating private property. When he was at a United Nations meeting in 1998 in London, he said the following: participating in a UN advocated planning process would very likely bring out many who would actively work to defeat any elected official undertaking local Agenda 21. So we call our processes something else, such as comprehensive planning, that's what the state of Wisconsin uses, growth management, or as we use here in California, smart growth. We have a governor that's probably the second biggest advocate for smart growth of any of the governors in the United States. Terms today that are used are terms like visioning, common, 2020, welcome Sonoma, community plan, and others are used. These programs are always said to be locally driven, but comparisons show remarkable similarities, evidencing a top-down system that conforms to Agenda 21's comprehensive plan blueprint. It is a global to local scheme facilitated with federal dollars and the change agents that our universities are pouring out by the thousands every year. The sustainable goal is the elimination of the middle class. You can say, now, Michael, the middle class is doing fine in America today. We're pumping out so many dollars that it's relatively easy for someone to get by. But you see, it's the pumping out of the dollars that creates the conditions, along with the infrastructure that is being changed in our country, and the bogus attacks on automobile use and suburban housing, that as the dollar begins to implode, will leave this country without the middle class the sustainable developers desire. The green goal includes the listing in a 1,300-page book that came out of the 1992 Rio Conference, sponsored by the United Nations, of what's not sustainable. And as you go through this 1,300 pages, it just goes on and on and on. But a couple of the examples include private property is deemed by those who are running the sustainable programs in all our communities to be not sustainable. Golf courses and ski lodges, irrigation is not sustainable. The world cannot support 6 billion people if we don't irrigate our farms. But you see, the plan behind sustainable development includes population control. It's a program for land use control, education control, and population control. The leaders of the sustainable movement, including people like Dr. Michael Soule from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and David Foreman, who's focused on the Wildlands Project, which I'll talk about in a minute, say that the world's human population should not exceed 500 million people. That's a 93% reduction of today's population levels. Monotheism is not sustainable, according to the Sustainable Development Guide. Commercial agriculture and the family unit are not sustainable. Sustainable developers have a symbol. It's an interconnecting situation with 3 circles. Each circle represents one of the 3 basic E's for the sustainable developers. The first E is the idea of equity. Equity means to use the law to re-engineer humanity. Instead of concepts of private property and equal justice, it's run by a system of social justice. If you have a 20-year-old child, they've never even heard the notion of equal justice. They've only heard social justice. And with social justice comes, quote, environmental justice and the precautionary principle. You see, the precautionary principle is in the minds of our youth, replacing notions of equal justice. The precautionary principle holds that no human being can take any action that might cause harm. That's why the federal government came into Santa Cruz with its Habitat Conservation Plan and proposed 97 species for special protection that required each landowner who might prospectively, not actually, prospectively have a certain species of plant or animal or bug on their property to do the following. In the case of the long-toed salamander, you couldn't walk on your property during the wintertime because it was its mating season. And if you did walk on your property, your duty under the law, right out of the dark ages, was that you had to prove you didn't step on one. And of course, proving the negative as a basis for justice is the definition of tyranny. If you have a child in the Los Angeles City School District, that means a 3rd grader, they're taught precisely the principles of the precautionary principle. The second E is economy. Now, economy doesn't mean trade, freely given, as we all presume economy to mean. It means the redistribution, the international redistribution of America's wealth. That's why we have policies like NAFTA and CAFTA, to break down the American producer, to give favored treatment to other producers in this hemisphere. It is the effort to destroy the free enterprise farmer, the free enterprise manufacturer, and free enterprise itself. The economy means the replacement of free enterprise with public-private partnerships. Well, Hitler called that for what it is, a public-private partnership, a system of economics based on public-private partnership. The term we hear all the time today is more simply and directly defined as fascism. Fascism was not a system of justice, it was a system of economics. And if you remember the movie Schindler's List, he simply was doing the government's business. Public-private partnership. But the third E takes precedence over all else, and it flows in from the top. It's all about the environment. The environment in this context has no end but to put nature above man. The United States government's support for Sustainable Development, Agenda 21, is very clear. You won't find it in newspapers, because newspapers, that tight little grouping of people who own newspapers in America today, are themselves sustainable developers. So we don't hear what's happening. But if you dig into the work and you find out who's doing what, it becomes very evident at every level. In 1992, while the Rio Conference was going on, George Bush, then president, was there, not on ground, he was just offshore in Prince Charles's yacht, where he executed the Agenda 21 protocols on behalf of the United States and brought it back to Washington, D.C. Within a year, Bill Clinton, by executive order, no congressional review, established the President's Council for Sustainable Development. It included a who's who of the environmental groups, included all of the secretaries of the cabinet, and it had a couple of business people. The chairman of California's Pacific Gas and Electric was one of the three. Ken Lay of Enron was another one. In 1997, the counties and mayors created the Joint Center for Sustainable Communities. And in 2001, the National Governors Association endorsed smart growth. Well, I'll explain what smart growth is in a little bit, but just understand that in essence, smart growth is the urban element of the land use dynamic of sustainable development. We've got to go back and understand the nexus of what causes sustainable development to be an issue in our lives every day. The United Nations is at the center of the sustainable development movement. In 1976, at their Habitat 1 conference, they said, quote, "Private land ownership is also a principal instrument of the accumulation and concentration of wealth, and therefore contributes," here's that term again, "to social injustice. Public control of land use is therefore indispensable." Now, your 100-foot setbacks from intermittent streams in this county is a first big step toward achieving this end. We've done it in Santa Cruz. We did it before anybody knew what sustainable development was. In fact, we had that done with Pete Parkinson as part of the routine before the world knew what sustainable development was, before 1992. Santa Cruz has been a test case in the country and for around the world for the policies of sustainable development. The voters passed a measure called Measure C, Decade of the Environment, in 1990, which looks just like what came out of Rio de Janeiro 2 years later. And now counties around the state and around the country are following Santa Cruz. Sustainable development has two land use action plans. The first one is the so-called Wildlands Project. The Wildlands Project calls for the elimination of human presence on over 50% of the American landscape and heavily controlled activity on most of the rest of American land. Think about that. The land of the free and the home of the brave now has a federal government, a state government, and local governments everywhere working to achieve this end. Reminds me of Vladimir Lenin's a statement about how it is he gets his bureaucrats to do the dirty work for him. He said, most of them don't need to know what we're after. Most of our bureaucrats are simply useful idiots. We only need a few to understand our goals. And that philosophy has swamped the American governmental operations at the federal, state, and local level. This is a map of the Wildlands Project. It was prepared in 1994 based on documents that had been smuggled out of the UN headquarters in Geneva. These documents were smuggled out by a few brave Americans, Michael Kaufman from Maine being primary amongst them, in order to get this information to the United States Congress before it was ready to pass the Wildlands Biodiversity Treaty, which was the product along with Agenda 21 that came out of the 1992 UN conference in Rio de Janeiro. To explain the map, the red are areas that are to be off limits to human beings. No resource development, no human activity. If you live there, you won't. The yellow areas are the areas for major control of all human activity. If you live there, you won't. The black areas, the black dots, are the smart growth zones. That's where human beings are to be stacked and packed in small living units along rail tracks. The smart growth program ultimately has jobs assigned and children cared for by the state as you board the train for work. These goals are being achieved today. Look at the dam busting that's happening all across the United States. In fact, Hetch Hetchy, the breaking of Hetch Hetchy Dam up in Yosemite, which waters all of San Francisco, is supported both by Senator Feinstein and Senator Boxer. Forest fuel levels are causing massive fires. That's not because of global warming. That's because you can't manage your forest anymore. It's against the law. The dynamic for these massive fires has been planned. Habitat set-asides and conservation easements mean compliant partnering between owners and the government. The result is, if you enter into a conservation easement, you have given up in perpetuity the private property aspect of the property that you've so contracted. The root of all of the wildlands effort is in the Endangered Species Act. The worst fears of many of us from many years ago are coming true as plants, bugs, and animals are deemed more important than people. It is time to repeal, not reform or strengthen, as Congressman Pombo talks about, the Endangered Species Act. America was one of the last countries to take on this legislation, which is everywhere around the world and which was centered in United Nations organizations. You see, when the government controls the natural resources and the land, the government does control or will control all human action. And that's what tyranny is all about. The second element of the land use aspect of sustainable development is so-called smart growth. When Californians threw Gray Davis out of office, they threw the man that put the Wildlands Project in effect in this state. The Sierra is now a 22-county wildlands project. It's called the Sierra Conservancy. And I've spoken in a couple counties up there. People have no idea what's going on. And it strikes me so often that because we don't understand how this is being placed upon us, many people just give up. The excitement about Sonoma is a number of people are rallied against what's wrong. What's needed now is to understand why it is this is coming down on Sonoma and organize so that you get the weed at its root. Because I can tell you one thing about fighting sustainable development policies. If you just go pruning and snipping back the branches, it only fuels it. In Santa Cruz, we had a situation where the public responded because all of the non-farmers' wells were now going to be monitored. And a huge contingent came down to the Board of Supervisors. This was probably 7 or 8 years ago. And they beat it back. Well, the Board of Supervisors hasn't fought, and we're about ready to see them sneak in some regulations to reinstitute the water controls on non-farmers' wells. People in Sonoma need to beat back these creekside ordinances, but don't think that when you've done that, you've won. This is a war, and it will last a long time. Ask your neighbors if they've been lured by the ideas of smart growth, why it is that so-called sprawl and choice is so bad. Human beings are not sardines. We don't do well when we're all jammed on top of each other. It's a big country. It's a big world. And it's for us to use, enjoy, and protect. That's the nature of human beings. And those who spoil the water or spoil the air need to be criminalized. But those who use the natural resources of our country cannot be precluded unless we are going to allow freedom to slip away, lives to end, and tyranny to begin. Is the development of water resources so bad? Why are we breaking our water resources? You know, the World Bank, now run by the Bush administration, calls for a global limitation for the daily human use of water. It's to be restricted to 10 gallons a day. Well, there are no suburban lots with 10 gallons of water of use per day. It's as though water disappears once you use it. The amount of water on this planet has never changed since the beginning of time. It just changes form and location. And wise use brings water to the needs and uses of people. But the plan is to limit you severely. At 10 gallons of water per day, you don't even take a shower. And what's so distressing about putting more lanes on our freeways in the state? Since Jerry Brown was governor, we don't build new freeways. And it doesn't matter if it's Ronald Reagan or Arnold Schwarzenegger. You see, this is a bipartisan effort. Sustainable development would not be swiftly and quietly moving through this country if the Republicans and the Democrats weren't solidly behind it at the high levels. I'm not talking about the people. Here's an artist's rendering of Freedom 21 Santa Cruz activists of what their ideas for human communities need to be like. It's like living in a feudal age castle where you can't walk outside it. Only modern technology builds these things up and makes them big. You see, one of the wildlands proponents says, when we're done, it'll be the animals on the outside freely roaming the landscape, watching the people on the inside of the walled smart growth communities. The program happening today in Sonoma County about creek setbacks is an early but definite step toward bringing people in from rural areas and packing them in the new age smart growth communities. This is a list of what we call warm and fuzzy expressions. It's a list worth looking at. These are words that used to appear in a dictionary and they had a meaning. In the newspeak of sustainable development, these words don't mean anything that you grew up thinking them to mean. This is the newspeak understood by those working the inside for bringing us this new world order. I've talked about environment, economy, and equity, but consensus. You see, it used to be that if there were public engagements, there'd be a set of rules you'd go by so that both sides could hear and they could fight it out and the public could hear. It was called the Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order don't exist anymore. You go into these community consensus meetings, Orlean made mention of some here in Sonoma. They happen all the time in Santa Cruz. Consensus means you go along. It's a preconceived outcome with tactics used by trained facilitators to get the audience to the end point. As the public begins to understand what's going on, the rules ratchet down, and the public is then put in a little table of 6 people. They assign the 6. There's always a facilitating leader at these tables of 6 people. And if you've got a comment you want to have shared with the audience, the facilitator excludes the comments that don't support the predetermined conclusion. And there's no public way for you to raise your hand and say, what about this? There is no debate. Consensus is the local process for bringing about the New World Order, which is devoid of the idea and ideals of property rights. Common good. Decided by whom? Restoration. What are we talking about? Restoration. This is the year 2006. By restoration, they mean make this landscape look like it did in 1492. That's literally what they mean. So much for farming. You know, I work to create an environment of native plants of what we call Liberty Garden on the coast of Santa Cruz. And the one thing I can tell you for sure is that if you got rid of all the weed seeds in this entire state, you're not going to recreate 1492 any more than the Indians of 1492 with their massive fires in order to make the California landscape blossom could have made that landscape the way it was in 1 AD or 1000 BC. Things change. Best management practices. That means if you don't do it the federal government, meaning the United Nations way, you'd be kicked off your land. Best management practices are a one-way answer to questions that they can't even ask, much less find a workable answer to. Regional. Regionalism, as Charlotte Iserbyt says, is communism. Regional boards exist all across the state, from water quality to air quality. Nobody elects them, but they make all the rules that restrict what you can do, and they're going to make a whole lot more in the next decade. See, when Ronald Reagan said it's time to remake California government, he said, because California government is horse and buggy, Ronald Reagan was wrong. It is a system of local control that is essential to a free society, and it is the regionalization by control boards that is the essence of tyranny. The infrastructure has been set up over the last 3 or 4 decades. We need to build numbers so we can roll that back. You see, the planned evolution utilizes change agents to bring about a process that they call action. Now, action sounds like a fine word, but it too is a code word for the implementers of sustainable development. I have here the Santa Cruz County Local Agenda 21. It's called a Sustainable Community Action Plan, Our Agenda for the 21st Century. This is being implemented step by step by the County Board of Supervisors. But on the back, they tell you what action means. It's Agenda 21, community, teamwork, in operation now. You see, that teamwork is to change us from a system of self-governance to one of global collectivism. Our foundation is one that leads to liberty. The American foundation is one predicated upon liberty, which is based upon the ideals of unalienable rights, which preserve for each human being their life, their liberty, and their property. You break any of that system of flow, and you end up with tyranny. Global collectivism is about the establishment of tyranny. It is based on the United Nations concept of human rights. And that means we work toward a system of social equity, a new economy, public-private partnership, and a new system of justice, environmental justice. This is happening in every county across the country. Very few locales have gotten the message in a sufficient way to be able to fight it at its root, because the more you break off the branches, the more it grows. You've got to get it at the root, explain to others what is happening, and understand yourself what its effects are. You say, well, how does all this happen? There's a lot of organizations, and I'm not going to spend all day talking about them, but I'll give an example. One of the organizations that is working the global effort for sustainable development is called ICLEI. That's an acronym for the organization called the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. This is a UN NGO. NGO means non-governmental organization. It also means to be an NGO, you are accredited by the United Nations for purposes of implementing sustainable development. The American Farm Bureau is an NGO. The Chamber of Commerce is an NGO. You'd be shocked at all the organizations that you belong to that are NGOs. ICLEI is one of them. This is from their 1997 website, and it shows San Francisco, San Jose, Santa Cruz County, and Santa Monica as Californian cities 10 years ago that were members of ICLEI. In its own words, ICLEI is an international association of local governments implementing sustainable development. International Organization of Local Governments. Our federal government is feeding the idea of creating a global system of global to local, meaning global governance over local areas, eliminating nations. And I don't care who the next president is, he will be a sustainable developer. The Republican Party is a member of the International Democrat Union. So is the Conservative Party in England and 80 other parties around the country. The International Democrat Union calls for the implementation on a global basis of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. That is the end of America. The IDU meets every 4 years in whatever city the Republican Party meets in, with very high security, and high-level Republicans run back and forth between the two conferences. Nothing needs to be said about the Democrat Party. It's pretty obvious that they are globalist in nature. Americans have no alternative today when it comes to the political machinery. Give it to the right, give it to the left. We'll bake. Our federal government agencies are also very clear in their commitment. Remember, I told you that President Clinton made sure that all agencies became implementers of sustainable development. This is the Department of Agriculture. No wonder our farmers are in such trouble. It's very clear from their website that sustainable development is a central piece of USDA policy, making a sustainable difference, they say, as they advertise the United Nations World Summit on Sustainable Development. Farm policies, starting with NAFTA, are all about implementing sustainable development. When I say farm policies, I mean federal farm policies. As American agriculture goes, so goes the American people. So we've got to pause and ask ourselves, which philosophy of rights do we want to work toward? And at this point, it gets pretty simple. Because if you boil down all the sophistications, it's a contrast between two systems of government that human beings today are faced with having a choice of. One is the ideas of individual rights, and they're predicated upon the United States Declaration of Independence, probably the greatest achievement in all of human history was that document, what's contained in it. You see, the purpose of government under our Declaration is that government serves to protect the natural or unalienable rights of each of us. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The Republican Party's dedication to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights deserves a little bit of a look. See, the purpose of government under that concept is that the control of the individual for the greater good of a global community. In Article 29, Section 3 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, it says, quote, "Rights and freedoms may be in no case exercised contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations." Well, who are the men behind the black curtain at the UN? They're the ones deciding what rights and freedoms exist for whom and for when. Do you really think it's Kofi Annan? You see, in short, under the American system, you're born with rights and government exists to protect those rights. You and the product of your labor belong to you. But under the emerging system of global governance, government will grant, restrict, and withdraw your rights according to its needs. You and the product of your labor belong to the community. President Bush, 3 years ago, said, quote, "The United States of America is committed to the United Nations, and we show that commitment by working to fulfill the UN's stated purposes and give meaning to its ideals. We'll have no less of a commitment to the UN from Hillary Clinton or John McCain or Al Gore or John Kerry or any other name you can think of who might be the next president." See, political globalists are moving toward a form of what I'll call state capitalism. It's an assault on land, and that's where we have to stand up and protect our land and protect our neighbor's land. It's about the growth of public-private partnerships and the growing war on free enterprise. Other Agenda 21 issues to put your eyes on are the human health care issues, which are increasingly calling for the surrender of individuality to sustainability. We're embedding a system of, quote, comprehensive planning. It is, in the words of Al Gore, the reinvention of government. Christianity is being redefined toward a global religion. Who's going to win that race? It is about the central control of education, as Orlean talked about. Our schools are building global citizens and human drones. It's about globalist trade policy. And it designs the creation of monetary uncertainty. The Federal Reserve Bank in St. Louis last month had a writing from one of its principals calling the American government bankrupt. Think about that. The Federal Reserve would live on. They'd just substitute one form of funny money for another form of funny money. But the American government would be bankrupt. I'd like to do this chart to summarize how the sustainable developers are organized. On the right, as we move toward this collectivist one world, we've got public-private partnerships. Okay, the few guys who will take federal money to build government housing that's advertised as a leftist movement. But it's the few guys working for those partnerships that come from the right side of this political spectrum. On the left side, it's all those advocates of social justice. Treat everyone fairly. Protect the environment. You see, those are the two sides of one coin. That coin is sustainable development. Sustainable development is a government-controlled society. It's tyranny. You got smart growth, and you got the Wildlands Project. It's Agenda 21, usually championed by the left. Regionalism, championed by the right. Collectivism, championed by the left. And the UN Charter, amazingly, I'll claim, is championed by the right. But together, they're working toward a common end. Americans are asked to subscribe to one team or the other, as though there's a choice in being on one side or the other of a two-sided coin. Whether you get government education on the left or the right, Bush and Kennedy were the champion partners for the No Child Left Behind legislation, which decimates learning in America. We've got fraud coming from the left with their environmental shenanigans. We've got an interventionist military policy coming from the right. When we end up, we're living in a police state. The left and the right are not the answers to what ails America. They are the problem. You see, liberty is based on freedom. And freedom requires the development of human conscience. And the system that does that is parenthood. And a society that relies on family first is a society that learns to express itself in a way that's constructive and associate in a way that's productive. And trade, honest free trade, results from that. Freedom brings us genuine peace, not the kind of peace of a no-war policy, but the freedom, the peace that comes through individual liberty and private property and the willingness to stand up to defend those ideas. And if that's the condition of a society, we end up with prosperity and abundance. And the greatest foundation in the history of humankind for that kind of society is the Declaration of Independence. So I suggest that we need to look at the political spectrum as an up-down political spectrum. Liberty at the top, tyranny at the bottom. Understand that it's the Declaration and building a society predicated upon the principles of the Declaration of Independence that brings us liberty. And if we fall for the sustainable development, global to local dynamic of stealing private property with such things as 100-foot setbacks from your own property on both sides, that we begin the downward road that we're already on, called sustainable development. And that's what must be understood and fought. If we're to declare our independence, we'll need to follow the principles of liberty. If we want freedom and abundance, we've got to maintain parental control, not federal control, over how our children are educated. We need a defensive military policy not a military policy that brings the world to its knees while we all fight each other so that the globalist order takes place. Individual liberty and economic liberty are partners in this effort. Free expression and free association for each of us. Free enterprise and private property as one chooses. Freedom 21 Santa Cruz, we're happy to be working with organizations around the country. The word is beginning to seep out. You can visit our table in the back. We have brochures that are circulating through the country that are short, easy to understand. There's a lot more work. We have a website with thousands of references, many from Santa Cruz and this section of California, but from all over the country, and readership from around the world. It's important to know what we're dealing with. You can't fight an enemy you don't know, because they just will appear and reappear, and if you don't understand their essence, you won't be able to anticipate and fight. There are thousands of attacks that are going on right now. We have DVDs, including America's Choice, Liberty or Sustainable Development, with 6 speakers from around the country speaking on this issue in more detail. A DVD called Taking Liberty, done by Dr. Michael Kaufman, who did the map I showed earlier, that shows how that map, done in 1994, it shows its current status. The current status is nearly what was shown back in 1994. In other words, the Wildlands Project is moving across this country. I ask you, if you're at all interested, to sign up for our periodic reports, which will bring you information somewhat irregularly, giving you the kind of information you need and that you want to spread around, so that here in Sonoma County you can take a good, strong lead in staving off the ruin of America, otherwise called sustainable development. Thank you.
Well, where did we come from? Why are we here? Those are the questions that philosophers have asked since the beginning of time. Of course, if you ask the philosophers what it's about, they will tell you that, well, life is tough and then you die. Man came out of nothing and is going no place. Life, there's certainly no good deed will ever go unpunished. Life is sort of a matter of quiet desperation, but somehow or rather maybe having children has to do with why we're here. Or perhaps we're like the rock who worships nothing. Perhaps there is no meaning for life at all. The philosopher really doesn't know why we're here. Originally, of course, America was founded by Christians on Christian principles. Our nation was to be unique because the power of the central authority over the lives of the people was to be limited by the chains of the Constitution, and men were to be free. This was a unique concept in that man was to be ruled by God. In other words, we weren't to be ruled by government, and God wasn't going to rule the government. We were going to be ruled ourselves, and then we could be free because we would not need an all-powerful government. For as William Penn had said so well, those who will not be ruled by God will be ruled by tyrants. So these principles of America that have been outlined, and you've heard them outlined, were so vitally important to the establishment of the nation that we've lived in. But the nation we live in today is not the nation that I lived in 70 years ago when I was born. I was born actually 77 years ago. America has changed. And the Christianity of today is not the Christianity of half a century ago. Today we have a God without wrath, who deals with men without sin, to take them into a heaven without judgment, through Christ without a cross. And the principles, the concepts of Christianity seem to have changed and changed dramatically, and nobody ever asked why both the music and the message of the church has altered. And I would like to suggest to you that there are other men. These other men have a different worldview because they worship a different God, because they have a different goal. And I'm going to tell you about this today and try to put it into perspective so you can understand these concepts of Agenda 21. What is Agenda 21? It is the agenda for the 21st century you're living in today, for a brave new world where everything that you cherished and held true will no longer exist. Sustainable development, which is a program for government control over every aspect of our lives. And how does this come about, and who are these men, and why are these things happening? Well, the year before I was born, that is in the year 1928, a man named Edward Bernays wrote a book called Propaganda. Edward Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and this is how he began his book. The intelligent and intentional manipulation of the occupational habits and the views of the individual is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this essential mechanism constitute an invisible government, which is the true rulers of our country. Our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. And Edward Bernays knew what he was talking about. When I went to medical school, and I entered in 1948, cancer of the lung was almost unheard of in women. It was quite common in men because men were used to smoking. So the American Tobacco Company hired Edward Bernays to put on a massive program to convince women to smoke. And by using slogans, slick little slogans like, reach for a smoke, not a sweet. By having in movies pictures, the heroine was always smoking a cigarette, and by the advertisements you saw in newspapers and magazines, you gradually convinced women that they should go ahead and smoke, and as a result, the second largest cause of cancer in women today is cancer of the lung, thanks to Edward Bernays, who was responsible for the deaths of millions of Americans. He was hired by the U.S. Public Health Service to convince the American people that water fluoridation was good for our children. And what you do not know is what the scientists at the Environmental Protection Agency and the engineers at the Environmental Protection Agency and the lawyers who work for the EPA, their union has a website. And I hope you'll go to it, and I hope you'll write it down. www.nteu280. That's www.nteu280. I want you to go there. And NTEU is the National Treasury Employment Union. Don't ask me what that has to do with the EPA, but their union. Actually, it's 11 unions that represent them. And there they will tell you that the water fluoridation that is present in 67% of our cities today influences the fertility, lowers intelligence. In fact, in China, they found that in the areas with fluoridated water, you have about 3 times as many imbeciles and idiots, IQs of 70, and no geniuses. American children, when they graduate from high school today, cannot compete with children who've graduated from the rest of the world. We blame that on the educational system. Nobody wants to suggest that Edward Bernays' system was very successful of putting something into the water that would affect our minds. But don't believe what I say. Go to the union's website and read what's up there. Pull it down and read it. It affects your bones, softens your bones. It affects the menarche of girls. They start 6 to 9 months earlier. It interferes with your endocrine system, interferes with your heart. Actually, it softens your bones. It attacks your thyroid. It increases disability and arthritis. And the average American has never heard of that. Because you see, what Edward Bernays put into action back in the 1940s and 50s, today has been accepted by the American people because most of what you believe and most of what you think simply is not true. Now, most people believe that America is a democracy. If you read what the president says, we are fighting in Iraq today to bring democracy, but the war in Iraq is only part of a much larger war to bring democracy to the world. And yet America was not formed as a democracy. I mean, when we pledge allegiance to the flag, do we pledge allegiance to the democracy for which it stands? No, of course not. We pledge allegiance to the republic for which it stands. Have you ever read the story about Benjamin Franklin as he was coming out of the Constitutional Convention, and Mrs. Powell came up to him and said, Mr. Franklin, what have you given us? What sort of government? And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. If you read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the Federalist Papers, you will never once see the mention of the word democracy other than to decry its use. If you read the constitutions of all of our 50 states, every one of them is a republic, not a democracy. Democracies were described in the Federalist Papers, the 10th of them. And you go to the universities where they teach, constitutional law, and they will never mention the 10th of the Federalist Papers, where James Madison said, democracies are air spectacles of turbulence and contention, are air incompatible with personal security and the rights of property, and are usually as short in their lives as they are violent in their deaths. Do you notice an increase in violence in your community and throughout our nation recently as the gangs, the MS-13 gangs, and these other gangs are becoming increasingly violent? And the MS-13 gang, which is being allowed to operate in this country with over 50,000 members, in many of the chapters you can't get in until you've killed somebody. Recently they did a program on 60 Minutes where they interviewed a young woman who'd left the MS-13, and within a few weeks after she appeared on 60 Minutes, she was murdered. We're moving into a period of increasing violence in this country because we have turned our back on our heritage of freedom and Christianity in this nation, and it did not happen by accident. America is a republic and not a democracy, so why are we fighting in Iraq to bring democracy? And why does the President say this is only part of a much larger war to bring democracy? Well, that is covered in many of my writings. In fact, that those of you who have a chance to get our little pamphlets on the occult hierarchy that rules the world. There are 3 pamphlets, actually, and you need to get all 3 of them and read them through. And they will take you into the writings of the occult people who work within the shadows. And of course, we have the advantage because we read what the other side says. They're very, very flagrant in what they write, knowing full well that you will never hear about it. Most people in America today believe there's global warming. Why? Because Time magazine and Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and the New York Times and the Washington Post and all of the major newspapers, including the front pages of the Wall Street Journal. You have to understand that the front pages of the Wall Street Journal are a bit different than the editorial section. And they will tell you that scientists have agreed almost universally that global warming is a reality, and of course it's directly related to what human beings are doing. And they will point to the fact that the ice caps are melting on the North Pole and the South Pole. And that is absolutely true. I mean, if you look at Mars, the ice caps are melting on Mars. Both the ice caps on the North and the South Pole are melting, and they're melting here in the United States as well. And the snows of Kilimanjaro are receding, and the glaciers are receding, and we are in a program of global warming that has been going on since the 1600s. How many of you have ever wondered why Greenland is called Greenland? If you go and look at it today, sheets of ice, but they tell you the ice is melting on Greenland, and the ice is melting on Greenland. But 1,000 years ago, when Leif Erikson was there, it was green, and there were vineyards there, and there were lush green fields. And then the world went into a period of global cooling, which had lasted until the 1600s, and since then we've been in a period of global warming. But human activity has nothing to do with it, and greenhouse gases has nothing to do with it. Dr. Robinson, Art Robinson, is a friend of mine. He was a professor at the Southern University in Southern California. He moved to Oregon, where he has the Oregon Institute. He's renowned among scientists. I think they all envy him because he got out of the university system where he was subservient to the masters who run the university and the great corporations and the great foundations that finance our universities. And he has his own independent institute, but he sent letters out to the leading scientists in America, and 17,000 scientists wrote back and said, man's activity has nothing to do with global warming. It has to do with the phases of the sun. I mean, it has an effect on Mars. It's having an effect on the United States. But you're not going to read that in your local newspapers, because most of what you read and most of what you hear and what you would see is controlled by forces that you have little idea about. And so basically, if you look at this idea of global warming, what are the major greenhouse gases? Who knows what the major greenhouse gas is? It's water. Over 90% of greenhouse gases are water. Carbon dioxide makes up probably less than 3% of greenhouse gases, and then there's methane and a couple of others. The whole idea of global warming is really all about sustainable development that Michael was talking about, and that you really need to get our sustainable development syllabus, because in this syllabus we have the Earth Charter, and the Earth Charter lays out the master plan made up by three people who are deeply involved in the occult. One of them is a man named Mikhail Gorbachev, the former dictator of Russia. The second one is Maurice Strong, who until recently was the second most influential man in the United Nations. He really ran the United Nations, and Kofi Annan was simply the front for Maurice Strong. The third man is Stephen Rockefeller, the son of Nelson Rockefeller, one of the most wealthy men in the world. And if you really believe Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are the richest people in the world, you've been reading too much of Life magazine, or Time magazine, or listening to Rush Limbaugh too long. Most of what you know has been created for you, and the Rockefeller family has tremendous power and influence far beyond your great expectations. It was in 1913 when Woodrow Wilson's book, The New Freedom, was published. At that time, Woodrow Wilson, of course, was the President of the United States. And in his book, The New Freedom, he said this. He said, since I've been in politics, men have come to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States are in commerce or in manufacturing, are afraid of someone. They're afraid of something. They know there is a power somewhere, so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. Let me repeat that for you. And for those of you who would like to read it, I actually put together a little form here in the back. And the quotations I'm about to give you actually see the pages from Woodrow Wilson's book, which you probably won't find in your local library. Since I entered politics, men have come to me privately. And some of the biggest men in the United States in the fields of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something, or afraid of somebody. They know there is a power somewhere, so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they best not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. Now, Woodrow Wilson thought that somehow this tied into the business interests of that time. He knew that there was a force there, but he really didn't know what it was. Nor did he realize that he himself was controlled by this very force. Because his closest friend, and if you read the story of Woodrow Wilson, you'll always find mention of a man named Edward Mandell House. In fact, Woodrow Wilson referred to Edward Mandell House as my alter ego, the man who I would not make a decision without his advice. And who was House? House was part of the secret group that Wilson knew about but didn't understand. His mind was actually controlled by House. And if you read my book, Brotherhood of Darkness, and I hope that many of you want to get it. It's a very simple primer on what's going on. You'll find out that House had supernatural power and had the ability to control men's minds. He controlled not only Woodrow Wilson, he controlled FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Many of the things that Roosevelt did, were actually ideas that were implanted in his mind by Colonel Edward Mandell House. It was 4 years after Woodrow Wilson wrote the statements that we've quoted to you, that Ambassador Gerard returned from Germany. And he writes in his book, My First 83 Years in America. He said, as soon as we returned to the United States, the New York Times sent a reporter to my office and asked me who the rulers of America was. And I sat in my office and I gave them a list of 52 men. Frederick Lundberg expanded on that list in his book, The 60 Families. But these are the men who rule America economically. And, of course, many of them were my friends. And he said, but, of course, some people thought that, I was referring to the political leadership. I was really talking to the economic leadership, but many people felt that was the political leadership as well. It was actually 5 years later, in 1922, when the mayor of New York, John Hyland, wrote an article that was published in the New York Times. And since the article is a little hard to read, we've actually given you here just the typed rendition of it. But basically, we have the original article. And he talked about the invisible government. The mayor of New York wrote an article about the invisible government that controlled America. He likened it to an octopus. An octopus, which, of course, put out its slimy tentacles to grasp and control what was going on and force people to do its bidding. He said, like the octopus, which exists behind a mechanism of its creation. He was talking about the ink that the octopus can put out that you can't see it. So this octopus, of course, works by controlling the media so you don't know it's there. And he talked about how it literally was in total control and would destroy anybody who spoke out against it, and specifically the politicians. And then, of course, when I went through Colonel House's papers, you remember it was Colonel House I mentioned who controlled Woodrow Wilson, and then, of course, controlled FDR. And you'll see here a letter I found in Colonel House's papers at the Sterling Library back in Connecticut at Yale University, where President Roosevelt, writing to Colonel House, made this statement. And you'll see the entire text of the letter. I had a nice talk with Jack Morgan the other day, and he seemed not much worried about some of the things that are going on. But then the real truth of the matter is, as you and I know, that a financial element in the larger centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson. And I'm not wholly accepting the administration of WW. That was Woodrow Wilson. The county is going through a repetition of Jackson's fight for the Bank of the United States, only on a far bigger and broader basis. And Roosevelt thought he was fighting the international financiers, the same ones that Andrew Jackson had been fighting, without realizing he was actually doing their bidding, because the man who was manipulating him was the very man he was writing the letter to, Edward Mandell House, who was deeply involved in the occult. And until people understand that there is another spiritual dimension there that some people have tapped into, and these people have pledged their allegiance to it, you cannot understand the wars of the last century or sustainable development, why we are going in Iraq today, or why we will soon be going into war with Iran. Professor Quigley was a liberal professor who taught at Georgetown University and at Harvard and Princeton before he went to Georgetown University. He's best known because he was Bill Clinton's mentor, and when Bill Clinton accepted the Democrat nomination for the President of the United States in 1992, why he mentioned that when he had been a student, he had heard a call in the summons to citizenship from President John Kennedy, but when he was a student at Georgetown University, he heard that summons clarified by a professor named Carroll Quigley. Now, Carroll Quigley was one of my favorite people. He was brilliant. He hated people like you and I, had total disdain for the simple people. He referred to them the petty bourgeois who voted for Barry Goldwater. You remember that Barry Goldwater ran for president in '64, and he ran as a man who wanted to cut back on the power of government. Well, Professor Quigley believed we needed an all-powerful government. To regulate every aspect of our lives, we needed a ruling aristocracy, and he identified with them. His book, Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, basically talked about this aristocracy, and they were the hope. They were the hope of the world. But then he wrote about the secret society that controls America. And this is what he wrote on page 950. And you can pick a copy of this up back in my table if you'd like to. And I hope this will begin to introduce you to the whole different world. And you will begin to try to prove what I'm saying wrong. And if you don't, that you'll join with us in this epic struggle in which we're engaged today for the very survival of Christian civilization and the souls of men. And I quote, "This myth," and he's speaking about this myth that there is a secret society out there. "This myth, like all fables, does in fact have a modicum of truth. There does exist and has existed for a generation an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way that the radical right believes the Communist Act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operation of this network because I've studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records." Well, I went through Professor Quigley's papers. I spent many weeks back at Georgetown and going through his papers because I wanted to know about this secret movement, and we have all of his papers cataloged and filed away. And I suddenly came to realize that Professor Quigley, as brilliant as he was, one of the most brilliant historians who is still cited by the historians at Harvard and others as one of the greatest historians of the 20th century. Professor Quigley had all the evidence and clues about what this was about, and he missed it totally. Because although he was right about the secret society, which has been created, he talked about, which became known as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Council on Foreign Relations is simply a front for this group. He missed totally the spiritual forces which energized this. Now, then I would conclude with an article that appeared in October 30th issue of the Washington Times, 1993. It was written by Richard Harwood, who had been the editorial page writer for the Washington Times, for the Washington Post for many years. In 1993, he wrote this, and he's speaking about the Council on Foreign Relations. "The President is a member, so is the Secretary of State, the Deputy Secretary of State, all 5 of the Undersecretaries, several of the Assistant Secretaries, and the Department's legal advisor. The President's National Security Advisor and his deputy are members. The Director's Central Intelligence Agency, like all previous directors, and the Chairman of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Committee are members. The Secretary of Defense, 3 Undersecretaries, and at least 4 Assistant Secretaries are members. The Secretaries of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Interior, Health and Human Services, and the Chief White House Public Relations man, David Gergen, are members, along with the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader of the Senate. So much for a two-party system, because the same thing happens with the Republicans. It doesn't matter whether you have the Republicans or Democrats in office. The same people control our foreign and domestic policy. Why do you think the Democrats, although they talk against the war in Iraq, are financing it and voting to finance it? And why do you think that certainly both sides support this whole idea of globalism, doing away with our national sovereignty and transferring the sovereignty of our nation to the United Nations? You have the right, the left, the conservatives, the liberals, the Republicans, the Democrats. Most of our major conservative Christian organizations have been infiltrated and taken over. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I belong to most of them. And you see them. There's one, a very powerful organization I belong to. It was set up to counter the Council on Foreign Relations in about 1980, and today it is simply a cheerleading section for the Council on Foreign Relations, and most of our major conservative leaders belong to that organization. I belonged to it for many years. I belong to it for one reason, that's try to bring the truth to those people, but unfortunately, they're being swayed. They're all supporting this idea we've just got to go to war with the Muslim world. And that's what's happening today. More and more people are intent about us going to war with the Muslim world and bringing about a class of civilizations which will ultimately lead to the financial and moral and perhaps physical destruction of this nation. And these things are not happening by accident. There is a master plan out there that is being followed, and you cannot understand that unless you perhaps read about the occult hierarchy that really rules the world. Because, ladies and gentlemen, behind everything going on today, there are powerful forces. Certainly. Foreign Affairs magazine is published by the Council on Foreign Relations. I've been to their headquarters on several occasions and spent weeks going through their secret papers. By secret, I meant that they were not allowed, and you couldn't go to them unless they were something like 50 years old. And fortunately, I was able to go through some of the older papers there and find out that they were planning on the Second World War in 1938. They were already planning on taking us into the Second World War. The Council on Foreign Relations headquarters is at 5080 68th Street in New York at the Harold Pratt House. The latest issue of Foreign Affairs magazine, that is the one that September-October issue, the lead article is on Al-Qaeda. You all know about Al-Qaeda. We're fighting Al-Qaeda in Iraq. As the President has said, we've got to fight Al-Qaeda, the terrorists on the streets of Baghdad, or we'll be fighting them in the streets of New York. And a lot of people believe what he says. After all, he's a Christian president. But if you read the lead article, and I suggest you get it, or you can pull it down off the internet, or you can write to me, and I'll send it to you. The lead article is always the article that they really want the elite. Now, not common folks like you out here, but the elite who rule our country. This is what they want them to know, and the article continues, the massive and expensive Homeland Security apparatus erected since 9/11 may be persecuting some spying and many inconveniences, most taxing of all, to defend the United States against an enemy that scarcely exists. Against an enemy that scarcely exists. 100,000 Iraqis have died since we attacked that nation. What you do not know is that Saddam Hussein had offered to leave and go to another country, and you can document it in my newsletters. The government of Iraq had offered to allow the United States to come in and supervise elections. They didn't want a peaceful solution. They wanted a battle. They promised the Iraqi generals, by contacting them through intelligence agencies and dropping pamphlets, that the Iraqi generals would just tell their troops to lay down their weapons. Why, we wouldn't do anything. We were going to keep the Iraqi army. We were going to get rid of Saddam. We were going to give them an opportunity for a representative government. And that's why within just a week or so, we were able to get our troops into Baghdad. And then you'd never guess what happened. Why, the president sent a man named Paul Bremer as the presidential envoy to Iraq, superseded and went against the advice of all the generals there, dissolved the Iraqi army, dissolved the Iraqi police force, dissolved the Iraqi civil service. And what do you think happened? You had chaos and anarchy, and, 2.5, 3 years later, while we're still fighting, the man, Major General Paul Evans, was assigned the job of building the Iraqi army back up after we did away with the complete Iraqi army, but he wasn't allowed to use any of the non-commissioned officers, so he couldn't get a no army built. The army had promised him 250 people. They gave him 60. He didn't have any supplies. And as he wrote, and we have the articles, if any of you want to check what I'm saying, Major General Paul Evans, he said, I didn't have any men to build an Iraqi army. I'm supposed to build an Iraqi army for a nation of 25 million people with 60 men and no non-commissioned officers. That's like trying to put up a tent without tent poles. And then we wonder why America is still there. But if you understand, ladies and gentlemen, there are powerful spiritual forces that are driving this whole thing, because there is a plan. And there has been a plan for generations, to bring about a new world order and a new world religion. And when you begin to understand that, so much of what's going on today begins to make sense. Many of you have heard of Michael Shaw talk about sustainable development. And in the process, he talked about something called the Global Biodiversity Assessment. Now, it is 1,152 pages. I don't know how many of you want to read an 1,152-page publication, but we have it summarized here in very, very short order. And they basically talk about the certain things that are not sustainable, like monotheistic beliefs, like the Christian belief, and like the Muslim belief, and like the Jewish belief. They're just not sustainable. In other words, they're going to have to do away with it. Do you know a better way than to have a major war where you pit the Christians against the Muslims? I don't know how many of you remember watching the newspaper, watching television yesterday, where the Pope had made some remarks about the Muslim faith, and suddenly all throughout the Muslim world are calling for a jihad against the Pope and against the Christian world. And you must understand, because the media is controlled in America, and the media is controlled in the United States by 5 mega corporations. You can get in touch with my ministry, and you can, of course, get all the information on this yellow sheet we have in the back there, how to get our catalog. The book is called The New Media Monopoly. There are 5 mega corporations that control all of the 90% of the media in the United States, and they all tie into the Council on Foreign Relations. Isn't that a coincidence? No, none of this is coincidence. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes are formed, our ideas are suggested largely by men we have never heard of. So you need to understand what this idea of sustainable development is all about, and really the pattern is laid out fairly well in the Global Biodiversity Assessment. They want to make the world like it was before the white man came. The biggest enemy to the world is humanity itself. There are too many of you useless eaters out here. You're going to have to be eliminated by one means or another. You may not believe that there could be people that really feel that way, but perhaps if you'd like to journey to Elberton, Georgia, you'll actually see on the opening pages here the pictures of the great monument, the American Stonehenge, or the Georgia Guidestones. And you'll actually see the pictures of them here. I've been there. And there, in 8 different languages, comes a message from the pit of hell. There are 10 commandments. They're written in Russian and English, Spanish and Swahili, Hebrew and Arabic and Chinese and one other dialect. And number 1 is maintain the world population at 500 million in constant balance with nature. Well, that doesn't sound too bad unless you stop and think there's 6 billion people in the world, and they want to maintain the world population at 500 million in constant balance with nature. Who built this? Nobody knows who put the money up for it. A mysterious man came into Elberton in 1979, announced he represented a secret society. He wanted to leave a message for humanity. The only person in town who knew who he was the bank manager, sworn to secrecy. And so they built this. It was dedicated in 1980. The witches have their coven meetings there. The Satanists have their coven meetings. UFOs circulate over the top of it. I've been there. I've talked to the people. Everybody in the town is scared to death. A couple of ministers had the courage to speak out against it, but they're not in Elberton anymore. They were simply forced out of town. How do you make sense out of it? You have to understand that there are many organizations. How many of you know that the fastest growing religion in America today is witchcraft? You can go up on the internet and look up witchcraft, and you'll find, literally well over 1 million entries there. I was on a nationwide television program, and I spoke out about witchcraft and the fact that there really are Luciferian organizations in the United States, and many of the most powerful families in the United States are affiliated with these Luciferian organizations. And you can go to their website. The Lucius Trust grew out of something known as the Lucifer Society. And the Lucius Trust has branches in New York. In fact, they maintain the prayer room at the United Nations. They have branches in New York. They have branches in Geneva, Switzerland. And probably most of you have never heard of the Lucius Society. The Rosicrucians have a temple down in San Jose. How many of you have been to that temple? The Rosicrucians have been around since the 1400s. And they are part of this whole brotherhood of darkness that we talk about. The witch wrote to me. She was incensed by remarks that I'd made on this nationwide television program, and she said, "Why, you don't understand witchcraft. There are black witches, of course, they're bad witches, but there are white witches like me. And I'm a good witch. I mean, all we do is we have our rituals and we just want to contact the beings from the other dimension. We just want to contact the beings from the other dimension." And there is another dimension. There is a spiritual dimension. How many of you watched last year a program called The Medium? It was the story of Alison Dubois, who, of course, worked for the district attorney. And she was a beautiful blonde woman with 3 beautiful blonde children. It was a very, very popular program. Only it really told too much. Because Alison Dubois, in real life, was a real woman with a family who helped the DA catch the bad guys in real life. And, of course, this is what happened on the television program. But how did Alison Dubois catch the bad guys? She was in touch with the other dimension. There is a spiritual dimension, ladies and gentlemen. We're involved in a spiritual battle. Until you understand that, nothing that's going on really makes sense. And our job is to try to introduce you to this other dimension, which is directing the course of human affairs and intent upon destroying the land of the free and the home of the brave. And there really are these forces around here. Now, we hope that you'll want to get this Sustainable Development Syllabus, these pictures that Michael Shaw showed you of the Wildlands Project, the Earth Charter. And you really need to read the Earth Charter to understand anything that's going on today. The Earth Charter is the Mein Kampf for everything going on. As I mentioned earlier, it was written by Mikhail Gorbachev, by Marie Strong, and by Stephen Rockefeller. And it lays out the plan, a 16-point plan, which they refer to as the new 10 Commandments for the world, to replace the old, outmoded 10 Commandments that you foolish people believe in. You believe in the God of the Bible, but these people worship a different God. And their 10 Commandments now is 6, but they refer to it as the new 10 Commandments. And where do you think they store it? In the Ark of Hope, which is a Luciferian counterpart of the Ark of the Covenant. These things are not imaginary, they're real, but you can actually read the Earth Charter here. Do you ever wonder why we're allowing massive migration into the United States from south of the border? Why the President of the United States has refused to enforce the laws, which are the law of this land, and that is to protect us from unbridled migration. They will tell you we have about 12 million illegal immigrants in this country. Of course, they've changed the term. It's no longer immigrants, it's migrants. Isn't it amazing? It used to be illegal immigrants, then became immigrants, and now it's migrants. It's how they changed these terms. It used to be we had Christian charity, and then we had welfare, and now we have entitlements. So it is that we have migrants in this country. They will tell you there's 11 to 12 million. The figure is probably closer to 20 to 30 million illegal immigrants in this country that have been allowed to come in. It was in 1965 we began to change our immigration laws. Who was instrumental in that? A great American patriot named Teddy Kennedy, Senator Teddy Kennedy. For those of you who believe that there is a difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, let me point out that in the year 2003, the Bush Foundation, headed by George Herbert Walker Bush and George W. Bush, gave their Man of the Year reward and, whatever appointment was, a selection and gift to that great American patriot, Teddy Kennedy. Wait a minute, I thought he was the bad guy. No, Teddy Kennedy couldn't get his No Child Left Behind legislation through. George Bush got it through. Teddy Kennedy couldn't get the drug Medicare bill through. George Bush got that through. All the programs were carried out today are the programs of the radical left, being carried out by the conservative Christians in this country, and members of our House and Senate who are members of the Republican Party are going right along with the president, because if they don't, they won't get any money from the party leadership when they come up for re-election. But in 1965, they changed the immigration laws in America. Before that, we did the McCarran Immigration Act, which had predominant immigration from Europe, and Teddy Kennedy said, no, we've got to change this law, we shouldn't discriminate, we ought to let anybody come to America, and it's not going to change the demographics of our country. Well, of course, Teddy Kennedy, word and about $5 to buy a cup of coffee anywhere in America, because he was simply lying to the American people. And they began to change the demographics, and so by 1986, they told us we had a million illegal immigrants in America. And what was the solution to the problem of illegal immigration in America? We'll make them all legal. There's only 1 million illegal immigrants in America, but we're going to pass new laws. We're going to reinforce the laws on the border. We're going to make it illegal for any employer federal crime to hire illegal immigrants. They have a catch and release program where they apprehend people at the border and they immediately release them to come back on their own recognizance for a deportation hearing, and you never guess what happens. Most of them don't show up. So they passed these laws in 1986, and they made the 1 million illegal immigrants legal, but there weren't 1 million, there were 3 million, and they lied. They simply lied to the American people, and that was under Ronald Reagan. And then in 1996, they passed another series of immigration laws, but they refused to enforce border security. They've maintained the check and release program until about a month ago, and now they say that they've done away with that. They're going to start, keeping the people that they catch. You realize they only catch 1 in 4 if you are a Mexican national, while you are immediately taken across the border and released so you can come back in again. If you are a foreign national, while you're, of course, given a schedule for a deportation hearing. Now remember, they're only catching 1 in 4. The other 3 get in, free. And once they get in, they become eligible in many states for welfare, for free education, for free medical care, for even subsidized housing. And they're actually subsidizing housing for people they know who are here illegal. The IRS knows who many of the people are because they're working, and they are paying Social Security taxes and using phony IRS numbers or Social Security numbers. They know exactly where they are, and they're refusing to enforce the laws. Why? Because they want to destroy the integrity of our nation. They want to flood it with people from other countries. They want a multilingual, multicultural society so they can play one group against another, so they can bankrupt our nation, so they can transfer our wealth to other nations. Now, if that sounds incredible, you need to read the Earth Charter, and we actually have it here. And you read it, point 10a says, equitable distribution of wealth within nations and between nations. Equitable distribution of wealth within nations means that they're going to redistribute your wealth to other people. They know exactly what they're doing. Now, you have to understand, they're not going to redistribute the wealth of the wealthy. It is simply people like you and me that they're going to redistribute the wealth on. But between nations, they're going to transfer America's wealth to other nations. That is why they have a planned program of sending our jobs overseas, our factories overseas, and bringing people into this country under special visas to take our high-paying jobs, only, of course, they're going to get low pay for it, but the plan is to impoverish the people of this nation, to destroy our pension structure, and to destroy the infrastructure of this once great nation. You need to read the plan. It's all there. In the Global Biodiversity Assessment, which came out of the Second Earth Summit, which was held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, and Michael has referred to that, and we recommend, but we have a summary of that here. And then, of course, you need to read the Earth Charter. It's all there. I mean, it's public knowledge, but you're never going to hear about it because the media is controlled, and your minds are molded. Your ideas are formed, your tastes suggested largely by men you have never heard of. And the important thing is that you get the information, that you challenge what we say. How does this whole thing fit together? Well, we have a great video in the back. It's called The Secret Mysteries of America's Beginning. This was a documentary, and I have a small part in it, but it was actually submitted to the New York Film Festival. The documentaries are 1,000. This was the #1 prize. I bet you didn't read about it. Why? Because it goes into the secret societies that were here at the time America was founded. I mean, America was a Christian nation. It was formed by Christians, but there were secret societies here. They have always been here. Their goal has always been to take over control of our country and to use America's wealth and financial power to bring about a world government. My story, The Brotherhood of Darkness, you need to get this. This is the primary. We have, of course, a pamphlet on We Are a Republic. If you write to us or call us at our 800 number, we'll be glad to send you our catalog. You can listen to our programs 5 hours a day on the Internet. If you have a satellite that can pull down Telstar 5, if you can hear Al Jazeera on that as well. I mean, here's Al Jazeera, the terrorist satellite network, on an American satellite beaming their hate to, into Muslims' homes in America. Why do they allow that? Very simply, they want the Muslims to hate the Christians to hate the Muslims. If you don't have hatred, how are you going to get a war going? How are we going to get the Third World War going if we don't have everybody hating everybody else? And that's exactly what they're doing. And don't let them manipulate you into that. Most Muslims are good people. Al-Qaeda is a creation. If you read the book, we have it called The Devil's Game, you'll find out who financed Al-Qaeda. Your tax money from the very beginning. If you have any question what really happened on September 11th, you need to get the video back there called In Plain Sight, or go up on the internet and watch Loose Chains. Understand what's going on, or better still, go onto the internet. There's a website called the Journal of 9/11 Studies. The professor who edits that journal is a man named Stephen Jones, who's been put on administrative leave at Brigham Young University because he tried to get the truth out. And anybody who tries to get the truth out will come under pressure, or, as three of the people that I have had the opportunity to interview have been assassinated in America. The last one was a fellow named Gary Webb, who had been a Pulitzer Prize-winning writer for the San Jose Mercury, wrote about the CIA's involvement in the drug smuggling and drug marketing in the United States. And Gary Webb, despite the fact he had a Pulitzer Prize, and there was nothing wrong with his article at all, he is actually forced out of his job with the San Jose Mercury. And then he committed suicide by shooting himself in the head twice to make sure he was dead. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not talking about foolish little games. We're talking about the reality of what's going on. It's been said that some men die in foxholes and some go down in flames, but most men die just bit by bit, playing foolish little games. You have an obligation to be involved in this battle if you are convinced that even part of what I say is right. You can listen to our programs 5 hours a day on the internet, on various networks, and it's all listed here on the front of this page. Your job is to tell others about what's going on, because believe me, there is a growing awareness across America. I've been in this battle for 44 years. I've never been as optimistic as I am today. We're moving into a climax in history, but we have right on our side. And our job is to stand for righteousness and to understand that there really are people who worship Lucifer, knowingly or unknowingly are working for Lucifer, and all you need to do is read what they say. And we simply quote their publications, and you can check them out. And if you want any documentation, we have it. And they're working, many of them, at the highest levels of our government today, to bring about a one-world government who will be ruled by the Prince of Darkness. Well, I'm reminded of what Martin Luther wrote many years ago, because Martin Luther recognized this same battle that we're engaged in today. And he wrote, "A mighty fortress is our God, a bulwark never failing. Our helper he amid the flood of mortal ills prevailing. For still our ancient foe doth seek to work us woe. His craft and power great, but armed with cruel hate, on earth is not his equal. Though the cause of evil prospers," and this is James Russell Lowell, "though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong. Though our portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own." And so our plea to you, ladies and gentlemen, is become informed, become involved, because you're involved whether you want to be or not. And there comes a time when you'll either stand up and say no, or you'll be on your knees saying yes. There really is a plan for world genocide. There really are evil and wicked people out there. And there really is a God in heaven who will bless a nation that, of course, adheres to him. But remember those words of Thomas Jefferson, that God who gave us life gave us liberty. But can the liberty of a nation be secure when the conviction has been forgotten that liberty is the gift of God? I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice will not sleep forever. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good evening. This evening we're pleased to once again welcome Dr. Stanley Monteith to the Granada Forum. He is a retired orthopedic surgeon, a researcher, a historian, an author, lecturer, and talk show host. Dr. Monteith has educated audiences both nationally and internationally on a wide variety of subjects and is particularly knowledgeable about teacher, author Carroll Quigley, having researched his life and times almost 30 years. Significantly, Professor Quigley was both instructor and mentor to a young, impressionable Bill Clinton, influencing him while he attended Georgetown University in the mid-1960s. Not surprisingly then, in accepting the Democratic nomination for the presidency in 1992, Clinton publicly acknowledged Quigley. Why are the professor's work and influence important? In his books, Tragedy and Hope and the Anglo-American Establishment, he speaks about a secret society comprised of the world's financial elite and their plan to create a worldwide feudalistic system under their control. Today, they allegedly dominate both major political parties in America, making a mockery of the democratic process. This evening, Dr. Monteith will speak to those subjects and share some shocking revelations and elaborate on why recognition of the hidden forces behind the Anglo-American secret society is essential if America hopes to survive as a free nation. Now please join me in a nice warm welcome for Dr. Stanley Monteith.
Well, good evening. Thank you. It's awfully good to be here with you again. And tonight I'm going to tell you an amazing, amazing story that is probably quite poorly understood. In fact, much of what we're going to tell you tonight we really haven't gone into before. It's been said that an understanding of the forces which have shaped the events of the 20th century is predicated not upon facts to be learned, but upon secrets to be discovered. Let me repeat that. An understanding of the forces which have shaped the events of the 20th century is predicated not on facts to be learned, but upon secrets to be discovered. And how do you really understand what indeed has happened during this 20th century as we see our nation going from crisis to crisis? We see wars and revolutions and disease throughout the world. We see a gradually lowering of American living standards. We see successive administrations, whether they be Republican or Democrat, who refuse to build any sort of a defense for America against nuclear attack. We knew that we've got the Republicans into office, everything was going to be fine. We'd get a balanced budget, we'd cut back on big government, and what have we done? Why, we've actually increased spending for next year and the year after that. In fact, many times the Republicans have been giving more money than the Democratic administration had asked for, and something's seriously wrong. Well, let me try to explain what it is. And as a preface, I'd like to tell you 3 poems, because these poems have to do with the shaping of our destiny. The first one was written in 1848 by Alfred Lord Tennyson, a British author, one of the greatest authors. He wrote The Charge of the Light Brigade. But he was also part of this belief in the British Empire, this idea that mankind could create a perfect world under Anglo-Saxon domination. The title of the poem is Locksley Hall. And this is what Lord Tennyson wrote. For I dipped into the future, far as any eye could see, saw a vision of the world and all the wonders that would be. Heard the heavens filled with shouting, and there rained a ghastly dew of the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue, till the war drums throbbed no longer, and the battlefields were furled in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the world. Then the common sense of most will keep the awe in fretful awe, and the kindly earth shall slumber, lapped in universal law. It was a wonderful dream. This idea of a world government under the benevolent rule of world rule to world law. In October of 1993, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. wrote an article that appeared in the Wall Street Journal. And this is what he said: "The world of law will not be attained by exhortation. Law requires enforcement. Let's not kid ourselves that we can have a new world order without paying for it in blood as well as in money. Maybe the cost of enforcement will be too great. National interest, narrowly construed, will be a safer rule. But let us recognize that we are surrendering a noble dream. Remember those lines of Tennyson that Churchill called the most wonderful of modern prophecies, and that Harry Truman carried in his wallet throughout his life, and that he quotes this poem that I've just given you. Now, why would Winston Churchill say that that was such a wonderful poem? I mean, wasn't Churchill dedicated to the British Empire? And Harry Truman, why, give him hell, Harry, why did he carry those words in his wallet all of his life? And then you look back to the time of Harry Truman's presidency, when the United Nations Charter was written and confirmed. And then, of course, we offered the Marshall Plan to Europe because Europe was in danger of going communism, and then we offered the Marshall Plan to the communists. And that didn't quite make sense. And then, of course, China went communist and Eastern Europe went communist, and then we went into the no-win war in Korea, all under Harry S. Truman, who carried the words to this poem in his wallet all of his life. The second poem I encountered when I went to live in Africa. And in the mid-1970s, I took my family, moved to South Africa, where I taught at a major university. And I was searching at that time, because I'd already heard of Carroll Quigley, I'd read his book, and I knew that South Africa had something to do with this move towards world government. And so it was that driving along the west coast of southern Africa, there I saw on a hillside this great monument. I didn't know what it was, but I was intrigued by it. I mean, what was this great granite monument doing there with the pillars almost looked like a small replica of the Lincoln Memorial? And so I climbed the long stairway past row, tier after tier of granite lions that were guarding the entrance to this almost shrine. And there within the portico, you see this great statue, the bust of a man and a pedestal beneath it. And inscribed on that pedestal were these words: "The intense and brooding spirit still shall quicken and control. Living, he was the land, and dead, his soul shall be her soul." Those words were penned by Rudyard Kipling to honor the man who adopted the vision that was put forward in Tennyson's poem. A man who was intent upon bringing world government under Anglo-Saxon domination. His name was Cecil John Rhodes. The intense and brooding spirit still shall quicken and control. To quicken is to come back to life. Living, he was the land, and dead, his soul shall be her soul. And let me tell you that there have been many men who wanted to rule the world. I mean, certainly Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great. They say he died because he had no more worlds to conquer. Adolf Hitler, Rousseau. But no one has had more influence on the world than Cecil John Rhodes. And the tragedy is that most people don't understand that almost everything that's going on in the world today has to do with that man. The third poem was written by James Russell Lowell. It was also written in 1848. And it really summarizes the essence of the battle in which we're involved. James Russell Lowell was writing about the crisis of slavery as it faced America and the moral wrong that was going on, and the eternal battle that has always existed between good and evil. And this is what James Russell Lowell said: "Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. In that strife of truth with falsehood for the good or evil side. Then it is the brave man chooses, while the coward stands aside, until the multitudes make virtue of the faith they have denied. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own." And he was talking about a strife of truth with falsehood. Well, I briefly wanted to mention one of my favorite murder mysteries. And you may wonder what this has to do with the story we're telling you tonight, but it's a story written by Agatha Christie. It's called Murder on the Orient Express. And it's the story of this train line that runs from Istanbul to Paris, and it brings the mystery of the East to the rationalism of the West. And during the early part of the century, this work of fiction tells of this train, and of course there are a number of Americans on it, and there is a Monsieur Poirot, who is a Belgian police officer. He's a Belgian detective. He's the hero of many Agatha Christie murder mysteries, murder stories. And there's a very disreputable American on this train who tells Monsieur Poirot that somebody's trying to kill him, and he wants Monsieur Poirot to protect his life, and he'll give him $5,000. He'll give him $10,000. He's worried about his life, and Monsieur Poirot says, no, I'm not interested. And that night, that very night, this man is murdered. And he's stabbed to death. And there's a question of who did it. And of course, Monsieur Poirot is recruited by the member of the board that controls the railway to find out who the murderer is. And they happen to be trapped in the snowdrift somewhere in the great mountains along the route of the Orient Express. And Monsieur Poirot says, there are too many clues. There are too many clues. And as we look at the world today, and we see this move towards the New World Order, we sometimes face exactly the same issue. There are just too many clues out there. In fact, we talk to people about what's really behind everything that's going on. And some people will tell you it's the bankers. It's the bankers because when we have wars, bankers make money. And if you read Professor Quigley's book, Tragedy and Hope, on page 324, he'll tell you how the central bankers are working in concert to create a feudalistic system by which they'll control the nations of the world by financial flow, and they're doing it secretly, and the banks are working all together. And people will tell you it's the bankers, and other people say, oh, it's not the bankers, it's the Jewish bankers. It's the Jewish bankers, and they will tell you that the Federal Reserve has two types of stock, Class A and Class B, and all this money is going overseas, but you know, there's no evidence of any of that. And the tragedy is, if you look at the central bankers of the world, most of them are not Jewish. And that's what Professor Quigley says in his book. The vast majority of the central bankers are not Jewish at all. Well, there are other people who are going to say, well, you don't understand. It's really the Council on Foreign Relations. Because since 1953, every chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, the head of the central bank in America, has come from the Council on Foreign Relations. Do you realize that every head of the Arms and Disarmament Agency in the United States since 1953 has come from the CFR. All but one Secretary of State, all but one Assistant Secretary of State, all but one Director of the CIA since 1953 has come from the Council on Foreign Relations. And furthermore, 7 of the last 9 presidents came from the Council on Foreign Relations. The Council on Foreign Relations is America's invisible government that's running the world. And people say, no. The Council on Foreign Relations just is for America. It's the Bilderbergers, because the Bilderbergers combines the people of great wealth in America and the socialists in America, and they work with the Europeans, and they meet on a regular basis, and they pick our presidents, and Bill Clinton was picked by the Bilderberger group, and people said, no. It's the Trilateral Commission, because that includes the people from the Orient and from Japan and from the Pacific Rim. And this is an international movement towards world control. And others are going to say, you don't understand. It's really communism. Communism is the real enemy. Most people think that communism is dead. Communism isn't dead. The whole fall of communism was a sham. In fact, Gorbachev had actually created the Green Cross Foundation in the United States, taken the papers out for it 6 months before the phony revolution over there. Communism is in full military production for war. Don't you know that? You hear how the soldiers are starving, but they're building new nuclear weapons and new mobile intercontinental missiles, and America's unilaterally disarming, and that doesn't make any sense. And China's in full production for war, and there are 1.25 billion people who live under communism in China, and our government is doing everything they can to help them. And most favored nation treaty status, but not just that. Do you realize that 2/3 of all the new industries going in there are financed by American corporations and American international banks? Communism's the enemy. And others will say, oh, it's not communism at all, it's socialism, because every communist is a socialist, and there's a Socialist International out there, second, third most powerful organization in the world, and it has regular meetings, and the socialists throughout the world meet, and they work in conjunction with the communists to further their goals. And they say, oh, no, it isn't. That is the humanist, because every communist and Every socialist is a humanist. And if you haven't read the Humanist Manifesto, they've laid the whole plan out for world domination, and they're socialists, and they want world government, and they're pro-abortion and pro-homosexual and pro-criminal and pro-drug, and it's the humanists. And then there's people who say, oh no, it's the foundations. The great foundations of America, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, they're funding everything that's gone on in our society. They've been doing it for the last 100 years, and they're intent upon world government and socialism. And others will say, oh no, it's the Illuminati. It's the Illuminati. In fact, haven't you ever looked on the back of a dollar bill? You look on the back of that dollar bill, and what do you see there? You see the pyramid with the all-seeing eye over the top of that, and that's the symbol of the Illuminati. You see that? The number down underneath it says 1776, and that was the date that the Illuminati was founded. But the problem with that is that the Great Seal of the United States, from which this occult emblem came, and it isn't a cult emblem, and that's not the eye of the god that we worship. That's the sun god. If you read occultist, that's the eye of Horus. That is indeed the eye of Lucifer that's on the back of the dollar bill. But this design, at least the great eye, was actually suggested in 1790, just 4 years after the Illuminati was founded. It didn't have its tentacles into America at that time. This was actually put on the back of the Great Seal of the United States in 1782, just 6 years after the Illuminati was founded. And the 1776, from the very inception, when they were designing the Great Seal, had to do with the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The Illuminati was a very powerful force in Europe and infiltrated the Masonic lodges and played a part in the French Revolution. Others will say it's not the Illuminati, it's the Lucis Trust. If you've never heard of the Lucis Trust, it used to be called the Lucifer Trust. And this whole thing is Luciferian, and the Lucis Trust used to be right in the United Nations Plaza, and it's working today, and you'll find people like Robert Mueller and Theodore Hirschberg, formerly at Notre Dame, and many of our key and most important people in America are tied into the Lucis Trust, which used to be the Lucifer Trust, and it's all Luciferian. And others are going to say, no, you don't understand. It's the Masons. Do you realize that 14 American presidents have been Masons? Do you realize that people wonder why they took God out of our schools and God out of our public exhibits? Why we can't have four of the Supreme Court judges, of the 6 Supreme Court judges who voted to do that, were Masons, and the Masons have always supported separation of church and state in this wall of church and state because they worship a different God. And this indeed is a Masonic symbol. It isn't an Illuminati symbol. This is the Masons. And others are going to say, well, it isn't really the Masons, it's the New Age. The New Age has infiltrated every aspect of our life today. It's every place. If you haven't read the book, The Aquarian Conspiracy, you can get it, written by Marilyn Ferguson. And, if you look on the front of that, the symbol of theirs almost looks like 3 sixes intertwined. The New Age movement is certainly one of the most powerful movements in the world today. And then there's others who say, oh no, it's the oligarchy, it's the ruling houses of Europe. These are the royal blood that have been there for years, working behind the scenes, because one of them eventually will become the king of Jerusalem, who will be the Antichrist. And then there's the story of the Priory of Sion, which was supposedly a secret society that's been written about in a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and they claim that this secret society goes back to the bloodline of the union of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, and of course this is totally blasphemous, but there are really people who believe that the Priory, the Sion, and their Moravian kings and Moravian lines go into the Habsburgs and into Prince Carlos of Spain, King Carlos of Spain. And then, of course, there are others who really believe that we're dealing with the Rosicrucians. The Rosicrucians come out of the mystery religions. It's a powerful secret society. It has branches right over in San Jose, in California, in the East, all throughout America. There are others who will tell you it's the Skull and Bones Society. After all, George Bush came from there. William Buckley came from there. Ties into the Central Intelligence Agency, secret society out of Yale. Other people, of course, will tell you it's Theosophy. Madame Blavatsky's secret society. Has their headquarters up here at Ojai, back at Wheaton, Illinois. It has tentacles into every aspect of our society. There are others who will tell you it's really the UFOs and those foreign little critters who are here beaming ideas down into our minds. And I'm reminded then of what Monsieur Perrault, as did is he analyzed what was happening on the Orient Express. And of course now they're trapped in a snowdrift, and he's talked to all of the various suspects, and every single one of them had a motive for killing this American. And of course he is totally puzzled. There are too many clues. Everybody there has a motive. Well, as we look at what's going on in the world today, we are told, well, you know, if we could just control abortion, if you are a moral individual and you will spend your efforts to do something about the murder of the unborn throughout, not only in America, but throughout the world, this is the real problem, abortion. Or if the real problem is homosexuality and which manifests the breakdown in our society, or it's crime, or it's drugs, or it's education, or environment, or evolution, or all of these things are real, and they're real problems. Population control, immigration. But you see, these are all issues that are being put forth so that we will be on the defensive. And as long as we are on the defensive, we are going to continue losing this battle. And so let me take you into something I know something about. And perhaps we can, by analyzing Professor Carroll Quigley and his writings, we can begin to understand what this whole incredible move towards world government is really all about. I got started this battle back in 1962. Cuba had just gone communist. Fidel Castro had been in America after the revolution. He had been lauded. He'd spoken to Congress. He had hugged Richard Nixon. He was going back from America to Cuba to fight communism. And then suddenly he was a communist. And something was wrong about that. I wasn't very smart at the time. I was just out of my orthopedic training. I was a busy young orthopedist in a community. Now has about 10 orthopedists. I think there were 2 of us there at the time. And we were just working day and night. But I began to be fascinated by what was happening. I began reading. And first of all, I learned about communism and the fact that the communists controlled almost a third of the people and a third of the landmass of the world. And this was rather scary because you see country after country after country going communist. And Eastern Europe had gone communist after the Second World War, and China had gone communist. And how did it all happen? And then we began to read the book, and we have it back here on the table, Foundations, Their Power and Influence. We found that the great foundations had been working to influence the American people to bring communism to China and to bring socialism and communist ideas into America. And then we learned about the Council on Foreign Relations. And then in 1966, a little-known professor back at Georgetown University named Carroll Quigley wrote a book. It was called Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. And it was a fascinating story because it talked about a secret society which had been organized and had led to the development of the Council on Foreign Relations. Even more intriguing was the story of what happened to that book. Because it was initially published and distributed by Macmillan, and no sooner was out than suddenly Macmillan was purchased by somebody else, and somebody destroyed the plates to the first half of the book. And, of course, there was a tremendous demand for the book. All the Birchers were reading it, and all the conservatives were reading it. And all over the world, people wanted the book, and, of course, it was unavailable because somebody had destroyed the plates in the first half of the book. Now, Professor Quigley was a liberal, and he saw nothing wrong with the secret society or any of the things he had uncovered. He just thought that people ought to know about it, and not only that, but he wanted the money that came from the royalties. And so he went to the publisher, and they lied to him. And for years, they lied to him about what had happened to the plates of the book. And when finally his wife got so mad that she went down and demanded to know what was happening, and they admitted the plates of the first half of the book had been destroyed, but they refused to ever publish the book in its entirety. They did republish the last half of the book, but it really didn't tell you much of anything. It had really no meaning. It's sort of like coming into a movie when it's 2/3 over and never knowing how it started. So, incidentally, if what I've told you sounds a little far out, we have a taped interview with Professor Quigley back there. I think we're just about out of them, but we have lots of them back home. It's in our secret government tapes, or you can get them separately. They're called the Carroll Quigley tapes. And Carroll Quigley will tell you just what I've told you. Well, Carroll Quigley's story, in essence, was this. That back in 1870, there was a young man, and his name was Cecil John Rhodes, and he sat in a class at Oxford University, and he heard a talk given by a professor named John Ruskin. And John Ruskin was a dynamic speaker. And he talked about the British Empire and the obligation of the British aristocracy and art, because he was basically an art critic teacher. And he put them all together and talked about them all about morality. And he spoke in such wonderful and glowing terms that he touched the hearts and minds of literally dozens of his students. And many of them dedicated their entire lives to his dream. Now, John Ruskin used to read Plato every day. He believed in what Plato had written about the establishment of a world government under the rule of a ruling elite. That's what Plato really talked about in his Republic. He talked about the failings of democracy, but you wanted a ruling elite. And so Cecil Rhodes copied down in longhand what he heard that day in the lectures by John Ruskin, and he kept those words with him all of his life, and that became his purpose in life. He went off to Africa. He was able to buy the diamond and gold mines of Africa, and at a relatively young age, why, he was one of the wealthiest men in the world. Now, Cecil Rhodes then wrote a Confession of Faith in 1877. I've heard many stories about the Confession of Faith, but to my knowledge, I've only seen one other person who's ever actually had it. But we have it here reduplicated. Actually, as Cecil Rhodes typed it out, he wasn't a very good typist, but you'll see his handwriting here in a few places. And this is the Confession of Faith, and what he basically said is the fact that why shouldn't we form a secret society to take over control of the world? The idea, gleaming and dancing before one's eyes like a will-o'-the-wisp, at last frames itself into a plan. Why should we not form a secret society with one object, the furtherance of the British Empire, for the bringing of the whole uncivilized world under British rule, and the recovery of the United States, for the making of the Anglo-Saxon race, but one empire? And of course then he attached this to the first of his 7 wills. And actually he attached that to the first 5 of his 7 wills. And then he set out to recruit men to join this secret society. Well, of course, Rhodes was a ruthless individual. He was ruthless in dealing with people who thought he was his friends. He was ruthless with the natives of Africa. He would befriend some tribal chief and tell him, what a great friend he was, and then he'd send the British troops in to slaughter the people. He went into the Transvaal Republic, the Orange Free State, and befriended the Afrikaners, and then tried to create a revolution there in 1895. And finally, they got the Boer War going in 1899, and the Boer War was certainly one of the bloodiest wars. I mean, you're talking about a very, very small nation. The Afrikaners, there weren't that very many of them. But at the end of the war, there were 100,000 British casualties, and only 7,000 Boers were killed. One of the greatest tragedies of all time for the British. Well, we know a little bit from reading Tragedy and Hope, and that is that the secret society actually was formed. And in the inner core of that secret society, according to Professor Quigley, there were 3 men: William Stead, Lord Milner, and Lord Brett. Now, William Stead was the publicist, and he handled the propaganda in London, whipping up support for the war. Milner was the High Commissioner in South Africa, who promoted the war. And of course, Brett, who later came to be known as Lord Esher. Lord Esher was the advisor to the King of England. And of course then, so they used the king, they manipulated the king, they manipulated the press, and they had their war going. And of course, at the end of the war, why Milner took over control of everything. Cecil Rhodes had died in 1902. And then, of course, Milner got together a group of young men who'd come to help him to rebuild. Now, they destroyed South Africa. They burned all the farms. They killed all the animals. They destroyed everything. And now they had to rebuild it after destroying it. And so a group of young aristocrats came from England, and they joined with Milner. They came to be known as Milner's Kindergarten. And then in 1909, they returned to England after rebuilding this nation that they destroyed to form something that was known as the Round Table. And the Round Table then operated as a front group for the secret society. And of course, it was operational then during the First World War. And although Professor Quigley doesn't really tell you, they were instrumental in creating the First World War. They were the dominant force in bringing England into that war. And the man who was primarily responsible was Sir Edward Grey, the British foreign minister, who, although Quigley denies it, was obviously part of their movement, and we can tell you later how we know that. Well then, of course, after the war, they've killed all the graduates of Harrow and Eton and Harvard, Oxford and Cambridge. They've lost a whole generation of the youth of England. And so they approach Americans at the Paris Peace Conference and they say, you've got to take over leadership. I mean, We want to have world government under Anglo-Saxon domination. The only country that can do it is America. And then Professor Quigley tells us how the Council on Foreign Relations was formed out of these meetings. It's all there in the book. And of course he tells us how they took over the control of our banks and our foundations and our corporations, how they took over the control of our government. It's all in tragedy and hope, a history of the world in our time. No wonder somebody destroyed the plates to the first half of the book. Well, it's a fascinating summary. If you read pages 324 of the book, he tells you how the central banks are going to work to create a feudalistic system throughout the world. On page 325, he tells you that the most carefully kept secret of banking, and that is that banks create money out of nothing. On page 866, he will tell you what the plan is. You're going to have elections, but it's not going to make any difference who you vote for, because they're going to control who gets elected. And they're going to number every one of you at birth. They're going to follow you through life, through your education, your service, maybe voluntary, maybe military, through your health insurance, your disability benefits, your old age benefits, and even to death benefits. And you're going to be totally controlled. Isn't that wonderful? And he thought that was really wonderful because he looked upon us common people as the petty bourgeois. That was his term. The people who supported Barry Coldwater. He had total contempt for you and I, but he was brilliant, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. He was a genius. I mean, I poured through his papers weeks on end trying to understand this man and really what it was all about, what motivated him, what energized him. On pages 950, and of course his most famous statement, and I'm sure most of you have heard it, he just simply talks about how these foolish right-wingers believe that they're communists in the American government. And they thought that the communists were responsible for Eastern Europe going communist, and the communists were responsible for China going communist. And these right-wingers, these foolish petty bourgeois, don't understand. This myth, like all fables, does in fact have a modicum of truth. There does exist, and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the Communist Act. In fact, this network, which we shall call the Round Table Group, has no aversion to cooperating with communists, and often it does so. I've studied this for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine his papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and to many of its instruments. I've objected both in the past and recently to a few of its policies, but in general my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. On pages 1200 and 1201, he tells you that wars are not fought to win anymore. In fact, Bill Clinton, of course, was a student there in 1966 during the Vietnam War. And Professor Quigley told him the truth. We don't go into wars to win them. We don't go into wars to defeat the enemy. We just go into wars to further our own interests, and we leave the other government intact so we'll have somebody to negotiate with. Is it little wonder that Bill Clinton, understanding what this war in Southeast Asia was totally a phony war, should you be surprised that Bill Clinton didn't want to risk his life fighting in the jungles of Vietnam when he understood the power elite didn't want to win that war? An awful lot of brave men died, but what did they die for? For the limited aims of our power elite. Well, on pages 1247 and 1248, he lays it all out. He says, you know, we have a two-party system. But most people talk about a right and a left, a conservative and a liberal. There's a difference. No, you don't understand. What we need are both political parties just the same. So you can vote one party out as often as you want to. Vote out the rascals, but it doesn't make any difference because the same foreign and domestic policy continues. He had it all laid out in the book. Little wonder the plates of the first half of that book were destroyed. But this is not the first time. I can give you example after example of active suppression of books here within the United States. Well, 1972 came, and a book came out called None Dare Call It Conspiracy, and I'm sure most of you have read that. It was written by Larry Abraham and Gary Allen, and this took Professor Quigley's work and then it sort of put a little twist on it, and part of that was, well, who's really responsible for this are the bankers, and they all have Jewish names, Rothschild, Goldman Sachs, you go down the line. But they never mention any of the other central bankers, the predominant number, have nothing to do with being Jewish, but it sort of laid that background for anybody who talked about the conspiracy to say, well, they were anti-Semitic because, then they talk about the two classes of stock, the A stock and the B stock, and the A stock's all owned by the Europeans, and they're getting all the money from all the interest that we're paying for bonds, and it's a great story, but if you study it, it just isn't true. And then, of course, I think the real crux of the book was that communism is controlled from New York City. And, of course, Nelson Rockefeller had gone to Russia, and they got rid of Khrushchev. The very weekend that he was over there, they got rid of Khrushchev. And you know what that means. And there were a lot of Americans who said, yeah, but it seems logical. I mean, we've financed communism since its very inception, and we have. There's no question. I mean, if you want to go in the background of financing communism, you haven't read Anthony Sutton's 3-parts trilogy on Soviet Western technology and Soviet economic development put out by Hoover Institute. Why, I mean, it's all there. We financed communism from its inception. You get hold of Herbert Hoover's memoirs, and of course he was in charge of relief during immediately after the First World War. 95% of the relief efforts sent to Russia massive amounts of food and medical supplies, and where did they go? To the communists. 5% went to the anti-communists. Now, that's hardly what you would expect if Russia was really a danger to America, and if the Russians were really trying to destroy capitalism, is it? It doesn't really make sense. If you read the biography of General Wrangel, he was the commander of the Army of the South, fighting the communists who were advancing, and he was a white Russian, and the majority of the army didn't want communism. The majority of people in Russia did not want communism. But General Wrangel made one serious mistake, and that is that he allowed himself to become dependent upon the British, and once they controlled the supply lines, they said, you will stop all further resistance, you will retreat to the Black Sea, you will be evacuated, and that's the end. And General Wrangel never understood what was going on, but what he didn't understand was that the English government at that time was totally controlled by Lord Milner and his people. Because in 1916, when Lloyd George was elected the Prime Minister of England, replacing the initial Asquith, who was the initial Prime Minister, had got England into the war, and the English people wanted to get out of the war. What they didn't understand is that Lloyd George had a secretariat, and 4 of the 6 members of that secretariat just happened to come from the 20 or 30 people that were in the round table. And there was a war cabinet. Who was on the war cabinet? Why, Lord Milner and 2 other men. But the entire staff of the war cabinet, 2 of them were selected by Milner and 2 were selected by Lord Esher, or who was Brett, who was one of the 3 original members of the secret society. And of course, there was Brett, there was Lord Esher advising the King of England. It was all controlled, it was all contrived, and they fought 4 bloody years for a war that was fought simply to destroy the infrastructure of Europe, so that they could bring in the League of Nations and a new world government. And if you want to challenge that, we can give you some of the documentation on it. Well, anyway, this is an amazing, amazing story that Professor Quigley laid out in Tragedy and Hope. But the question was, how did he know it? I mean, if you read Tragedy and Hope, there's not one footnote. Not one. So, 1980, I decided I was going to find out what the basis of this was, and I went back to Georgetown, and I spent several weeks going through his files, and that's where I found the tape that we have, a taped interview with Professor Quigley where he tells you the story about how his publisher destroyed the plates in the first half of his book, and then he talks about the symbol on the back of the dollar bill, the occult symbol, and he says, you know, these crazy right-wingers, they're coming to me and they're telling me that that's the symbol of the Illuminati. He said, that isn't the symbol of the Illuminati. That symbol goes back 5,000 or 6,000 years. That symbol has been used in pagan and ancient and mystery religions for 5,000 years. And most people don't know that. Most people don't know where that symbol comes from and why it's significant that on the back of the American dollar bill, this symbol exists. Well, anyway, I went to Quigley's papers. And, of course, how he found out about the secret society. I mean, how do you find out about a secret society when everybody's sworn to secrecy? Well, one man, in fact, there were 3 men who told us the story, or told him the story. 2 men told him the story. One, a man we've tracked down on our own. And the first was Professor Zimmern. And about 1946-47, Quigley was over in Europe studying the power structure of Great Britain, and he came across a man named Alfred Zimmern. He was a professor, and Alfred Zimmern told him that he had belonged to a secret society between 1910 and 1922. Now, if you read the book that was published the following year, The Anglo-American Establishment, we have it back there, Professor Quigley will tell you that the only way he could write about the secret society is because he knew somebody on the inside, but he never tells you who it was. The reason I know who it was is because I've got all of his papers. I copied them. Cost a fortune, but we've got volumes and volumes of these papers. All of his letters to Zimmern, where they're trying to calculate who was in the secret society when it was first formed. And the letters from Zimmern to Quigley and Quigley to Zimmern. So Zimmern is the one who told him about it. In the book, The Anglo-American Establishment, Quigley says that Zimmern was in the secret society between 1910 and 1922. And the reason that Zimmern got out was, he was an idealist. He went into the secret society. He believed in the First World War. It was to change the world. It was to defeat the Germans. And, of course, the French were their allies. The Germans were the enemy. And he could go along with all the carnage and the horror of the war, although I'm sure it must have bothered him somewhat. It would bother any moral individual when you realize that there were about 21 million people killed, about 7.5 million soldiers, and about 12.5 million civilians, and probably twice that many injured and carrying the pain of their wounds to their death, maybe 50 or 60 million dead and wounded during the war. And I'm sure that must have bothered Zimmern, but Germany was the enemy and France was the ally. And then immediately after the First World War, suddenly the secret society shifted gears, and now Germany was the ally and France was the enemy, and that was too much for Professor Zimmern, so he dropped out. Now, he was afraid to talk about it, but he told Professor Quigley. And Professor Quigley then spent 20 years researching this. Now, there was one other man. His name was William T. Stead. You remember there were three people in the secret society, Stead and Milner and Brett. How do we know that? Well, fortunately, Stead was thrown out of the secret society because he didn't really believe in the Boer War. And so he wrote about it in his diary. And we have the pages from his diary back there, or some of them are reduplicated in This Is America, Destined for Dictatorship, because I've simply taken many of these books and taken the important pages out. And Stead actually talks about how they sat around at his home at Mulberry House in 1891 and plotted how they were going to create the secret society. And then, of course, he has the letters from Rhodes to him in about 1900, talking about the secret society, and he republished those in a book called The Last Will and Testament of Cecil John Rhodes. So there's no question at all that secret society was formed, and here we have Stead attesting to it. We have Professor Zimmern attesting to it, and one other man. His name was H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells had actually spent a great deal of time with the members of the secret society. And if you read Wells' great book, it's entitled An Experiment in Autobiography. And Wells tells you that between 1902 and 1908, there were a number of men who met together at a dinner club. And there was Lord Milner, there was Leopold Amory, and the name may not mean much to you, but Amory would have been part of Milner's kindergarten, part of a round table, and he was the man who, in 1939, stood up as a member of Parliament, pointed at Chamberlain and said, "You've been here too long, go." That was what they'd said to Cromwell several hundred years before. And, of course, Chamberlain resigned, and, of course, that brought in Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was part and parcel of this movement. How do we know? Well, first of all, because we have a letter that he wrote to H.G. Wells. We got it out of the Wells Library back at University of Chicago, I think it is, where Churchill says to Wells, "I really can't talk about this outside of this secret circle." Well, Wells, who was in the secret society? Well, there was, in the coefficients that met every week or so for, 6 years, 1902 to 1908. There was Milner, Lord Grey, who was the foreign minister who took England into the war, Lord Brand, who was the CEO of
Lazard Brothers, so-called international Jewish banking house. Actually, it was controlled by a member of the Round Table, just as in the United States, Lehman Brothers. Boy, doesn't that sound Jewish? Who was headed by Pete Peterson, a Greek who became chairman of the board of the Council on Foreign Relations for many years. And so they keep those Jewish names out there, and they do it intentionally, so that your attention will be diverted from what this is really all about. But so many of these organizations are actually headed by people who tie into this secret society who are not Jewish at all. So let's, then we had Lord Cecil, and so there were actually 5 people on one side, and they were all part of the British aristocracy. They were the ruling elite, and 3 of them, Brand, Milner, and Leopold Amory, were all part of the Round Table group. On the other side, you had H.G. Wells, you had George Bernard Shaw, you had Bertrand Russell, you had Sidney and Beatrice Webb, and you had the founders of the Fabian Socialists. And they plotted for a number of years how they would bring about a one-world socialist government. In fact, coming out of those meetings, Wells wrote 2 books. One, The Open Conspiracy, and said, we're going to be in charge of Moscow probably long before we control New York. We're going to create a one-world government, just exactly as they have in Russia with socialism. The bankers are going to help us. This is The Open Conspiracy by H.G. Wells. The other was a book called The New World Order, in which he talked about how the one-world government was coming. Both of these books, according to Wells, in his book, An Experiment in Autobiography, actually came out of those meetings between the ruling aristocracy of England, who were tied into this secret society, and the Fabian Socialists. So you saw the socialists from below and the other people from above, and of course Brand tied into banking, Milner was tied into banking, people, and Cecil, Lord Cecil was there, was tied into banking. The most powerful men in England were plotting with the Fabian Socialists on how they would bring socialism. Why did they want socialism? Isn't socialism going to take from the rich and give to the poor? No, it's going to bring everybody under the control of the rich. That's what it's really all about, because they always will control the government buying and selling politicians. They did it in England, and they've done it in America. Socialism is said to be a sincere, benevolent, idealistic theory, but it doesn't work without force, and somebody's going to be in control of that socialist society. And even Karl Marx, when he wrote the Communist Manifesto, talked about the dictatorship not by the proletariat, but of the proletariat. It was a dictatorship by which the common people would be controlled. And that's really what they were planning on. But H.G. Wells wrote another book. It was called The New Machiavellis. And it was a story, now in novel form, admittedly, but it was the story of a secret society that was headed by a German. It was an English secret society that controlled the English government, that was headed by a German. And of course, Lord Milner was a German. I mean, he was a British citizen, but he was of German extraction. And of course, only fictional, except that Leo Amory, in his diary, refers to that book, and he says, and we have Leo Amory's diary, and he says, hey, H.G. Wells was talking about our group, that was us. So here we have 3 people who attest to the formation of a secret society in England. Then we have an American. His name was Frederick Howe. And Frederick Howe was at the Paris peace negotiations after the carnage of Europe had come to an end. And he was a real idealist. I mean, he was one of these head-in-the-clouds liberals who could justify the First World War because England had to honor a 50-year-old treaty with Belgium where England promised that they would defend Belgium if attacked. And so treaties were sacred, and if treaties weren't honored, how would we ever have world peace, the world law? How would we ever have the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world? And so Frederick Howe was there in England with Colonel House, and Howe was one of the chief men in this whole movement. It was called the Inquiry. And there you saw Thomas Lamont, who was a partner in J.P. Morgan, and you have John Foster Dulles, and Allen Dulles was there. Christian Herter, you remember Christian Herter became Secretary of State. John Foster Dulles became Secretary of State. Allen Dulles head of the CIA. But all these men, this was 1919. But Howe was there too. And he was asked to go over all of the treaties dealing with Palestine, the Palestine area. And because he was actually President Wilson, and the House wanted him to enter and help with the American input on the negotiations. What did he find? Well, he found, first of all, that the English, who gone into the war because they believed in treaties, world rules, the world law, and treaties were sacred, almost like the Bible. The English had first of all promised the Arabs that if they came in on the English side, that they'd give them Palestine. Then they made a secret treaty with the French, and they promised that they'd give the French Palestine. And then they promised to give, through the Balfour Declaration, the Jews Palestine. And they'd given Palestine to 3 different groups. And suddenly Frederick Howe realized they don't believe in treaties at all. It's all been for nothing. All these people have died. This carnage, this horror. I mean, you talk about warfare. I mean, what happened on the Western Front and the bayonet charges, the trench warfare. 4 bloody, horrible years. If you've ever read into the stories of the people who were there, horrible, horrible, horrible carnage. It's all been for nothing. And so Frederick Howe said, what was it really all about? And so Frederick Howe thought, well, it has to do with economic imperialism. Maybe it had to do with commercial interests, so that the British would be able, commercial interests would have a better trading advantage over the Germans. Maybe that was what it was about. And then he said that a group of men came to him. They were known as Lord Milner's men, and he named them. They were the men who surrounded the Prime Minister at that time. This is 1919. The Prime Minister of England is Lloyd George. And they said to Frederick Howe, you know, we've got to get you to join with us to create this world government. This is what it's all about. And he said, you know, they didn't even know the meaning of the term economic imperialism. And they told him the war had nothing to do with economic imperialism. It had to do with the white man's burden to rule the world. The white man has to rule the world. That's our obligation. That's our destiny. And that's why the war had to be fought to its conclusion. Because without that, they wouldn't have destroyed the existing social structure of Europe. It's all there, Confessions of a Reformer. But of course, you're never going to hear most of these things from Ted Koppel or Dan Rather or Barbara Walters. Well, they have one other person who will attest to what this is really all about, Admiral Chester Ward. Admiral Ward is quoted in Barry Goldwater's excellent book. Actually, we have the quotation in here, or you can get it from Kissinger on the couch, which Chester Ward wrote with Phyllis Schlafly. And Admiral Ward, 16 years in the Council on Foreign Relations, finally came out and said, look, he said, this is what it's all about. There is a small clique within this organization that is totally dedicated to the destruction of national sovereignty, and they're totally dedicated to world government. And of course, he felt this was terrible. He was a man, a member of the military, a Judge Advocate General of the Navy, who really believed in America's independent state. And he realized the Council on Foreign Relations was being used to program people to support this internationalist dream for the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the world. So how then does this all tie together? Well, Monsieur Perot, as he was looking at all of the suspects, realized that in the dead man's body there were 12 stab wounds, and there were 12 suspects, every one of whom had a motive to kill the American. And he said, there are too many clues. 12 stab wounds, 12 people, all with a motive. Well, as we look at what's going on in the world today, how do we begin to put this together? And so let's just take what Professor Quigley has told us about the origins of the Council on Foreign Relations, and let's go back to Cecil John Rhodes. Who was he really? What motivated Cecil John Rhodes? And what most people do not understand is Cecil Rhodes had entered the Masonic Lodge. She had sworn the oaths of fidelity to the light. Now, how many of you here, well, I won't ask that because probably most of you know what the light is in Masonry, but if you go into the Blue Lodge in Masonry, the first thing you do is they blindfold you, they put a noose around your neck, they bare your chest here, and then they roll up your pant leg, and then they march you up before the worshipful master and they say, what do you most want? And you're told you're supposed to say the light. So you say the light. And then you go into the second level of the lodge and they say, what do you most want? And you're supposed to say more light. And then the third level of the lodge, why you want even more light. But you never know what the light is. Nobody ever tells you. In fact, you're told as you go up to the levels of the lodge that they're going to tell you the secret. Trouble is that they never tell you the secret. You may catch a glimpse of this as you read the esoteric writings of Masonry, but most people within the Masonic Lodge are intentionally deceived. And if you read Morals and Dogma, written by Albert Pike, he will tell you, we intentionally deceive people coming into the lodge. Why? Because we don't want them to know. Most of them are not worthy to know the real secret. If you read Manly Hall, now Albert Pike died in 1891. During the 20th century, the leading Masonic philosopher is a man named Manly P. Hall. In fact, he had his headquarters right down here in the Los Angeles area. I don't know how many of you know of it, but Manly P. Hall had written extensively on Masonry before he ever joined the lodge. Became a 33rd degree Mason, one of the leading Masonic philosophers. And he said, Masonry is a fraternity within a fraternity. Most Masons are wonderful people. They have a good time. They do good things. But there is an inner fraternity dedicated to the mystery, to the secrets. And of course, Manly Hall wrote extensively on what those secrets were. And of course, unless you understand those secrets, you can't understand what energized Cecil John Rhodes, or why the symbol is on the back of the American dollar bill. What does that symbol really stand for? What does it really mean? And why is nobody concerned that that symbol is on the back of the dollar bill? Well, first of all, you can read what the occultists will tell you. They will tell you that the pyramid has to do with pagan rites. And in pagan rites for the last 5,000 to 6,000 years, the pyramid has been the symbol. It's got 13 steps on it. It has nothing to do with 13 colonies. 13 is a secret occult number that gives tremendous power. The term above, which I can't pronounce, but it has to do with he favors our venture. The Novus Ordo Seclorum has to do with the new social order, the new order of the ages. 1776, they will tell you, has to do with the date when America was created. And the all-seeing eye above is the eye of the God, of the sun, the eye of light. Well, Cecil Rhodes, after going and entering the Masonic Lodge and hearing the lecture by John Ruskin, suddenly became consumed with this idea that it was his destiny to create a one-world government. Now, we knew he'd never lived to see it come to pass, but he believed that he would form the foundation for this one-world government. And he began then to recruit men to his cause. You remember there were three men initially. There was William Stead, there was Lord Esher, his name was Brett, and there was Lord Milner. Stead was an occultist. He was a member of the Theosophical Organization. He was deeply involved in spiritualism. Why was he interested in getting into an organization with Cecil Rhodes? Because occultists, and you read occult writings, they will all tell you we're moving towards a new age, we're moving towards a new one-world government, we're moving towards a new spirituality. If you read the material which we have, read Carol Quigley's book, read the pages from White's book, actually taken from Stead's diary, you'll find out that the second level of the secret society was a man named Lord Balfour, Arthur Balfour. And Arthur Balfour had formed the Society for Psychical Research. And Professor Quigley tells us in his book, The Anglo-American Establishment, that the men who joined with Milner after Cecil Rhodes' death primarily came from the Society for Psychical Research. They were all into the occult. And this is the common denominator behind everything that's going on. If you go into the Council on Foreign Relations today, you'll be amazed to find how many of these men are into the Lucis Trust, are into Theosophy, are into Masonry, and the underlying focus of everything that's going on today is occultism working within every one of these organizations. Now, most people think communism is an atheistic form of philosophy. In other words, Karl Marx was an atheist. He talked about religion being the opiate of the masses. And then most people are usually incredibly naive. Karl Marx was a Satanist. And if you haven't read the book, Marx and Satan by Reverend Wormbrand, who spent 14 years in a communist prison, you have to, and we carry that through our ministry. And Marx and Proudhon and Bakunin, who were the three leading socialists at that time, were all into Satanism, and they embraced socialism as a means of destroying Christian civilization, Western civilization. That's what it was really all about. Mikhail Gorbachev today is a New Ager. You go to his State of the Union, State of the World forums in San Francisco or down in Mexico, and the whole theme is occultism. And what does Mikhail Gorbachev talk about? What we need is a one world order, a new world order, and a new world spirituality. At the recent conference that was held in in Rio de Janeiro. It was called the Earth Summit +5 or whatever the original meeting was there in 1992. They had a new one earlier this year in 1997. And they're stressing new spirituality. What are they talking about? They're talking about doing away with the Judeo-Christian ethic and replacing it with a new world religion. If you get into the background of Masonry and you begin studying what the Masonic philosophers will tell you about the light, if you read Albert Pike, and he actually goes into some detail talking about, and here I think on page 321, he says, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange the mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. He says, he who bears the light, doubt it not. Lucifer is the god of Masonry. And if you doubt that, we can give you all sorts of references, but probably Manly Hall is the best source of that. And his quotation is really very, very clear. And he basically talks about the strength of a man was not given to be used destructively, but that he might build a temple worthy to be the dwelling place of the great architect of the universe. When the Mason learns that the key is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he shall have understood the mystery of the craft and the seething energies of Lucifer in his hands. And that comes from his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. It's all Luciferian. That's the driving force behind Masonry and Theosophy and the Lucis Trust, behind communism, behind the Council on Foreign Relations. Behind all of this is Luciferianism. Of course, here we're out there, we're trying to, elect people to public office, and we're going to save things, we're going to save America because we're going to elect Bob Dole to president. He's a 33rd degree Mason. And so was Jack Kemp, who ran with him, and they were running against Bill Clinton, who comes from the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission and the Bilderbergers. Did you ever give a sucker an even chance? This symbol is the symbol of the mystery religions. The mystery religions, which have always been there since antiquity, since the Garden of Eden. The battle really started in the Garden of Eden. You saw it played out when Cain killed Abel. Why? Because Cain resented the fact that there was supposed to be a blood sacrifice, and God didn't want his sacrifice of grain. He hated Abel because Abel was favored by God. It was the same battle that you saw when God destroyed the whole earth, other than Noah at the time of the Great Flood. And you saw it played out when you had the destruction of the Temple of Babylon, when Nimrod wanted to unite all civilization under his leadership. You saw it at the Mount of Temptation when the devil offered Christ the whole of the world, all the kingdoms of the earth, if you'd only kneel down and worship him. And that same battle is being played out today in our halls of Congress, in our Supreme Court. It's being played out in our schools. There's a battle between good and evil. But it's not imaginary, it's not theoretical. How do you explain abortion today with worldwide probably the murder of 500 million unborn children? How do you explain the AIDS epidemic, which today is decimating Africa? We have the statistics out of Africa. They're being collected by the U.S. Census Bureau. Doesn't that make you feel good? We're monitoring the HIV epidemic in Africa. Now, we're not monitoring it in America. We have no statistics in America that are comparable to what we have out of Africa. But in Africa, if you look at the nations in Central and Southern Africa, the capital cities, and any of you want this, we'll be glad to send it to you or tell you how you can call the U.S. Census Bureau and get it. The incidence, low incidence, that's you and me that have no identifiable risk factors, about 15 to 36% are infected and they're all going to die. High risk, that's Army, the people in the government who use prostitutes, people with STDs, from about 40 to 86%. In Harare, 32% of the low-risk people, the capital city of Zimbabwe, 86% of the military and high-risk people are all infected and they're all going to die. The greatest human tragedy of all time, and what are you reading in your newspapers? Well, less people are dying in America from the disease. Now, they don't tell you the same number of people are coming down with AIDS every year, and 50,000 a year, but less people are dying because we have medicines. But that's not doing any good in Africa and Asia, where they're allowing this epidemic to be used for genocide. If you read the Bible, You read Revelation 6:8. They tell that a quarter of the world is going to be destroyed by famine and plague. And if you read the NIV, I believe, and one of the other, it talks about by the plagues. This is a biblical plague of truly biblical proportions. We're involved in the most amazing battle of all time, and everybody's fighting the wrong enemy. And it's about time that people started talking about what Masonry really represents, because we've got the writings of the Masons who tell you it's Luciferian. And I don't care what the people say, well, it's good. Look all the good we do. Look at all the good Adolf Hitler did. He put in great new roads all across Europe, the Autobahns. And they improved the health care. And they improved the education for the people of Germany. Of course, the people in the occupied areas, they didn't give much education to, as Adolf Hitler said, just teach them how to be able to read the road signs so they can stay out of the way of my tanks, but don't educate them. And that's why we're not educating the kids in America today, because we're intentionally dumbing them down. That's why we've taken God out of our schools, and 4 of the 6 Supreme Court judges who voted to take God out of our schools were Masons. The Masons have always wanted to destroy Christianity in America and to destroy the fabric of this society, and that's simply the inner core of this Masonic organization. Now, much of what I told you about the background of the Council on Foreign Relations is contained in this, and we're working on a new treatise. We'll have it in a couple of weeks. So those of you who listen to my radio program every Saturday on K-Bright, let's get a plug in. It's noon every Saturday, 7:40 a.m. We'll tell you as soon as this is available. And it'll have the documentation for everything that I've told you tonight, or get a copy of this tape. And you can help to support the Granada Forum by getting it, this nice gentleman who's doing this, or get a tape of this and listen to it and get the source documentation, and then help us to get the word out. Many years ago, Whittaker Chambers left the Communist Party and identified Alger Hiss as having been a communist spy. Now, Alger Hiss was the man who wrote the United Nations Charter. He was at Yalta with President Roosevelt. He was the president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. At the time, he was identified as a communist spy. And, of course, Alger Hiss lashed out at Whittaker Chambers and said what the mean, demeaning little man he was. And he was sort of fat and dumpy. He really wasn't very good-looking. He didn't have very nice teeth. And, of course, Alger Hiss was a member of the aristocracy. He was also deeply involved with this whole world occult movement. And Whittaker Chambers said, well, do you hate Alger Hiss? He's attacking you. And Whittaker Chambers said, I could never hate any man who believed, as I do, that life is not worth living, for which a man is not willing to die at any moment. And it's very reminiscent of the words of a man named Jim Elliot, who was a missionary who went into Central America to bring Christianity to the savages there. And he died on his last trip in, but shortly before that last trip, he was asked, well, aren't you afraid of the danger? And he said, no. He said, that man is no fool who gives that which he can never keep to gain that which he can never lose. That man is no fool who gives that which he can never keep to gain that which he can never lose. We're involved in a spiritual battle today. And so I sincerely hope that many of you will join together with those of us who pledged our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor in this epic struggle. After all, you have nothing to lose but your lives. You have eternity to gain. Remember those immortal words of James Russell Lowell. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. In that strife of truth with falsehood for the good or evil side. Then it is the brave man chooses, while the coward stands aside, until the multitude make virtue of the faith they have denied. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monteith. If you have any questions, go ahead and line up at the back, and I'm sure Dr. Monteith will be happy to answer them for you. Please, no political statements, no opinions. Just ask the good doctor a question. He's got a lot of answers, I'm sure.
Can I talk you out of the water? Sure. Okay, fine. If you have a question, we'd love to answer it if we can. No questions. Well, I guess we covered it all then.
What is the New Age religion? Is that dealing with the environment and all? Do you know, is the New World religion that they're trying to put on us?
Oh, what about the environment, its relationship to the New Age and the New World religion? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I mean, they're using the environment to justify all sorts of increased government control. These people really have a worship of Mother Earth. They've substituted a worship of the God of the heavens for the earth. And it's paganism, and it's this old idea that we are all one. You are part of me, I'm part of you, you're part of the floor, I'm part of the ceiling, we're part of the trees and the flowers and the animals, and it's this pagan concept that has gripped the minds of so many people. Anything to draw people away from the truth that is recorded in the Holy Scriptures. Now, you have to understand that the environmental movement is largely being funded by the great foundations, the Lawrence Rockefeller Foundation. You go into the background of the funding of the environmental movement, and it comes right out of our great corporations. And why are even many of the corporations that are being impacted by the environmental movement funding it? Because they're not as interested in profit as they are in increasing the power of government over the lives of the people. And of course, the whole environmental movement then gets into sustainable development. Key phrase. What it really means is we got to kill off a lot of people so that we don't use up so many of the natural resources. And that is the major motive behind the genocide that is going on in the world today. And if you haven't got a copy of my little monograph on population control, we can either give you one or you can send and we'll send it to you. But it's vitally important that people get that, understand that there is genocide going on throughout the world today, and it all ties into the environmental movement, the outlawing of DDT. DDT was not outlawed because it was entering the food chain, because it was killing people. It was outlawed because it was saving lives. And we give you the documentation on that. Alexander King from the Club of Rome talked about the tragedy that DDT was saving so many lives in Guyana. And Worthing, I think that's his name, actually had talked about how his major objection to DDT was because it was keeping people from dying. There is a Malthusian philosophy out there that ties into this whole thing. That manifests a hatred of humanity because humanity is God's highest creation.
Okay, thank you. The microphone, please.
Don't be bashful. Just go back and pick up the mic there.
So the ultimate executive behind all of this is the bankers?
No, it's not the bankers. It's all Luciferian. I mean, the Luciferians are working with the bankers are energized by Luciferian forces, by Luciferian spirits. It's not the bankers, it's all of them. Maybe I should explain to you that Monsieur Perot finally decided that all 12 of the suspects had killed them. They had all killed him. And, of course, that was the secret of the murder on the Orient Express, and that's the secret of the problem we've pointed out tonight. They are all involved, but the common denominator is Luciferianism.
They're energized by Luciferianism, but they are human beings acting as agents of this. Who are the human beings? Aren't they all bankers or members of the aristocracy?
No. They are at every level of our society. And, of course, you can get the demonic roots of globalism. You can get James Wardner's Unholy Alliances. You can get Paul Fisher's excellent book, Behind the Lodge Door. You can get Dennis Cuddy's book, New World, New Age Order. But you'll find the membership list of the Council on Foreign Relations. You can get that by simply writing to 58 East 68th Street, New York City, New York. Get the CFR membership. You can write to the Trilateral Commission. We'll be glad to give you the name. You can get the names of those people. But this is a massive movement with literally millions of people who are energized by the dark side.
Yes, sir. You were talking about a secret club or a secret party. What's the exact name of that?
It never had a name. It was originally, the front organization was called the Round Table in England.
In England.
In England. And when it came to America,
What year was that?
the front was the Council on Foreign Relations. According to Professor Quigley and according to certainly all of the evidence that we can find, the Council on Foreign Relations grew directly out of the meetings between Lord Milner's men
Around
and the inquiry in Paris back in 1919, and the offshoot of that was the formation of the Royal Institutes in every major Commonwealth nation, and in America the Council on Foreign Relations, which was, according to Professor Quigley, a front group for J.P. Morgan and the small American Round Table Group.
And it started about 1914, the League of Nations, or what?
Well, the League of Nations started about 1919, 1920.
After the First World War.
After the First World War. The First World War was fought to justify the League of Nations, and when the League of Nations failed, then, of course...
The First World War was about...
The League of Nations, yes.
Unbelievable.
Well, if you'd like to document that...
Is that unbelievable?
Well, I don't mind if you question that. I'd suggest you get my interview with
No, I'm not doubting that. It's just amazing.
Well,
Unbelievable is amazing.
Well, we have, fortunately, an interview I did back in 1980 with Norman Dodd. Now, Norman Dodd was the Director of Research for the Reese Committee, which was commissioned by the 83rd Congress to investigate the great tax-exempt foundations. And in the course of the investigation, one of his research assistants, Miss Catherine Casey, had the opportunity of going through the early records of the Carnegie Endowment for...
What year was this?
This was, well, she was going through this in 1953 or 54.
This is way after.
But the records she was going through were 1908 and 1909, before the Carnegie Endowment was even incorporated. And he tells the story, it's on the tape, and she found that the members of the board were actually talking about how can we change the world, what's the best way to change the world, and they decided that war was the best way to change the world. And when they decided on that, they said, well, how can we get America into a war? That's what he told me in 1980.
They sat at the round table and said, how can we have some war?
Well, it wasn't the round table, it was the Carnegie Endowment.
In England?
No, in America.
In America.
Right.
All right, thanks a lot for your time.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Hi.
sir.
What I would like you to do is, I've got a son here that's just starting school, and I'd like you to address the issue of what should be the motivation and the goals of young Christian kids starting off on a career path.
To love the Lord, to know God's Word, that's the most important thing that you can give to your children, because we are headed for very, very bad times. I'm going to have to ask somebody to give me another little glass of water before my voice gives out. But really, you need reading, writing, and arithmetic, phonics, but the most important thing is traditional history. The most important thing really is to learn the fear of the Lord. Freedom does not come from doing whatever you want to. Freedom comes from doing what God tells us to do and following the Ten Commandments. There is no such thing as freedom if there's not restraint. Bring your child up in the ways of the Lord, and that's what we're called to do, and that's the best advice I can give you, sir. And I can tell you that looking back on my life, I'm a little older than you are, but I've got 3 kids, and all of them love the Lord. None of them are doctors, none of them are professional people, but I think maybe that's far more important than all the education I could have given them.
Dr. Monteith, I know you've interviewed Malachi Martin.
Yes.
And what's your opinion of him and his writings? And the second question is, do you know what's happened to Linda Thompson? I know you had some exposure to her, too.
All right, I don't know what's happened to Linda Thompson. Haven't heard from her in a long time. Malachi Martin is one of the most fascinating people around today. I think he's right on as far as his description of what's going on in the Catholic Church. In other words, the Catholic Church has been infiltrated, but the Protestant Church has been infiltrated too. But the primary drive of the Masonic movement was always to destroy first the Catholic Church and then Christianity altogether. And I think that what Malachi Martin says about the Masonic influence, about the satanic rituals are true. And I take that not only because he has said it, but Pope Paul VI, before his early demise, talked about the satanic smoke over the Vatican, and recently an exorcist, he's an archbishop from Africa, a black Catholic, has spoken about the demonic and satanic influence within the Vatican itself. So I don't think there's any question at all. He's right on. And of course, this idea that the Pope wants to lead this whole move towards world government would suggest that perhaps his allegiance is not to the God of the heavens, but to a political agenda. And I think this is rather frightening. I think we are indebted to Malachi Martin for what he's written.
Until I had read the late in his life interview with Norman Dodd, I personally had never heard of the Société Générale de Belgique, but lately on the internet, on some of the conspiracy discussion groups, I've seen speculation that they have... I'm getting to it. I've seen speculation that the Société Générale has co-opted the leadership of the Roundtable, the Pilgrim Society, and I'm wondering if you can tell us anything from your research.
Well, I remember spending a couple of weekends with Norman Dodd, a wonderful gentleman, and he used to talk about the Société Belgique. It certainly was a very, very powerful force dealing with Belgian international interests, mining in Africa. I really believe if you see what's happened in the Congo recently, they've gotten rid of Mobutu, they've gotten rid of Belgium and other interests, and America is moving in. That probably the Société Belgique has been somewhat eclipsed by the Anglo-American power structure. But when you start, who is the final arbiter, who's really in charge of everything, who are the three men who rule the world, I don't know. But I know who rules all of them, and that, of course, is Lucifer. I also know that if you read occultic writings, they talk about the inner government. They will tell you that Colonel Edward Mandell House, who led the inquiry to Paris in 1919 and was the man who manipulated Woodrow Wilson and really worked to prolong the war, to get America into the war, to ensure that Russia survived. We could spend an evening. Sometime you'll invite me down and I'll tell you the story of Colonel House, because his diary has been intentionally suppressed. It was bought up in 1976 by Times Mirror. So they copyrighted it so it couldn't be copied. It was given to Yale University to be kept for 50 years, available 1976, bought up by Times Mirror, copyrighted so it could be printed. I was there in 80, and they said it's going to be released any day. I called within 6 months, they said it's going to be released any day. They're simply suppressing it. That's how you suppress things. You copyright them. But certainly Colonel House was part of what's known as the inner government, at least according to the occultists. Société Belgique, where it fits, I can't tell you.
Dr. Monteith.
Yeah. Let me just answer. The papers of Colonel House, his diary, is still back at Yale University. There are only 4 copies in the world, and I know where they all are. And we'll talk about that sometime if you give me another invitation. Fascinating, fascinating insight into one of the most evil men in the world. And of course, the only way to understand Colonel Edward Mandell House was to understand that he was an occultist, and that's where his mystical powers came, and how he was able to control President Woodrow Wilson and the prime ministers and premiers of all of the European powers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Monteith, you briefly touched on something that I really wanted to ask you about. In the World Almanac, 1996, it states that in the United States we have 158 million Christians of all denominations. If this were to be true, how could a people of one unity and accord allow what's happened in this country to happen when you see Christian pastors standing up on Sunday or whenever they have services complaining about what's happening out there? But let's do nothing but pray about it. Let's let God do everything for us. I think in God's eyes, that kind of negates our purpose for being alive here on the planet. Could you kind of expound on that a little bit?
All right, fine. Well, that's one of the great problems of our time, is the fact that the Christian church has been neutralized. Now, it's been neutralized because when young men go to our seminaries, they are taught that all you have to do is read Romans, and Romans 1 says, or Romans 2, I forgot, Romans 1 or 2, I think it's Romans 1, and it says that all government officials are there by ordination of God, and you are to be subservient to them, and if you're not subservient to them, you're not being subservient to God. And since it says that in in the Bible, it's got to be true. Well, it's not true at all, because Paul was writing a letter to the Romans living in Rome in the first century. If they spoke out, they tried to oppose the power of government. They were, subject to all sorts of horrible retribution. But more than that, I do not believe for 1 minute God wants us to be subservient to the Luciferian forces in our society today. That doesn't mean we ought to take up arms. But it does mean we have to speak out and tell the truth. We've got to educate our ministers. We've got to educate our board of deacons. And that's why the information you heard tonight is important, but the documentation. You're really going to need this, and I hope we'll have it done. I've been working on this I started out, I thought it was going to take me 2 weeks. I've been at it for 4 months. We'll have it very soon. Get it to the ministers, get it to the board of deacons, and say, you have an obligation. We're dealing with Luciferian forces at the highest echelons of our government. This has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with Republicans and Democrats. The Christian hierarchy has been infiltrated. We've got people out there working with so-called Christian quasi-political organizations telling us we've got to elect Bob Dole. Bob Dole? I mean, but I think there's another element. I really think that there's a spiritual blindness out there among Christians. And we've got to take those blinders off. And the only way we're going to do it is what we're doing. I've chosen talk radio because I think it's a great medium. And if you don't listen to me, why, I hope that you will. And get others to listen and get them to support our efforts. We have 17 stations across America. And we've done it. We're just, my wife and I and my son and a few of my loyal friends in Santa Cruz who come up and answer the phones and fold the letters and help us. And there are other people doing this. And support anybody who has a voice. If you have a voice, try to get others to support you. If you don't have a voice, then support the people who do have a voice. We have to get the word out. We're working against time. Things are unfolding at such an incredible, incredible speed. But we still have this window. And of course, but more than that, earlier on they talked about the spiritual aspect of this. And certainly 2 Chronicles 7:14, prayer. Pray for our leaders. Pray for our ministers. Pray for our nation. Prayer is so important. We have to, if we were worthy, I believe God would intervene. Now, he may very well be so angry at America, he's just going to destroy this nation. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know that the more people we can lead to the Lord, the more people we can get to really stand firmly on a spiritual foundation, the more people are going to be able to survive in the terrible, terrible times that lie ahead. We are in for some bad times. But our nation is spiritually blinded, sir. Yes.
Dr. Monteith, I don't know if you've ever run across Doc Marquis. He was born into the Illuminati family, was a member for 20 years, and he claims that the Illuminati is recruiting people through the Masons, and that their organizations, their mouthpieces, their think tanks are the Council for Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergers, Skull and Bones, all these secret societies, and that the Illuminati is really behind the New World Order and the takeover. Do you have any input to this or anything that you can add or subtract?
No comment.
Hello. I've been studying theosophy for the past couple years, and as far as I can see, it's only derived from the highest spiritual standards. I don't see anything Luciferian in it. Perhaps I'm just at the very bottom of the pyramid, but there are these study groups all over the world, and nothing about Lucifer is ever mentioned, but a lot is mentioned about, like I said, how the highest spiritual standards. So where can I get more information to corroborate what you're saying about it?
The Dark Side of Freemasonry that we have back there is one book, and you get in touch with me, I can get you all sorts of books that will get you in the background of theosophy. It comes from the very pit of hell. Have you read The Secret Doctrine, Isis Unveiled, the others?
Well, we're reading The Secret Doctrine right now. It takes a while.
Actually, Madame Blavatsky is deeply involved with Luciferianism, and she made many, many references to it. But I think if you want two books, one is the dark side of Freemason. The other side is the demonic side of globalism. We have both of them back there. They're $10 each. And if you don't want to put out the money, you can write to me, and I'll tear out the pages or copy the pages and get them to you. But The thing is, it is a fraternity within a fraternity. It's going to get good people in, just like the Masonic movement did. You see, Theosophy came out of Masonry. And Madame Blavatsky was a female Mason, as it were, whatever that means. But her ideas came out of the occult. And, of course, they go back to the mystery religions. And, of course, the underlying theme of this whole thing is deny the God of the Bible and deny that Jesus Christ is Lord. And if you get into it deeply enough, and I warn you, you're dabbling now, but the deeper you get into it, the more trouble you're going to get into. Find out what you're getting into. Demonic Side of Globalism has the quotations from Madame Blavatsky on Luciferianism and the Dark Side of Freemasonry. There's 2 books we carry here. Thank you. But please look into it, because I will tell you, a lot of good people have got sucked into this, and the deeper you get, the more it begins to possess you.
But I don't believe that Jesus Christ is the Lord of all, being a Jewish person, and I believe that there is a lot of truth before Christ was supposedly born on this earth. So if that's the basis you're coming from, I don't agree with that, because what we study in Theosophy comes from philosophies long before Jesus Christ, from Sanskrit and Hindu and Eastern religion.
It sure does. And where do those Eastern religions come from? And what is their source of their power? What is the source of the power of the Eastern religions? And, of course, it's Lucifer. But I hope that you really will look into this, and I hope it will bring you to the same understanding that I've come to through 68 years of study. Yes.
Yes, I have a question of many names, I guess, of Luciferian backers. Are there a shorter list of names who are anti-Lucifer?
Well, there's just 2 people. I mean, there's God and Lucifer, and then they've got their disciples on both sides. And I would like to think that I'm on the good side, but Lucifer has a lot of disciples out here. And they really are people who are Luciferian. They really do believe that, you see, what worship of Lucifer does, if you worship Lucifer, then you become your own God. And you remember the serpent's message in the Garden of Eden, if you eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, then you could be as God. Well, if you don't worship the God of heaven and you worship Lucifer, then you can become your own God. You can do whatever you want to. You determine what's right and wrong. But in the final analysis, then you don't need the Bible, you don't need God, you don't need salvation, you don't need a Savior. And that's really what this whole battle is all about. And if they can convince you, in fact, there's one quotation that we have, if you're interested, I could read it. It comes from Albert Pike. The true name of Satan is Yahweh, reversed. For Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. For the initiates, this is not a person, but a force created for good, but which may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty and free will. And you can be free if you worship Lucifer. But the trouble is there's really no freedom unless there are restraints, and those restraints come from God.
Including yourself, what are the top 10 that we could follow their teachings?
I'm sorry?
Along with yourself, who are the top 10 anti-Lucifer?
Don't follow my teachings. I have nothing to offer. I just repeat what I learned from the Bible in my studies. If you read the Bible, you follow the Lord. That's the person you follow. Don't follow for me or anybody else.
Hello, Mr. Monteith. This is the second time I've heard you. I heard you the other day on Cape Wright. My question is this. You just stated, if I heard you correctly, that Yahweh reversed is Satan?
That's what Albert Pike said.
That's what Albert Pike said,
right.
Okay.
I quoted that from Morals and Dogma. If you want the exact page, I can give it for you.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious because I've been following Zechariah Sitchin's work.
You good? Who?
Zechariah Sitchin. Mm-hmm. You probably haven't heard of him. He's been researching the ancient texts of the Sumerians and so forth. But the name is very pronounced the same way, Yahweh or Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I was just curious when I heard that.
I'm just telling you what Pike says.
Okay.
And what he's saying is, if you really want to be free, then you worship the devil. That's where you get liberty, and that's why people worship Satan, because now they can become gods. They can create a perfect society without God. They can create a new world order, And that's what they're all about. They are going to create a one new world utopian order without God.
My other question is this: do you think the Masons are following similar traditions of the Egyptians?
Yes, this all goes back. I mean, the Masonry goes back to Gnosticism. It goes back to the Kabbalah. It goes back to the mystery religions. And have you ever read Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma?
No, sorry,
It's a fascinating book. You can usually find it in used bookstores. It's been actively suppressed. Every Mason is supposed to turn it back into the lodge, but often when they die, they just give it to a used bookstore. And you can find a copy, or you can come up to my library and spend a couple of weeks reading it. But he will explain to you this all has to do with the mysteries, and that's what the significance of the symbol is on the back of the dollar bill. We as a nation have gone over to the dark side. Now you have to understand that from the very inception of America, there have been two forces at work. One was the Masonic occult mystery religion, and the other was the Christian. And the Christian predominated really up until the time of Roosevelt, and then, of course, in 1935, under the urging of Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture, why they put that symbol on the back of our dollar bill, and we've been going down ever since then, as the occult influences have simply overwhelmed the Christian influences in this country. And it's about time the Christians stood up, because there are a lot more of us than there are of them.
Yeah,
and we've got right, and we've got God on our side, but we don't call on Him. And are we really worthy of His intervention?
Well, the thing that has bothered me is that people always say, leave it to God, leave it to God. And I know Gary will comment on this briefly, but I am of the opinion that, and I'm looking for this in the scriptures too, that says that we have to act with God in order to make change. And that's what my position is.
Well, I think that we are to act, and we're to pray to God. And we're not going to get Him to intervene. He's going to intervene when He's good and ready to. Right. We can't tell Him what to do. Maybe we may want to. Occasionally, when I'm under demonic attack, I can actually use my power as a Christian to defeat that demonic attack. I think anybody can who really loves the Lord. But we are involved in a spiritual battle, and we're just little grains of sand down here, but we just do our best. We're called to be the salt and the light of the earth. We're called to recognize that we struggle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the forces of the darkness of this earth, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And what are we to do? Put ye on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. And boy, have you ever seen more evil days than we have right now.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Ephesians 6.
I was waiting for someone else to ask this, but I guess I'll have to do it. Where do Washington and Jefferson and Adams fit into your scheme?
All right. Washington was a Mason, but he was not into the occult aspect of it at all. He was a sincere Christian. And as he began to, he attended some Masonic meetings early on, but he wasn't a regular attendee, and I don't think he ever recognized the occult influence. He certainly wrote letters condemning the influence of the Illuminati, which was trying to get into America in the 1790s. So, in my estimation, Washington was a good Christian, but you have to understand that when America was founded, this was a treasonous act of treason against the crown, and these men's lives were in danger, and so many of them went into the Masonic Lodge because here they could have secret meetings and they could plot the overthrow of the British monarchy without fear of exposure. At least they hoped that. Now, Thomas Jefferson was a Mason, and he really was involved with all of the with the occult, really. He believed in a deity, but he didn't believe in Jesus Christ, although he called himself a Christian, and I have his writings where he did not believe that Christ was God, nor in the supernatural. If you ever read the Jefferson Bible, you see what he really believed. I believe Adams was a Christian. In fact, Adams had a falling out with Jefferson because of his Masonic beliefs, and certainly Adams felt very, very strongly that Jefferson was betraying this dream that they had of creating a Christian republic. So you see this conflict. Certainly Benjamin Franklin was strongly involved with the occult, as was Thomas Paine. And we could talk about the secret Georgia Guidestones, which I mentioned last time I was here, in Elberton, Georgia, this occult monument back in Georgia, which is really dedicated to Thomas Paine. If you read the background and the books we've uncovered since then, Thomas Paine was brought to America by Benjamin Franklin. Thomas Paine then was a professional revolutionary who went to France to create the revolution there. In fact, the whole world revolutionary movement has its foundation in the occult. America was the only nation that had a revolution where we had a strong Protestant ethic, and America then created a free society. In France, they had the revolution, and they went right back into dictatorship. The same thing happened in all the countries of Europe.
I think you said Washington and Adams were Trinitarians. You believe that?
Beg pardon?
You believe Washington and Adams were Trinitarians?
No, I don't think so. I think Adams was probably a Unitarian,
Thank
but
you.
I think that he believed in the divinity of Christ, and I believe that George Washington did. But they may not very well have been the Trinitarian beliefs of today.
I'll try one more and sit down. You think then that you can rally the United States of America by disowning Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Paine, and those people?
Well, I don't think that we can rally them behind Jefferson, because I think Jefferson was involved in the occult. And I think what we have to recognize is these two parallel tracks I talked of. And we have to be objective, and we have to be informed, and we have to talk about the occult and Masonic influence that has been here since the inception of America. Some people will tell you America is a Masonic republic. It's not. But there has always been this Masonic influence. And if you go back and you look at the streets of Washington, D.C., you'll see that they are laid out in Masonic symbology. And every one of the buildings back there has a Masonic plaque on it. The Masons are here, and they're working like termites. Only the foundations of our republic now are fairly well eroded.
Do you know anything about James Clerk Maxwell?
No, I don't.
The unified field theory?
No.
Or anything about our mathematics being changed so we couldn't advance scientifically at the turn of the century like we should have?
That's not my field, sir.
Okay, well, I'll just ask, do you think Teddy Roosevelt was originally a fairly good president, but he was bought off to run against Taft?
I think he was into this whole Masonic thing. If you read Arthur Schlesinger, he will tell you that Teddy Roosevelt was our first aristocrat. He was part of this whole movement. Now, we have an image of Teddy Roosevelt. That's our image, but sometimes our images are not reality. It's sort of symbolism over substance. They create our images for us. I love the image of Teddy Roosevelt, this rugged individualist out there, fighting the battle at San Juan Hill and shooting the bears. But he really believed in this whole idea of an aristocracy ruling the masses, just as his namesake Franklin Delano Roosevelt did. But I'm drawing upon what Arthur Schlesinger says, and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. is part and parcel of this whole movement, knows a lot more about it than I do. I wish that the image we had of Teddy Roosevelt was true, but I'm afraid it's not. We have many idols with clay feet.
Doctor, there are no more questions. We want to thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Dr. Sutton, you wrote 3 series of books while you were a research fellow at the Hoover Institute. Can you give me basically the background of the content of these series?
Yes, the series I wrote at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University concerned the transfers of Western technology to the Soviet Union. And essentially it comprised 3 individual books. Each book covers a period of time since 1917.
And then you wrote a second series of books on Wall Street.
Yes, these were trade books. In other words, they're not academic books. They're written for the general public. They concerned the build-up of the 3 types of socialism: Bolshevik socialism in Russia, what we might call welfare socialism in the United States, and Hitlerian or National Socialism. And each book examines the financing and the contributions made by Wall Street, by international bankers, to the development of that specific form of socialism.
Now, in your research and analysis, and your efforts to bring out the facts about what was going on in our society, did you encounter any effort to discourage you, to prevent you from bringing out the background of America's involvement in the financing of international communism?
Yes, very definitely. For example, when I was at the Hoover Institution, in 1972, I went to Miami Beach to give some testimony before the Republican National Committee. And although a congressman had hand-delivered to the wire services this testimony, which was later printed, the wire services refused to transmit it to the newspapers. Then when I got back to the Hoover Institution in California, I was called into the office of the director, and I was told in no uncertain terms not to make any more speeches like that, and that this information should not be made public.
This was the information that we were giving the Soviet Union the technology to develop its war potential?
Oh, yes. At that time, we were in Vietnam, and as you know, the Soviets were supplying the North Vietnamese.
This was 1972?
1972, yes. And, for example, I knew that the Gorky plant, which was built by the Ford Motor Company, the Gorky plant in Russia produces the Gaz series of vehicles. The Gaz vehicles had been seen on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. We were supplying equipment to the Gorky plant in the middle of the Vietnamese War, and these trucks were being used to carry ammunition supplies, which were killing Americans. Now, I thought this was morally wrong, and I said so at Miami Beach and at the Hoover Institution. And it was this type of information that was suppressed.
And so what eventually happened as far as your activities at the Hoover Institution were concerned?
Well, I didn't pay much heed to the warnings. I published a book called National Suicide in the following year, which summarized our assistance to the Soviets, our military assistance to the Soviets. And when that book came out, again, there was great pressure to stop the book. There was pressure on both the publishers and me personally. And I felt I couldn't take this, and a few years later, I just left the Hoover Institution, and since 1975, I've been an independent author without any ties whatsoever.
Let's go a little bit into the background of the financing of the German war machine that we fought in the period 1941 to 1945. Could we start, first of all, with the original financing of Hitler between 1922 and 1923, when he was first making his effort to come into prominence in Germany?
The original financing of Hitler, that's in the years 1922, came only partly from Germany. One of the most prominent Americans concerned with financing Hitler was Henry Ford. In fact, Henry Ford received a medal in 1938 for his assistance to the early Nazi Party. Then, of course, Hitler had his attempted push in 1923. He went to jail, and then we began another era in the rise of Hitler.
Right, and of course, he eventually came to power in 1933 by the electoral process. What about the financing of Hitler's electoral activities in 1933?
This I can trace. I have traced it very exactly. I discovered amongst the Nuremberg records a series of bank transfer slips to the Delbrück-Schickler Bank in Berlin to an account which was under the control of Rudolf Hess. And this was the fund that was used to finance Hitler's access to power in March 1973. And amongst the corporations that transferred money to Hitler, I find not only R.G. Farben, which is quite widely known, but also German General Electric, AEG, which is under the control of General Electric in the United States, or was at that time, and companies like Osram and...
Now, what was the tie-in between Osram and General Electric?
The tie-in was a share tie-in. International General Electric in the United States had controlling interest in German General Electric, and also through share interlocks, a controlling interest in Osram in Germany.
So then we have Ford and we have General Electric helping to finance Adolf Hitler's rise to power. Were any other large American corporations involved?
Very definitely. Standard Oil, through its technical association with I.G. Farben, for example, Germany could not have gone to war in 1939 without tetraethyl. You need tetraethyl to raise the octane value of aviation gasoline. Germany had no means of doing that. This was developed in the in the ethyl laboratories in the United States and transferred to the Germans. Standard Oil came up with the hydrogenation idea, which was very essential for Germany in the 1930s, because to raise the quality of its gasoline for aviation purposes. This was transferred to the Nazis. And ITT, for example, International Telephone and Telegraph, was very intimately associated with the Nazis through Dr. Schroeder, who was head of the ITT subsidiaries in Germany. And ITT controlled companies which made not only electrical instruments, but also the Focke-Wulf plant, which made airplanes, fighter airplanes.
So what you're suggesting then is that American corporations were helping to finance the German industry that was building up the war potential?
American corporations, only a few, not many, financed Hitler through their subsidiaries. They transferred technology. They transferred material assistance, for example, stocks of tetraethyl before the Germans could manufacture it under the joint manufacturing agreement with the United States. And also they financed this. For example, Standard Oil financed in 1933 the development of the gasoline industry in Germany, which was needed to fight World War II.
And that's a very interesting point. Could you go a little bit into the background of where Germany got its oil to fight the Second World War? Because certainly Germany doesn't have oil resources.
Germany does not have oil resources, that's true. It used in World War II synthetic oil, which it got from coal. And the basic technical processes for the development of oil from coal came from the United States, from essentially from the Standard Oil laboratories, which had this technical assistance agreement with I.G. Farben. And of course I.G. Farben contributed something like 60% of the explosives needed by the German Wehrmacht, probably about 40-50% of the gasoline needed by the Wehrmacht and by the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe.
And was there a definite interlock between I.G. Farben and Standard Oil?
The interlock was at the technical level, the exchange of patents. It was through a financial technical assistance agreement. There were other interlocks with the United States through a subsidiary, I.G. Farben, in the United States. But with Standard Oil, the interlocks were at the technical and financial level.
And is it a fact, it's been stated, that there were members of the board of directors of Standard Oil who were also on the board of directors of American I.G. Farben?
Yes, Walter Teagle is one name that comes to mind. There were several directors.
Was there an interlock with Ford between I.G. Farben and American I.G. Farben and the Ford Motor Company?
Not that I can recall, not offhand. Not offhand.
So basically what we're seeing then is American industry helping to provide the technology, helping to provide the finance, helping to provide the material that is going to allow Hitler to create his war machine.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Now, in your book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, you talked about the bombing patterns during the Second World War, and the fact that it was amazing that there were certain factories that were not bombed, whereas the majority of the German factories were decimated, German-owned factories. There were certain factories that tied into this interlock we've already alluded to, that for some strange reason seemed to escape the devastation of our saturation bombing.
In World War II, the German electrical industry was or should have been a prime target for Western bombing. But in practice, the German General Electric plants were not bombed. Of the 10 major plants, not one was bombed, and a half a dozen others had trifling damage, broken windows, that kind of thing. So what we have here is a very interesting case of an industry which should have been bombed in World War II, but was not bombed, and yet we have American ownership, which raises a certain amount of suspicion as to why it was not bombed.
But as far as the German-owned electrical companies, did they undergo a rather heavy bombing?
I took a look at that. The Siemens plant, for example, they were bombed. There's no question. But the industry was not targeted as a general target. So Siemens, for example, was not bombed as heavily as, say, tank plants or aviation plants, that kind of thing.
You mentioned the Ford plant in Cologne. Was this a prime military target?
The Ford plant in Cologne should have been a prime military target. For example, the British Air Force, the Royal Air Force, did bomb the Ford plant at Poissy in France. But the Ford plant in Cologne, which was by far the largest Ford plant in Germany, was not bombed in World War II.
But did our military planners intend to bomb it? In other words, was it on the aiming report?
Well, I did look at the aiming reports for the plants in Cologne. Ford was known about. They knew that it was producing equipment for the Wehrmacht. But it was not bombed. It was scheduled as a target, but it was not bombed.
So somewhere along the line, as far as the planning was concerned, the name of the Ford motor plant in Cologne was deleted, and yet the city of Cologne itself was totally decimated.
The city of Cologne was decimated, as of course many other cities in Germany were decimated. But somewhere along the line, something happened. I suspect it was in the aiming committees, and without question, orders were sent out not to bomb certain targets, even though these were prime military targets.
And that's rather reminiscent of some of the orders that went out during the Korean War, some of the orders that went out during the Vietnamese War to leave specific targets within the enemy's domain untouched by our strategic bombing.
I understand that was so, although I have not investigated it.
Now, in your book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, there was one very interesting section about a special fund that Heinrich Himmler had, and the funneling of money from German corporations into this fund, even up into the years 1943 and 1944. And many of these corporations had strong ties into the American corporations, into the American parent corporations. Could you tell us a little bit about the Kepler Fund?
The Kepler Fund was also known as the Konto S Fund. It was what we might call Heinrich Himmler's personal slush fund. He used it for his own personal projects. And what amazed me was both in 1933 and in 1944, the 2 years for which I examined the records, over half the funds came from American corporations. For example, in 1933, ITT, Standard Oil, General Electric, and possibly Osram were contributors. Even in 1944, in the middle of World War II, we find that ITT was funneling funds to Heinrich Himmler's fund through Schroeder, who was the chairman of the ITT subsidiaries in Germany. We also find that DEPAG, the Standard Oil subsidiary in Germany, was financing Heinrich Himmler, and this was in the middle of World War II.
Now, were these facts ever brought out at the Nuremberg hearings?
They were never brought out at the Nuremberg hearings, although the documents do exist within the files, within the records. They have not been published, as far as I know.
And you actually had access to these records?
Yes, there's some 400 tons of these records available, and many of them were at the Hoover Institution, or copies were at the Hoover Institution, and that's where I found the original documentation.
I think it's a tragic part of our history when the American public doesn't realize the interplay then between great American corporations and the financing, the funding of the Nazi movement. Now, I wanted to talk just a little bit about the Nuremberg trials, because at the Nuremberg trials, the Nazis, the Nazi war criminals, the Nazi generals were held specifically guilty for what transpired. Were there any Americans involved? Were any Americans indicted? Were any Americans convicted as far as the financing of the Nazi war movement?
Very definitely not. I looked at the criteria for what we might call war crimes under the Nuremberg Tribunal. And there's no question in my mind that certain Americans well fitted the criteria which required indictment and trial. But no Americans were ever brought to trial.
Do you think there was any conscious effort to conceal this fact, both from the Nuremberg War Tribunal and from the American public?
Well, there was a conscious effort in the fact that these businessmen were very prominent in stating in 1946 that they had no knowledge of what Hitler was doing, and yet they were intimately involved with the build-up with Hitler. I suspect that this was not published in the media at the time, although I've not checked that. But certainly the role of American corporations and American businessmen in aiding Hitler has not been published.
Now, what about the actual financing? What about the loans from large American banks, from large British banks, to Hitler's government in that period between 1933 and 1939, when Hitler was preparing for war?
Well, you've got to go back a little earlier and look at what are known as the Young loans, which were very important because I think they brought about the economic collapse of Germany in 1933.
That was the Young plan.
This was Owen Young, who was, of course, chairman of General Electric. Here we got a man who actually made the loans as an officer of the United States government, which brought about the collapse of Germany in 1933, enabling Hitler to take over. And then subsequent to 1933, you get a series of loans. A very good one is Standard Oil, which loaned several $1 million, at least, to Germany to build up its aviation gasoline facilities. And there are other examples.
Fine. Well, I'd like to get a little bit into the background of the financing of Bolshevism, because I think this is vitally important. And we can go back to the period after the Second Revolution, which was in October and November of 1917. The initial financing of Lenin's movement, how did it tie into the American corporations? Was there any American involvement in that period between 1917 and 1918, when Bolshevism was just beginning to get a foothold in Russia?
Yes, there were several incidents. The most important is one involving Colonel William Boyce Thompson, who was the largest shareholder in the Chase Bank, which of course today is Chase Manhattan Bank. And I published in one of my books a copy of a cablegram which transferred funds from New York to Petrograd in December 1917, $1 million to be precise. And Colonel Thompson made the statement later that this $1 million was given to the Bolsheviks to consolidate. They had just begun to take over Russia. They only controlled Moscow and Petrograd at that time, to aid the control that the Bolsheviks were extending in Russia. This is a very clear case. $1 million, American funds, transferred through an American Wall Street intermediary to the Bolsheviks.
And didn't you publish that document here in Wall Street and the Rise of Bolshevism?
I published two statements. One is a copy of the cablegram, and the other is a copy of the news clip of the statement made by Colonel Thompson at that time that he had made this contribution.
Now, why would an American capitalist, an American financier, help to aid Bolshevism?
The only answer, and of course this puzzled me for years, you know, why? Because we understand there to be an opposition. And the only answer I can come to is one of captive markets. The United States did not want another United States in the world. And of course, if you look at the world map, Russia is 2 or 3 times larger than the United States. Imagine this as another United States, as another competitor to the United States. What the United States wanted, or Wall Street wanted, was a captive market. And of course, socialism is a captive market because my earlier studies at Stanford University had brought out the fact that a socialist system cannot innovate. It's got to import innovation and technology from the West. And so I think the aim behind this was to encourage the development of Marxism and other types of socialism, because this would give these Wall Street bankers control of a world market, a captive market.
At the end of the First World War, Russia was devastated by famine, and America sent a relief mission. It was the Hoover mission. Do you know any of the facts surrounding the activities of the Hoover Commission?
Well, there's no question that in 1922, 1923, Russia was finished. Industrial output was perhaps 8 or 10% of 1913 figures, and people were starving by the hundreds of thousands. And the Hoover mission was organized, of course, to send aid to Russia. But most of the aid went to the Bolsheviks, who controlled really quite a small part of Russia at that time. Only a very small part of the aid went to the White Russians or to the Far East.
And then after 1922 and 1923, Lenin instituted something known as the New Economic Policy, or this series of 5-year plans. Can you tell us about the 5-year plans and the part that the major American corporations, major world corporations, played in building up the Soviet Union?
Well, there are two separate phases here. The New Economic Policy was started in 1923 by Lenin. And I found, and I published this in my first book from Stanford, that every single Russian industry was rebuilt or restarted by foreign corporations, mostly German, British, French, and American. By 1928, Russia was back to approximately its 1913 in industrial output. And at that point, she began to think of these grandiose five-year plans. And in 1928, Gosplan, which is the Russian government planning commission, actually designed an initial five-year plan, but this was thrown out, it was inadequate, and American corporations were brought into Russia. And the first five-year plan and the second five-year plan were actually designed in the United States by American corporations.
And what were these corporations? Which ones specifically were involved?
The design of the first five-year plan was by a corporation probably not known to most Americans, Albert Kahn. But Albert Kahn was the foremost industrial architect in the United States. And Albert Kahn laid out the basics of the first five-year plan for the Soviets. And then we find, again, the same corporations involved with the construction of the plants. International General Electric, certainly, DuPont, Ford Motor, Hercules Motor, Curtiss-Wright in aircraft engines, and even some corporations which today were forgotten about, like Valti and Chance Vought. These were aircraft manufacturers at that time. And so American corporations came in and they built the first five-year plan. But what was important, the Soviets then copied these plans, and this accounts for the tremendous Russian output. They took this initial equipment and they multiplied it, they copied it by the hundred.
Now, how about Ford Motor Company? Did they play a part in the building up of the Soviet potential?
Very definitely. Ford Motor Company built the Gorky plant, and the Gorky plant produces the GAZ series of vehicles, that's GAZ, and these are trucks, and there's some automobiles. And right from the early 1930s, you find that the GAZ plant has had military potential, and Ford knew that when it went in and built the Gorky plant. And we know it because I found statements to this effect within the State Department files.
Sometimes we hear the name Averell Harriman. Did he play a part in building up the Soviet technology?
Very definitely. In fact, Averell Harriman came out of the Soviet Union financially at a profit. He took over the Georgian manganese concession in the early 1920s. Got this back on his feet for the Soviets, and manganese became a prime export for the Soviets, and so they were able to sell this abroad, get foreign exchange, which financed their industrialization. And then they bought out Harriman about 1929, and Averell Harriman received as compensation $1 million more than he put in the first place.
How about Armand Hammer of Occidental Petroleum?
Armand Hammer is a very interesting example. Armand Hammer received the first foreign concession in 1922. In asbestos in the Ural Mountains. And he also conducted for the Soviets a number of other enterprises, right down to pens and pencil manufacturing, for example. But Armand Hammer is interesting because his father, although Armand Hammer today is chairman of Occidental Petroleum Corporation, his father was Julius Hammer, who in 1919 was Secretary General of the Communist Party USA, which emphasizes the argument I made throughout my books, that at the top level, there's no difference between your top communists and your top capitalists. They interlink. You've got Armand Hammer, chairman of Occidental Petroleum. His father was Secretary of the Communist Party USA in 1919.
So it's basically a power grab.
It's a power grab, an international power grab.
Now, during the Second World War, why Russia was pretty well decimated once again by German forces. What part did the American Lend-Lease program play in building up Russia's industrial capacity after the Second World War?
Well, Lend-Lease built up Russia's capacity, modernized it, and expanded it during World War II. And there was some continuation all the way through perhaps to 1948, 1949. There was a program after Lend-Lease, which was supposed to be restricted to foodstuffs and industrial materials, but in effect, I checked the records in the warehouses in Sutton, Maryland, I find that even after World War II, and this was against the intent of Congress, I suspect, there was a massive transfer of the latest industrial equipment to the Soviet Union under the so-called Lend-Lease program.
Now, in 1948, There was a fascinating book came out by Major Racy Jordan, in which he talked about American aid to the communists as far as their ability to build nuclear weapons. Did you ever have an opportunity of verifying the facts that we had given them the heavy water, we'd given them the wherewithal to build their atomic weapons?
Well, as part of the work I was doing at Stanford, I did investigate the shipping documents for Lend-Lease, and I took a sample of these documents and I checked them against Major Jordan. And broadly, Major Jordan was correct within, say, about 5%. And Major Jordan, of course, made the charge that we had shipped materials to the Soviets, 1944 and 1945, which were later used in their atomic program. There is no doubt he is correct. We shipped heavy water, which is essential, but we shipped other items which are perhaps less obvious to the layman. We shipped, for example, aluminum tubes, and aluminum tubes are essential for atomic energy development. We shipped graphite, and graphite is another essential component. So generally, as far as I could check, and I checked the original government Lend-Lease document, General Major Jordan was correct.
Now, as the years have gone by, of course, we see a growing Soviet nuclear threat. The Soviets now have MIRV missiles. Can you give a little of the background on how the Soviet Union, which really didn't have the technology to develop those MIRV missiles that threaten our cities today, how were they able to develop the MIRV capacity?
Well, you've got to go back and look at how the Russians were able to develop a rocket, space technology anyway. What they did after World War II was American forces were held back for a while the Soviets occupied East Germany. They stripped East Germany. They took back the latest of the V-2 rocket technology from Peenemünde and other places. And the V-2 became the basis of the Russian space technology. Now, if you skip the intervening years, you will find when you come to the early 1970s that the Russians did not have the capability to MIRV their missiles. And in particular, they lacked the ability to produce the very precision, micro-miniature ball bearings that are needed for the control systems. There was only one company in the world, Bryant, Chuck and Grinder, which could make the machinery which machines the races within which these ball bearings run. And without those races, you just cannot make MIRV missiles in any quantity. You can make one off, but not in quantity. Bryant, Chuck and Grinder was allowed to ship to the Soviet Union 45 of these machines at a time when we only had 33 in the United States.
But wasn't there any objection to doing this?
I objected at Miami Beach in 1972. Other people objected, but the objections were squashed. And predominantly at fault here is Henry Kissinger and the incoming administration, the incoming Nixon administration. This was known, I'm sure it was known in DOD. If I knew it, then certainly DOD knew it. But the objections were squashed, and there was suppression of the information.
And so once again we see America building up the military capacity, the nuclear threat from the Soviet Union.
Well, this goes, when you talk about MIRVing of missiles, you're talking about a quantum jump in your military technology. Now, I'm not a military man, but to me, the ability to do that is a massive leap forward, and we enabled them to do it, and we did it knowingly and deliberately.
During the Vietnamese War, the Soviet Union and the Eastern European satellites were the primary suppliers of war materials to the North Vietnamese who were killing American boys in South Vietnam. Would you comment on our aid and trade with the Soviet Union and with the Eastern European satellites during that period of time?
Well, there's no question that the Soviets were the prime suppliers of military equipment and suppliers to the North Vietnamese. Let me give you an example. The American pilots, as they flew over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, described the trucks that they were seeing as American trucks. Well, they were American trucks because they came from the Gorky plant, and Gorky was built by Henry Ford. And so you have the situation where we were, in effect, supplying both sides in the Vietnamese War.
But the trucks were being built by the Soviet Union. However, were they getting any materials from the United States to help build those trucks?
Yes, in the early 1970s, I know specifically of shipments of equipment into the Gorky plant while the war was going on, which in effect were aiding the Soviets to build more trucks to be used by the North Vietnamese.
How about loans? Was America extending loans to the Soviet Union during this period when they were the primary financiers of the North Vietnamese?
Yes. Beginning about 1970, there was a massive grant of loans to the Soviet Union. I'd say by about 1976, it must have totaled perhaps $40 billion outstanding. And so this, of course, these loans were used to enable the Soviet Union to purchase industrial equipment in the United States. And this industrial equipment was used to manufacture, in part, military supplies which were used against us in Vietnam.
How about Russian shipping that was being used to ferry supplies to North Vietnam?
Shipping is a very interesting example because the Soviets published a shipping register, about 6,000 ships. And I analyzed every one of these ships, both the origin of the technology of the ship itself, the hull, and the engine. Most of them are marine diesel engines. And I find that 60% of the Soviet merchant marine, which of course has military usefulness, 60% was built aboard. Only 40% in the Soviet Union, and that largely to Western design. But when you come to marine diesel engines, you find something really fascinating. You find that 80% of the marine diesel engines in Soviet merchant ships are Western engines, Burmeister and Wain of Copenhagen, Sulzer of Switzerland, Fiat of Italy, because that name has come up before. But the other 20% of marine diesel engines built in the Soviet Union are built to Western design under technical assistance contracts from Sulzer and Burmeister and Wain. So in effect, there could be no Soviet merchant marine without assistance from the West.
How about the building of the Kama River plant?
Kama River was built in the late 1960s, early 1970s. The basic design contract was let to the Italian firm of Fiat. Giovanni Agnelli is the chairman of the board. And this is important because Agnelli is tied in with Chase Manhattan Bank. He's on the International Advisory Committee of Chase Manhattan. What caught my attention was that Fiat does not manufacture automobile manufacturing equipment. All the Fiat plants in Italy contain American equipment. And what I found was that the equipment was coming, perhaps about 60-70% of it, from the United States, from major automobile equipment suppliers in the United States. I think it was known as the Fiat plant as a cover to perhaps divert attention from the fact that during the Vietnamese War, we were building the largest plant in the world. It covers 36 square miles. We were building for the Soviets, with American equipment, the largest plant in the world. And so it was called the Italian Fiat plant, and I think this was a blind.
And so they were building their trucks and armored personnel carriers and other things that could be used then for warfare in South Vietnam?
We knew that the Kama plant had military potential. In 1972, I wrote it in National Suicide. I said as much in Miami Beach in 1972. This plant has military potential. It can produce military vehicles. We knew it. And of course today in Afghanistan we find that the Kama vehicles are there in Afghanistan today from the Kama plant built by American and Italian companies.
And it was after you brought out this information that efforts were made to suppress your book, National Suicide,
Yes.
and your other studies?
Yes, because I was bringing out the fact that the Kama River plant had military potential, that we were moving the missiles with the Bryant chucking grinder equipment, and of course other facts along these lines.
And what sort of pressure was brought to bear upon you? What sort of pressure was brought to bear upon the publisher of your book, National Suicide?
There was pressure on the publisher to prevent publication, to stop publication. He refused to do so. There's pressure brought upon me first to withdraw the book, and then a rather deceitful sort of pressure. It was claimed at the Hoover Institution that I had plagiarized Volume 3 of my Western Technology series, which was being published by Stanford University. Well, firstly, I challenged them to point out the plagiarization, and nobody could find even two sentences that matched up. But then I pointed out that I cannot plagiarize my own work. I hold the copyright on both books, and nowhere in the world can I plagiarize myself. That's a logical impossibility. And then gradually it built up over the following years that my research was perhaps going a little out of what was perhaps required or welcome would be a better word, and it should be confined within more narrow boundaries. And at that point in 1975 I left the Hoover Institution, and since then I've become an independent author, and I can publish what I want to publish.
Do you know of any other instances where efforts were made to suppress
publication of books through the Hoover Institute?
I know one example, one I was personally aware of, and that was Julius Epstein's book on Operation Cupid, which is a very important book on the treatment of Russian prisoners of war in Germany after World War II. This book was in manuscript for several years, and he was not allowed to publish it. I heard that firsthand from Julius.
Right, and eventually it was, of course, brought out.
It was at a later point. Now, another example I can give is my own Western Technology series. The third volume of that was held in galleys for 1 year. Now, it costs a lot of money to hold a book in galleys, because when a book is in galleys, you want to get out on the market to start recouping your investment. That book was held in galleys for 1 year because it was not politically wise or acceptable to publish it at that time, even though it was an academic book.
Now, you've done some fascinating studies on the Trilateral Commission. Can you tell us about the Trilateral Commission?
The Trilateral Commission is a private organization founded by David Rockefeller in 1973. It was essentially financed by Rockefeller and some of the foundations, Kettering Foundation, Danforth Foundation, Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation was a very major contributor. And the stated objective is to encourage discussion amongst what they call the trilateral regions. I should point out that of the 300 members, 1/3 come from the United States, 1/3 from Japan, and 1/3 from Europe. But in effect, I find that the actions of the Trilateral Commission are very much self-interested on the part of the international banking community in New York.
Now, as far as the Trilateral Commission's influence on the American government is concerned, it's been said that there is a very excessive representation of the Trilateral Commission in Jimmy Carter's cabinet and in Jimmy Carter's administration.
Well, excessive is rather an understatement. I think there's some 200 million people in the United States. There are only 77 trilateral members who are American. Out of that 77, I counted no fewer than 18 trilateralists. That's about 1/3 of the American trilateral contingent turns up in the Carter administration. Mr. Carter himself was a trilateral, Mr. Mondale, Mr. Brown, Mr. Vance, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Brown, Secretary of Defense. In other words, they occupy all the senior cabinet and sub-cabinet posts. In fact, there's some key committees, intelligence and defense committees, which are only comprised of trilaterals. So here you've got 77 Americans selected by one man, David Rockefeller, who's chairman of Chase Manhattan Bank. And we find that they turn up in the key controlling positions in Washington under the Carter administration.
And would this suggest to you that perhaps we do not select the government, that it is selected by these people who work behind the scenes?
You can come to no other conclusion. If you look today at who's running for office, you find Mr. Bush is a trilateral. You find Mr. Anderson is a trilateral. Mr. Carter is a trilateral.
We find articles appearing in Newsweek magazine, Time magazine, U.S. News and World Report, many of the major media telling us there's really nothing to be concerned about from the Trilateral Commission. Is there any interlock between the Trilateral Commission and the major media in the United States?
Yes, there is an interlock, particularly in the news media. For example, the Chicago Sun-Times, the executive editor there, James Hugi, is a trilateral. You'll find Saul Leinowitz is a director of Time magazine. And I think, yes, Henry Schacht is a director of CBS. So there very definitely is an interlock between the trilaterals and the media.
And perhaps this is the reason, then, that they rather play down the influence of the Trilateral Commission on contemporary American government.
Yes, I had a computer survey made of all articles that have been printed on the Trilateral Commission since 1973. I could find worldwide only 73 articles.
Now, what's the relationship between the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations?
Well, of course, the Council on Foreign Relations is a much older organization founded in 1920. I did a study in which I compared trilaterals with or without membership in the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. I find there's something over 50% overlap.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of reason, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epic of belief, it was the epic of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. And with those words, Charles Dickens opened his classic story of The Tale of Two Cities. It was the story of what happened in London and France at the time of the French Revolution. Because the French Revolution in 1789 was a watershed event, just like what happened recently at 9/11. 2001 was another watershed event. But of course, Charles Dickens was writing about the second great revolution of the 18th century, a revolution which is continuing to this very day. And most people really don't understand that revolution. They don't understand what motivated the march on the Bastille on the 14th of July, 1789. Most people believe, of course, that the king of France at that time was a ruthless tyrant, and that's why the people rebelled. But the truth of the matter is, the reason that things got out of hand was because the king of France didn't have the courage to take a strong stand against the people who were planning a revolution. He knew the revolution was coming. He thought it was going to go away. And by not taking strong action, of course, why he eventually lost his life, as did tens of thousands of other people. If you read the Encyclopedia Britannica, they'll tell you about 3,000 people died in the French Revolution. If you read the classic book, and this is the book which we'll be referring to many times during this program, it was written by James H. Billington, the Librarian of Congress, called Fire in the Minds of Men, and we carry this book. It's one of the 5 most important books in my library, because it gives you an entirely different slant on the background of the French Revolution. Now, if you have been to college or been to high school, you probably heard that the French Revolution came about because of the philosophies that were put forward in the Enlightenment as people began talking about the right of men to be free, the writings of Rousseau and Voltaire. But as with so much of what you think you know, it simply isn't true. And, of course, it was George Santayana who said that those who cannot remember history are condemned to repeat it. And Thomas Jefferson had said, if a nation expects to live both ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. If a nation expects to live both ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. So let me tell you what the Librarian of Congress, formerly the head of the Smithsonian Institute, today the Librarian of Congress, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, an international scholar, what he teaches his students about the origin of the French Revolution, that watershed event that is being played out today. Because as James H. Billington points out, the French Revolution was the second great revolution in a series of revolutions that swept Europe during the 19th century and culminated in the 20th century with the Russian Revolution in 1917 and the Cuban Revolution in 1958 and 1959. Of course, those revolutions continue, and you really can't understand why it is that we're not trying to close our borders and we're allowing just unbridled and unlimited immigration into America. You can't understand what we're really doing over in Iraq. You can't understand why everything our government is doing seems to be directed towards destroying the value of our currency. You can't understand anything that's going on today unless you understand the background of the French Revolution and what James H. Billington wrote. So let me summarize what he said. The revolutionary faith was shaped not so much by the critical rationalism of the French Enlightenment as by the occultism and proto-romanticism of Germany. This faith was incubated in France during the Revolutionary era within a small subculture of literary intellectuals who were immersed in journalism, fascinated by secret societies, and subsequently infatuated with the ideologies of a secular surrogate for religious belief. The flame of faith had begun its migration a century earlier when some European aristocrats transferred their lighted candles from Christian altars to occult Masonic lodges. The flame of occult alchemy, which had promised to turn dross into gold, reappeared at the center of circles seeking to recreate a golden age. Bavarian Illuminists plotting against the Jesuits, French Philadelphians plotting against Napoleon, and then, of course, the Italian charcoal burners plotting against the Habsburgs. So it's so important that you begin to understand that the foundation of the French Revolution was really in secret societies and in occultism. And the great tragedy of our time is that most people don't understand that the ongoing world revolution is based in occultism and based upon secret societies. And those of you who have not yet read my book, The Brotherhood of Darkness, let me suggest you get it. It's easy to read. It will introduce you to many of the secret societies, organizations which work within the shadows, determining who your next president will be and how the voting machines are going to be regulated so that their candidate always wins. Well, let me give you an example of how our minds are controlled, because I would like to suggest that most of what you think you believe, or most of what you believe you think is true, really is not true. And let me start out with something that got my attention some 43 years ago when I accidentally tuned into the wrong television program. It was in 1962. I was a young, successful orthopedic surgeon. I came home and I wanted to watch a program. It was called The Naked City. There were 8 million stories in The Naked City. That's how it started. And it was a fascinating detective story, but I got the wrong person. Here was an old man up there on the television screen, and he was talking about the fact that the United States was not a democracy. And he was talking about the fact that Fidel Castro was a lifelong communist, and of course Fidel Castro had come to power in January of 1959, and we had been told he was an anti-communist, and now by 62 we were told he was a communist, and none of this really made too much in the way of sense. So I had an uneasy feeling that perhaps there was an element of truth to what he was saying. He was talking about how the media in the United States was actually controlled, and we were not able to get the truth from the media or from our educational systems, and it seemed so ridiculous. I got up 3 separate times to change that television program, and 3 times I sat back down, and at the end of the program, they had a number they flashed on the screen, and you know, I can always remember numbers, but I couldn't forget that number. And, I eventually called and began getting involved with the patriotic movement. One of the things that really impressed me most was the fact that America was not a democracy. Now, I was a graduate of the University of California. I graduated with honors. I had a Phi Beta Kappa key. I really thought I was pretty smart, but, as you get older, you begin to realize how foolish you really are because you've accepted what everybody had been telling you. And if you go into the background of this idea that we're a democracy, if you read the Declaration of Independence, the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Federalist Papers, or the constitutions of all of our states, you will find that every one of them says that we are a republic, not a democracy. In fact, if you read the Federalist Papers, you will find that the only thing that says in the Federalist Papers about our form of government is the last thing we want is a democracy. Professor Alexander Tyler, writing in 1789, the year or 1787, the year that we actually formed our Constitution was written, Professor Tyler was teaching over at Oxford at the time, and he wrote this: "A democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can only exist until the voters discover they could vote themselves largest from the public treasury. And from that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidates promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that a democracy always collapses over loose fiscal policy, always followed by dictatorship." And if you read the 10th of the Federalist Papers, which was written by James Madison, he wrote this: "Democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been incompatible with personal security of the right of property, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths." When we pledge allegiance to our flag, we don't pledge to the democracy for which it stands, but the republic for which it stands. A democracy is ruled by man, a republic is ruled by law. It has been said that a democracy is like 2 wolves negotiating with a lamb what they're going to have for dinner, and the majority wins. A republic is a situation where 2 wolves negotiate with an armed sheep, and there's laws against eating sheep. And yet today, most Americans believe we're a democracy because the president says we're a democracy, and that's where in Iraq today, we're, of course, going to establish democracy there. Why would we want to install a democracy when America is not a democracy and has never been one? Is there another motivation behind what's going on today? Another example of misconception is the fact that most Americans believe the United States won the Cold War. I mean, everybody knows that the United States won the Cold War. But if we won the Cold War, why is Mikhail Gorbachev one of those powerful men in the United States today? And why do men like George Herbert Walker Bush, ex-president of the United States, attend his meetings? And we've actually given you a copy of this, and it's the people who attended the 1995 State of the World Forum. You'll find here that James Baker III, former Secretary of State under George Herbert Walker Bush, is a member of the co-chairman of the State of the World Forum that pays homage to Mikhail Gorbachev. Now, if the United States really won the Cold War, why do our universities pay Mikhail Gorbachev, the former dictator of Russia, who should be tried for war crimes for what happened in Afghanistan when he was the president of, or the dictator of Russia? Why do our major universities and other groups pay Gorbachev thousands or tens of thousands of dollars to give talks to them? And why do men like Maurice Strong, who is a multi-billionaire, and Stephen Rockefeller, who is the son of Nelson Rockefeller, why, and both of these men, incidentally, are billionaires, or Rockefeller is the heir to this $1 trillion Rockefeller Foundation. I mean, if you think that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are the richest men in the world today, why, you've been reading Time magazine too long. The Rockefeller fortune just dwarfs anything they have. But Maurice Strong and Stephen Rockefeller and Mikhail Gorbachev have written something called the Earth Charter, which is, according to them, the new 10 commandments for the world. It is actually kept today in something called the Ark of Hope, which is a counterpart of the Ark of the Covenant. Now, why would these two billionaires work with the former dictator of Russia to write a new 10 commandments for the world, which will actually redirect the course of civilization? If the United States really won the Cold War and communism is defeated, why do 1.3 billion people live under communism in China today? And why doesn't the media ever refer to China as a communist China, or North Vietnam as communist Vietnam, or North Korea as communist Korea, or Cuba as communist Cuba, or Zimbabwe as communist Zimbabwe, or Angola as communist Angola, or Northwest Africa as communist Northwest Africa? Why don't they do that? Or is our perception being created for us? Is it, as Edward Bernays said in his book on propaganda in 1928, we are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of? If we really won the Cold War and communism doesn't exist any longer, why is it that the Russian Duma is controlled by members of the Communist Party? The Russian secret police, they've changed the name, but it's still the secret police, and it's controlled by the Communist Party. The Russian military is controlled by the Communist Party. And Vladimir Putin, you remember when our president said he looked into his eyes and he knew he could trust him. He is still a member of the Communist Party and a colonel in the KGB. So did we really win the Cold War, or have we been told something that really isn't true? In fact, what purpose does communism serve? Well, let me suggest to you that it was Plato, writing in his Republic, who said this: when the tyrant has defeated the enemy by conquest or treaty, and there's nothing to fear from him, then he's always out stirring up a new enemy to rally the people behind him. Or Lincoln Bloomfield, writing in the early 1960s for the State Department, came up with an analysis of what was going on in the world today, and this is what he said: if the communist dynamic was greatly abated, the West might lose whatever incentive it has for world government.
If the communist dynamic was greatly abated, the world might lose whatever incentive it has for world government. And so from 1918 up until 1990, 1991, we had the enemy of communism, but now we have a new enemy. We have the wicked Osama bin Laden. And you remember when the President of the United States promised us he would get Osama bin Laden dead or alive? Well, we've never gotten him. Recently, Portergoss, who is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, was asked during a press conference, "Do you know where Osama bin Laden is?" And he replied, "Yes, next question." And the reporter said, no, where is he? "Oh, well, we know where he is, but you have to understand the diplomatic complexities of this situation. We really have to, well, we can't discuss this openly, classified material ad nauseum. They know where Osama bin Laden is. He's one of the finest enemies that money could buy. So how do we understand what's really going on in the world today? Well, first of all, you have to understand history, and you have to go back and you have to read Plato's Republic. Many of you probably read it. If you went to college and took Philosophy 1A as I did, you read it, you were totally bored by it. You didn't understand what he was talking about. It was a lot of verbiage, but if you go back and read it now, and you understand this is the Mein Kampf for everything going on today. It is basically the plan for a utopian society under the control of a ruling elite. And there are people today who are totally dedicated to establishing a one world order and a new world religion under a ruling elite, and many of these people will attribute directly their ideas to Plato. Now, these ideas were passed down through the millennium, 2,300 years, through secret societies, and we could go into the Templars and the Rosicrucians, but bringing it more up to date into what James H. Billington is right about, and you'll find much of what I'm telling you in Billington's book, Fire in the Minds of Men, was actually transmitted to a man named Adam Weishaupt, who in 1776, on May 1st, 1776, created a secret society known as the Illuminati. Now, when people talk about the Illuminati today, people say, "Oh, you're a conspiratologist, you believe there's conspiracies out there." Of course there's conspiracies out there. There have always been small groups of men who breathe together, who work together for a goal and for an objective. Until you understand that, and don't allow them to put you into a defensive position, the Illuminati existed, and yet you read the 1911 British Encyclopedia Britannica, a lot of information on it. And you read the more modern British Encyclopedia Britannica, while they were still publishing them. Why, of course, it wasn't even mentioned, or mentioned only in passing. And yet the Illuminati was a powerful, powerful force here in the United States and throughout the world, and it still exists today. Fortunately, we do have the Internet. There's a great deal of false information up there. There is some excellent information. And if you know where to look, why, you can find all sorts of information about the influence of the Illuminati. And what was the Illuminati about? It was an organization that was going to begin to recruit men into this movement to take over all the governments of the world, and to destroy existing religion, and to create a utopian society, as Plato had advocated, under the control of a ruling elite. And then, of course, you'll find other secret societies like that of Buonarroti, and then, of course, the League of the Just, which commissioned Karl Marx to write the Communist Manifesto. Most people think that Karl Marx just sat down and wrote the Communist Manifesto. No, he was actually recruited and financed by a secret society called the League of the Just. But of course, you're not going to read about that today. And then, of course, we find Giuseppe Mazzini in the 1870s headed the group called the Carbonaria. Of course, they talked about the charcoal burners. I mentioned the reference to that in James H. Billington's book. Those were the Carbonaria. They were a secret society tied into Masonry, and their objective and goal was control of the world. Albert Pike, writing in 1871, in Morals and Dogma, which is still the most widely read book and respected book by Masonry, not only here in the United States, throughout the world. Cecil John Rhodes, for whom Rhodesia is named, actually in 1875 wrote about creating a secret society, and of course Rhodes came out of Masonry. We know the Fabians were organized in the 1880s to bring about a world government. The first communist revolution in 1905 failed, the second one did not. And they had a revolution in March, the second one in October of 1917, and communism was established. But what most people don't understand is that communism, since its very inception, was financed from the United States. And we refer to a book, and of course I quote from it extensively in my book, The Brotherhood of Darkness, but the book is called British Agent. It was written by a man named Bruce Lockhart, who was sent to Moscow, or St. Petersburg, or whatever the capital was at that time, to work with Lenin. He was sent by a man named Lord Milner, who was one of the most powerful men in Great Britain, and just happened to be the leader of the secret society that Cecil John Rhodes had created. And all of this is covered in a book called Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, which is written by Professor Carroll Quigley, who just happened to be Bill Clinton's mentor, who Bill Clinton mentioned when he accepted the Democrat nomination for the presidency back in, I believe it was in July of 1992. And of course, Professor Quigley told Bill Clinton all about the men who really run the world. And if you haven't read Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, you need to get the book. It's very important. It was so important that, published in 1966, someone bought up the publisher, Macmillan, to destroy the plates for the first half of the book. And if you doubt that, we have a tape set over there called The Secret Government, where you'll actually hear Professor Quigley tell you the story of how his book was suppressed. Now, he's not on our side. He believes an elite should rule the world. He would agree with Plato. But of course, at least he felt that the people really need to understand who these wonderful people were who were working to bring about this one world order. And of course, he ridicules the idea that communism was ever the enemy. And he talks about how all these foolish people following Joe McCarthy, thinking that the communists were responsible for America's incredible foreign policy, which had brought communism to Eastern Europe and communism to China. And he said, you know, that these people honestly believe that communists are behind this. Of course, that isn't the case at all. It is this Anglo-American establishment which ties back into Cecil Rhodes that is behind everything that is going on in America today. And he looked upon you and I, people like us, as the petty bourgeois who supported Barry Goldwater, who were concerned about the communists. And communism was never the threat. Well, this is exactly what Bruce Lockhart tells you in his book, British Agent. He tells you he's there in the headquarters of the communist movement is 1918, and Lenin, this ruthless man who's killed millions of people by this time, is inviting Bruce Lockhart and a man named Robbins, who works for Henry Boyce Thompson from the Federal Reserve System in the United States. The American and the British agent are both there, and they're called into the secret communist meetings, and they're asked for their opinions on what the communists should be doing. Why is this happening? Bruce Lockhart doesn't understand this, but he writes this incredible story, and you see him asking, why are the communists consulting me as a representative of the British government? But then people, of course, really don't understand. Communism has been backed since its very inception by people here in the United States, just as communist China is today. And if you read the Wall Street Journal, as I do, why, of course, you'll find that this major bank is giving $10 billion, and the International Monetary Fund is lending $5 billion, and the U.S. Agency for International Development is guaranteeing a loan for $5 billion for the Chinese communists so they can build nuclear power state plants. Of course, we can't build them here in the United States, but we can guarantee the loan so the Chinese communists can do that. And massive investment in communist China today coming from the United States and from our allies throughout the world who are dedicated to this idea of the New World Order, the New World Religion. We simply quote from Herbert Hoover's memoirs. Herbert Hoover, following the First World War, there was terrible starvation all throughout Europe and in Russia. And, of course, Herbert Hoover was appointed by the President of the United States to bring relief supplies. And there was only a very small enclave in Russia that was controlled by the communists. The vast majority of the country was controlled by people who did not want communism, who wanted to be free. Whether they supported the Tsar didn't matter. They did not want to live under communism. And so what happened? Why, of course, the Hoover Commission, and you and I, we have it, his book, Herbert Hoover's memoirs, 97% of the food and medical supplies we sent to Russia went to the small area controlled by the communists, and 3% of the part controlled by the anti-communists. Now, do you really think that happened by accident? You read General Wrangel's memoirs. He commanded the Army of the South fighting the communists, and the British came in and sabotaged his supplies.
destroyed the airplanes he'd bought and paid for, and told him he would not get any more supplies unless he immediately evacuated all of his men. If he did not evacuate them and leave the battle, why, they would all be slaughtered. And he never understood why the British wanted the communists to take over. The same thing happened to Admiral Kolchak fighting in the East. And he was undercut by the Americans and by the British. And then, of course, you can read in my book the story that Colonel House tells. And Colonel House, you must understand, is a pivotal figure in this whole incredible story. He tells about how he is in Paris at the Versailles Peace Treaty, and Clemenceau is the Prime Minister of France, and he's very worried about the communist threat in Russia, and the communists are talking about spreading into Europe and coming into France, and so he wants to put down this fledgling communist government there. But Colonel House, and the story actually comes from Colonel House's diary, which I have a copy of. It was released for publication in 1970, immediately bought by Times Bearer, and then copyrighted so it couldn't be printed by anybody else, and then they never printed it. I had to go back to the Sterling Library at Yale to get it. We actually have copies of the whole thing. But Colonel House tells the story how he had breakfast with Clemenceau, and he was able to convince Clemenceau that you should not take any action against the communists in Russia. And then he had a lunch with Orlando, who was the Prime Minister of Italy, who was also concerned about the communists and wanted to put them down, and he convinced Orlando that we shouldn't try to do anything about the communist threat, and then he comments laughingly, of course, I knew it wasn't true. I knew with this small mercenary force and a battalion of artillery, we could put down the communists. But I didn't want Clemenceau and Orlando to know that. We have the pages if anybody wants to check them. You have to understand, we brought communism to China. We financed communism from its inception. If you haven't read Professor Sutton's excellent book, Wall Street and the Rise of and the Bolshevik Revolution, or The Best Enemies Money Could Buy, or seen my interview, and we have one on tape here called The Best Enemies Money Could Buy, where I interviewed Professor Sutton before he passed away. We financed communism. We financed the North Vietnamese during the Vietnam War. How else could you keep that war going against this little country the size of the state of Mississippi? You know, we could have defeated it any time. We never tried. It was a make-believe war. And we lost 58,000 men. And the South Vietnamese lost 1 million people. And the North Vietnamese lost 2 million people. But we began to transform America during the Vietnam War. As the Supreme Court found there was a right for a woman to have an abortion, the Supreme Court found that, we had to take God and prayer out of our schools. And we began to change our immigration laws and centralize all power in Washington, D.C., and moving from freedom to fascism. So you must understand that time and time again, through the years, why we have helped communism. If you study the fall of China in 1949, you will find out the reason it fell was because the United States government put an arms embargo on the nationalist Chinese, so they couldn't buy weapons anywhere in the world, and did everything they could to undercut the nationalist Chinese to bring the communists to power. Why? Because we didn't want any challenge to America's dominance of the world. And this is all documented in the book here, and you'll actually read the reports that came out of the United States Senate following the fall of China. Cuba fell in 1959. Why did it fall? Do you honestly think that Fidel Castro won the revolution? No. We put an arms embargo on Batista so we couldn't buy weapons anywhere in the world, did everything we could to back Fidel Castro, and of course, undercut him, Batista, with his own people. We did the same thing in Rhodesia. We did the same thing in Nicaragua. We brought the wicked Ayatollah Khomeini to power in Iran in 1979 using the same technique. We brought the communists to power in Southwest Africa. In Angola, we're working to bring the communists to power today in Zaire and in Nepal. Now, everyone knows that Fidel Castro is the enemy of the United States. I mean, we all know that. We've been told it over and over again, but if that's really true, if Fidel Castro is our enemy, why is it that if you're trying to escape, you're a Cuban, you're trying to escape from Cuba, and you're in a little boat and you're risking your life to go across 90 miles of open ocean to get to America, to the land of freedom, and only about half the people make it, the rest of them are drowned. But if the U.S. Coast Guard picks you up, they send you back to Cuba where you'll be sent to prison. If Fidel Castro is really the enemy, why would we do that? If Fidel Castro is really the enemy, why did Bill Clinton and Janet Reno send a SWAT team of 125 heavily armed men to Miami to kidnap Elian Gonzalez, from his relatives and then send him back to Cuba to build up Fidel Castro's prestige in Cuba and throughout the world. Why would we do that if Fidel Castro was really the enemy? Why did David Rockefeller, the heir to the Rockefeller fortune, and certainly the leader of the capitalist world, a friend of mine, Congressman William Dannemeyer, told me at a meeting he had with David Rockefeller and half a dozen other congressmen, and David Rockefeller said, you know, some men are born to rule, but most men are born to be ruled. David Rockefeller one time asked if he was thinking of running for presidency. He said, why should I step down? But David Rockefeller had a meeting with, and you can get this out of David Rockefeller's memoirs, and I want to think you ought to get it. It's probably worthwhile reading. David Rockefeller had at least one private meeting with the wicked Fidel Castro. Now, why would David Rockefeller meet with the wicked Fidel Castro? If you read his memoirs, you'll find out that both of David Rockefeller's daughters are dedicated Marxists and support Fidel Castro and travel to Cuba in violation of the laws of the United States to support Fidel Castro. Why would David Rockefeller's daughters be supporters of Fidel Castro and dedicated Marxists? Or maybe Marxism really has nothing to do with the redistribution of the wealth of the wealthy. Maybe it is simply the centralization of power in the hands of a ruling oligarchy, as Plato had advocated, a ruling oligarchy that will rule the world. Now, if Fidel Castro is really the enemy, why haven't we assassinated him? We assassinate people all the time. I've talked to 3 CIA assassins who were told to kill people. We know that they were able to get somebody to go into the police station in Dallas to kill Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby. I mean, how did they get him to do that? That's a whole different story, but he knew he was going to be captured. But he was willing to risk his life because he had given an order he couldn't refuse. We know that our CIA has been killing people. If you read the Church Committee hearings in 1972 that killed Patrice Lumumba, I think it was Nigeria, that killed Diem and New, President Diem and New, and Vietnam, President Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. If you read the book we have over here, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, he talks about how our CIA had killed the President of Panama and the President of El Salvador. We kill people all the time, so why have we never tried to kill Fidel Castro if he's really the enemy? Oh, we're told the CIA had a plot. They were going to put powder in his shoes so his beard would fall out. They were going to give him an explosive cigar one time, but they decided against that. Maybe most of what we believe really isn't true. And if you begin to look behind the scenes, and you begin to get into the background of how Fidel Castro came to power, you will find out he came to power because we brought him to power. And how did we do that? Why, we did the same thing to President Batista of Cuba that was done to Chiang Kai-shek in China. We simply put an arms embargo so that they could not purchase any weapons, and then we did everything we could to undercut him. Now, how can we really be sure that's true? Well, in 1980, I went to Palm Beach, Florida, and interviewed Ambassador William Smith, Ambassador Earl T. Smith, I should say, and he was the American ambassador to Cuba at the time that Fidel Castro came to power. And, of course, he told me how we brought Fidel Castro to power. There was no question we brought him to power. And people say, well, if that's really true, what about the Bay of Pigs invasion? Well, the Bay of Pigs invasion was designed to fail. I had an opportunity of talking to the officer who was in charge of the war room at the Pentagon. I just ran into him by accident, and through my life I had an opportunity to meet an awful lot of fascinating people. He told me that there was only one place you could invade Cuba where you'd be sure to fail, and that was the Bay of Pigs. Why? Because it was surrounded by an impenetrable swamp, a thicket. There was no way off the beach, except under one road, and there was an army of 5,000 people ready to get them. They sent those people in to die. They did not stand a chance. They did not get their air cover. They did not get resupplied. And as the officer told me, he said, you know, we were going to hit another beach. And then at the last minute, the very last minute, they changed the landing site to the Bay of Pigs.
He said, I and everybody in the war room went out and got drunk because we knew those men were being sent in to die. And they were. But you're never going to hear this elsewhere. And then, of course, after they'd been captured and those who survived, why we ransomed them back and gave Castro, I don't know, $50 or $500 million, something like that to help, stabilize the revolution. He immediately killed between 10 and 15,000 political prisoners that he arrested, people that supported the previous regime. Why don't we try him for war crimes? Has anybody suggested that he be tried for those show trials he put on to kill political opponents? When was the last time you heard any American leader say, we ought to try Fidel Castro for war crimes? Don't hold your breath. People talk about Operation Northwood. If you haven't read our syllabus, Iraq, the Untold Story, you'll find out that there was a Joint Chiefs of Staff program in 1962 to try to justify an attack, a military attack on Fidel Castro. And, of course, they had all sorts of ideas how you would get the American people to go along with an attack on Fidel Castro. One of them was, John Glenn was going to be shot up in a rocket. We'd blow up the rocket with John Glenn in it. We'd blame it on Fidel Castro. Or we'd have a lot of Cubans dressed up in uniforms like they were members of the Cuban army, and they would have them attack Guantanamo, and then we would kill them all, and we would tell Fidel Castro is trying to attack Guantanamo, or we'd sink one of our ships, or there was a wonderful idea of taking a plane all full of young people going home for the holidays. And, of course, you'd actually have the plane land, but they'd have another plane go up, and it would look like that plane was flying over Cuba, and it would put out a Mayday call saying it was attacked by MiG-15s, and the plane would go down, and then the American people would be willing to go to war. This was Operation Northwood. It was classified for a long period of time. It was how they were going to get us into a war, and, well, of course, the incredible thing was that it was okayed by the Chief of Staff. It was okayed by the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Lemitzer. It went up through the chain of command, and to John Kennedy, President Kennedy's credit, he refused to go along with that. He said, this is wrong. Of course, now you've heard about the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was as phony as a $3 bill. They know that those missiles, the planning for their missiles for many months. I'm old enough to remember June or July of 1962. Now, you have to remember, 1962, John Kennedy had been in office a year and a half. He was extremely unpopular. He was going to lose the congressional elections in November of 1962. So in June or July, Look magazine, which no longer is published because when you tell the truth, suddenly you no longer get advertisers and your magazine goes out of business. But Look magazine published a series of articles about the Cuban missiles and the fact that the Soviets were moving them in, and Senator Keating at that time had pictures of the sites there. They were preparing for the Soviet missiles. And the government kept denying that it was true. They denied it was true, it denied it was true, and then just a few days before the November elections were to come up, suddenly we found out that the Soviets were sending in missiles to Cuba, and we had the Cuban Missile Crisis. And we don't know whether there were any missiles on those boats. We never saw the missiles. All we saw was something covered over with big tarpaulins. And what happened was, the President Kennedy, we're told, he took a strong stand. No, he pulled all of our missiles out of Turkey. He signed a secret agreement that we would never try to get Fidel Castro out of power. That's the true story of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Once again, our perception has very little to do with reality. Now, how did the Cuban Revolution come about? Well, Herbert Matthews, if he wasn't a communist, he'll do to one comes along. He was a reporter for the New York Times. And he went to Cuba and wrote a series of articles about Fidel Castro, comparing him to Robin Hood, to George Washington, and to Abraham Lincoln. Fidel Castro was the Abraham Lincoln of the Cuban Revolution. Of course, we know that Earl T. Smith, was the American ambassador, and these are the things he told me, personally. He told me the State Department knew Fidel Castro was a communist. He said that President Eisenhower and Secretary of State John Foster Dulles knew that Fidel was a communist, that we suspended the shipment of arms to the Cuban government. We refused to send weapons that had been purchased by the Cuban government to them. We suspended shipment of replacement parts for their military equipment. We refused to ship the armored cars that they'd bought and paid for. We refused to ship the 17 training planes that had been promised. State Department officials made public statements to undermine President Batista and supported Fidel Castro. The U.S. State Department asked other governments not to sell arms to President Batista. The U.S. State Department restricted the use of the weapons that we'd given to Cuba to fight communism, but we couldn't use them to fight Fidel Castro. The U.S. State Department told President Batista to stop, putting in a temporary state of emergency. Now, we saw what happened in France recently with the riots going on. What did they do? A state of emergency. They suspended the Constitution. But nobody's suggesting we topple the French government because they did that. President Batista had suspended the Constitution for 40 days in Cuba, and we immediately called him a dictator. And what most people don't understand is that President Batista had been democratically elected. So I'm going to give you a quick background of the history of the Cuban Revolution and Batista, and then we are going to take a few minutes, and you're going to see my interview with Ambassador Smith. Rob, would you get that all set and ready to go? Get these things turned on, and don't start playing, though, until we get to that point. Now, remember the Spanish-American War. Probably most of you don't remember it, but it was it was 1898. And as a result of this war, which was truly an imperialistic war, why we ended up controlling Cuba and the Philippines and Puerto Rico and all of these countries that had been controlled previously by the Spanish. So in 1902, why the American government, you have term power there, and then the American government granted limited independence to Cuba, but we reserved the right to intervene at any time. By 1928, there was a President Machado who was in power in Cuba. He was pro-communist, and of course, when his term in office was up, he refused to leave. So by 1933, they had a dictatorship in Cuba. It was a pro-communist dictatorship, and the army said, we've got to do something about it. 3 sergeants led a bloodless coup. One of them was, of course, Batista. And immediately, in 1933, the United States government recognized Batista's government and immediately granted Cuba full independence. So obviously we supported what he had done. In 1940, a democratic election was held. Batista was elected and, of course, established a free enterprise system, got away from socialism, and things were going pretty well. But by 1944, while the communists were there, they were working. There was another election. Batista lost the election. They didn't have voting machines at that time, but under these circumstances. By 1948, the new regime, of course, was pretty well corrupt, moving towards communism. Batista had actually left Cuba. He'd come to Florida. He would get out of politics. Cuban military asked Batista if he would run for the Senate. Batista said, no, I'm not going to run for the Senate. I'm through. But they put his name in, running for the Cuban Senate. He was elected. So he went back there and of course, then began to, was there. The regime was totally corrupt. I mean, they were stealing money. They were supposed to be burning money that was outdated, and they were keeping it, and the country was going from bad to worse. So again, the Cuban military asked Batista to take over control, and of course, they had a revolution, and Batista once again became the temporary dictator of Cuba. Now, in 1948, there was a Pan-American conference that was held in Bogota, Colombia. At that time, a young revolutionary named Fidel Castro seized the radio station in Bogota and said, this is a Cuban revolution, and I am Fidel Castro leading this revolution. All of our State Department officials were there. They knew Fidel Castro was a communist at that time, but they certainly didn't want the American people to know that. Well, anyway, it was in March of 1952 that Batista led another bloodless coup. Nobody was killed. And the following year, on July 26, 1953, Fidel Castro led a revolution where they actually tried to overthrow the government. He failed. He was arrested. He was sent to the Isle of Pines, where he had a private room, a car. He could travel. He could do whatever he wanted to, but he was a political prisoner. Nobody was killed. In November of 1954, another democratic election was held with representatives from around the world, held in Cuba, and of course, Batista was elected by the people president. And Batista made one serious error. he turned Fidel Castro loose. And Fidel Castro then, in December of 1956, after going to Mexico, which most of you don't know, but has been a communist country for many, many years, they had their communist revolution back in the 1930s, and he was able to get all sorts of support for his communist revolution there. Incidentally, we're being invaded by Mexico today, whether you know it or not. Anyway, in 1956, in December, Fidel Castro attacked Oriente province with 150 men. Only 12 or 13 survived. One of them was Fidel Castro. And so in February 1957, Herbert Matthews was sent by the New York Times to Cuba to interview Fidel Castro and came back and announced that he was the true Robin Hood. He wasn't a communist at all. He was the Abraham Lincoln of the revolution. And Herbert Matthews, over and over again, made the statement, Fidel Castro is not a communist. Articles picked up all across America came to be believed. Of course, then, in June of 1957, Ambassador Smith was appointed to become the ambassador. And, of course, who do you think that they had brief him about what was going to happen in Cuba? Why, the State Department assigned Herbert Matthews to brief Ambassador Smith. And then, of course, there was an Ambassador Hill, though, who also was very knowledgeable, and he told Ambassador Smith this: "You were assigned to Cuba to preside over the downfall of Batista. The decision has been made that Batista has to go. Be very careful." And so, in August of 1957, the communists began attacking civilian targets in Cuba, and Batista suspended the Constitution temporarily, and immediately we attacked him. He's a dictator. He suspended the Constitution. Just like they've done over in France. Chirac did it this last week, but nobody's calling him a dictator for trying to restore law and order. Well, let's go ahead and play my interview. Ambassador Smith was a financier and corporate director. He held appointments from 3 presidents of the United States. During the years 1957 to 1959, he was the American ambassador to Cuba during that tragic time of the Cuban Revolution when Fidel Castro came to power. Ambassador Smith, can you give me the background of your initial briefing from the State Department before going to Cuba in 1957?
I was briefed in Washington for a period of 6 weeks. And during that time, I was asked to make an appointment with Herbert Matthews of the New York Times so that he could brief me. I think this is of special importance because the fact I don't believe any other American ambassador has ever been briefed by a newspaper correspondent regarding the country to which he was to be appointed to. And it was known at the time that, of course, that Herbert Matthews was a strong proponent of Fidel Castro, and that Fidel Castro was dedicated to the overthrow of the government of Cuba by force.
Now, were you given any inkling of the communist background of Fidel Castro?
I was given plenty of inkling. No, I want to change that. No, I was not. In all the time that I was in Washington, I don't ever recall the State Department saying a good word about Batista, and I don't ever recall them saying a bad word about Fidel Castro.
But did the State Department know about the communist infiltration of Fidel Castro's revolutionary movement?
Oh, I think so. I think it was known from the time of the Bogotazo, which took place in Bogota in 1948. I think the CIA and the FBI and also the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs and the head of the Caribbean Division were both in Bogota at the time, on active duty for the State Department.
So they knew about the communist infiltration, but they didn't relay this information to you?
Well, that is correct.
What about Mr. William Wieland and Roy Rubottom, who were both in the State Department? What was their background as far as the Bogota uprising, and what part did they play in the bringing of Fidel Castro to power?
Well, as I recall, Rubottom acted as secretary for now we're going back quite a few years, but as I recall it, he was secretary of the mission that was down there and was representing the State Department at that time.
This was in Bogota at the time?
In Bogota at the time. It was called a Bogotazo because one of the leaders of the uprising was Fidel Castro himself.
And was this a communist uprising?
Yes, it was always maintained to be a communist uprising.
And
not a communist uprising, but an uprising which was led by the communists and instigated by the communists.
Now, what part did Mr. Wieland and Mr. Rubottom play in the ultimate fall of Cuba in 1959?
Well, Mr. Rubottom and Mr. Wieland were really the top men of what I call the fourth floor. And the fourth floor is a book, and I wrote a book with that name. It must be taken symbolically. It means where the Latin American officers had their desks in the State Department because they were situated on the fourth floor. And Mr. Wieland and Mr. Rubottom were the leaders of the fourth floor. They were the top men. Mr. Rubottom was Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs, and Mr. Wieland was the head of the Caribbean Division. And they influenced our actions in Cuba by their day-by-day actions. And they were instrumental in doing everything that they could to see that Fidel Castro was removed from office.
That Fidel Castro was removed from office?
Yeah.
Or
Not
Batista?
excuse me, Batista was removed from office. I think we'll have to redo that one.
All right. Well, did the State Department actively work to bring Fidel Castro to power?
The State Department actively worked through the day-by-day actions of the men who were situated on the fourth floor. They were the people connected with the Caribbean and all of Latin America. The Secretary of State was completely preoccupied with Berlin and Tokyo and Moscow, so that he left everything to the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs, who was Mr. Rubottom.
Did Mr. Wieland and Roy Rubottom, who were from the American State Department, know about the communist influence within Fidel Castro's revolutionary movement?
I don't think that Mr. Rubottom and Mr. Wieland knew that Fidel Castro was a communist, but I do think that they were familiar with the fact of his communist activities as a boy, from the fact that he was an active leader in the uprising in Bogota in April of 1948. At that time, I believe that Fidel Castro was only 22 years of age, and there's no question about that he was an unstable youth.
And what happened at the Bogota uprising in 1948?
Well, the Bogota uprising was a communist-inspired uprising for the overthrow of Gaitan, I think his name was, G-A-I-T-A-N. And it was a communist-inspired uprising which Fidel Castro led the youth end of it, and it is very famous in history.
I see. What did the American State Department do to undermine Batista's position and aid the revolutionary movement of Fidel Castro?
That was done in the day-by-day actions of those on the fourth floor, and the fourth floor must be taken symbolically. That word represents where the officers of the Latin American officers had their desks in the State Department. And in their day-by-day actions, they did everything they could, it seemed to me, to undermine Batista and to help Castro.
So what specific things did they do to undermine Batista?
Well, there were about 20 that I've listed. And as I'll give them to you as they come to mind, if you want me to.
All right, please do.
We'll say one of the main things that was done was when they stopped the shipment of arms in 1958, in March of 1958. Under the MAG program, the United States government was supplying arms to Central America and to Latin America. That is for hemisphere defense. There were 1,980 Garland rifles that were to be shipped. And the Fidel Castro group, the 26th of July movement in Washington, were able to persuade the State Department officials that they should cancel that shipment of arms. Now, the actual loss of the arms did not mean so much to the Batista, but it was the psychological effect of which it hurt the morale of the people around him and the army officers and his generals. On the other hand, it was a great psychological uplift to the Castro people because they knew that Batista had lost the support of the United States government.
Well, now then, was Batista able to buy weapons from other countries, or did we try to block that?
He got his weapons from the Dominican Republic, from Trujillo, who was the dictator at that time, in Ciudad Trujillo. And also, the United States asked other countries not to sell arms to Batista. This is really intervention by innuendo.
What about other military equipment that he needed? Was he able to get other specific things? What about parts for his military vehicles?
No, they also stopped the shipment of parts, airplanes. We sold 15 airplanes, and Batista paid for them, and the State Department canceled it. I call it reneging on a deal, and the excuse was that they could use those planes for bombing the revolutionaries, where they were just plain ordinary training planes. Also, the same thing took place with armored cars. We sold them 20 armored cars, and Batista paid for them, and we never delivered those, due to the pressure which was put on the State Department by the members of the 26th of July movement. And they had their representatives in Washington. They had a legal representative, and we were also dealing with other emissaries.
Now, what about Fidel Castro? Where was he getting his weapons?
Fidel Castro was receiving his weapons, a great many of them, from the United States. They were financed by Prio, who was the former president of Cuba, and they were sending planes, landing money, bodies, and rifles, and they were dropping them into Sierra Maestra.
But weren't there laws? Weren't there American laws to prevent this?
Yes, there were laws, but the laws were violated, and we did not. We winked at them.
Well, now it was my understanding.
Well, the State Department winked at them.
It was my understanding that President Batista asked that this be stopped, and that were certain actions taken by our government to stop the shipment of arms from America to Fidel Castro?
Yes, they did take certain actions. Dr. Prio was arrested and put in jail, but he was only there for a short period of time. And he was placed in jail and arrested because he'd broken our rules, our laws about helping revolutionaries for the overthrow of the government of Cuba. And in return for which, Batista promised, and he did, renewed constitutional guarantees and lifted censorship on the press. This was done 3 times while I was ambassador to Cuba. When I say 3 times, at 3 different occasions, the president of Cuba.
Mr. William Wieland and Roy Rubottom were high officials in the American State Department. Did they have any knowledge of the communist influence within Fidel Castro's revolutionary movement?
William Wieland was in charge of the Caribbean Division, and he served directly under Mr. Roy Rubottom, who was Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs. And they were fully informed of everything that was going on through the Latin American desk and through what I call the 4th floor, which is symbolically represents where the desk officers who represent Latin America were situated. Now, it's a fact that Mr. Rubottom was in Bogota at the time of the Bogotazo in 1948, and he served as secretary to the 9th International Conference, and he was a delegate there. And that is what Fidel Castro was trying to overthrow. And he was about 22 years of age, and he led the communist uprising, attempting to overthrow the delegation.
And that was in Bogota, Colombia?
And that was in Bogota, Colombia.
All right, sir. Now, do you feel that the mass media in America, the newspapers, television, radio stations, gave the American public an accurate appraisal, an accurate picture of what was actually happening in Cuba?
No, I don't think they did. The bearded boys were good copy. Therefore, they seized upon the opportunity. Also, it was the overthrow of a rightist dictator, which they are also dedicated to, many of the media. And so they pictured Fidel Castro as a political Robin Hood, and actually likened him to Abraham Lincoln, many of the press, which was giving a false impression to a young revolutionary who was completely unstable, always had been. When I went to Cuba, I went down very carefully after I'd been there for a month, went through all the police records, went very carefully into his background. And I discussed with many people over there who were not in favor of Batista and also not in favor of Castro, but they knew that Castro would be worse for Cuba than Batista. And Father Kelly, who was the head of Villanova University, told me that when Castro attended his university, he had an accident on a motorbike and was unconscious for a long time, and he doesn't believe that he ever was completely sane after that accident.
And yet this was the man that our State Department seemed to want to bring to power.
Yes, this is the man that our State Department did want to bring into power.
Now, do you think that the New York Times was fair and impartial in its reporting of what transpired?
Well, the New York Times was really responsible for bringing Herbert Matthews back to life and giving him the stature that he had. Shortly after the group of 81 men that came from Mexico and landed on the south coast of Oriente with Fidel Castro, which took place in December 1956, Fulgencio Batista released word that Fidel Castro was dead. So the people in Cuba thought he was dead. They paid no attention to him. By gunboats and by Cuban soldiers who met the expeditionary force, most of them were killed. I think there were only 12 men left with Fidel Castro at that time. Fidel Castro knew that this would have to be corrected. So he contacted the New York Times office in Havana and asked that a reporter be sent out to interview him. This would prove that he was dead, and he would also get a chance for an interview. The New York Times received a request from Ruby Hart Phillips, who was the head of the New York Times office in Havana, that they send down a correspondent. They sent down Herbert Matthews. Herbert Matthews spent, I believe, 2 days and 1 night, had his picture taken. The picture appeared on the front page of the New York Times. This all came out in February 1957, and they printed 3 front-page articles that appeared on a Saturday and a Sunday and a Monday, which likened Fidel Castro to Abraham Lincoln and spoke of him as being a political Robin Hood. Those articles gave Fidel Castro stature all over the world and made it easier for him to get money and support. And of course the rest of the press picked it up because it was good copy, as I said a few minutes ago.
Well, now, were there other alternatives to Fidel Castro? In other words, were there other groups within Cuba that we could have supported and brought a democratic society to Cuba, a free democratic society?
There were other people opposed to Batista, in addition to the 26th of July movement, which was led by Fidel Castro, and in addition to the Directorio Revolucionario, which was the communist group in Havana. They were what I call the legal opposition. They were lawyers, they were good business, they were businessmen, and they were the ones who thought that Batista had outserved his usefulness, but they also realized that Castro would be worse for Cuba than Batista. So they did not support Fidel Castro or the 26th of July movement. And I'm naming such people as Mario Lazo, who was the author of Dagger in the Heart. He was the outstanding lawyer of the firm of Lazo with Cubas in Havana. Guillermo Belt, who was a former ambassador to the United States from Cuba. Father Kelly, the head of Villanova University, etc., etc.
Now, were there opportunities when we might have supported these people and brought about a free and democratic Cuba?
There were many times when there were viable solutions to the situation in Cuba without Batista and without Castro. The State Department never would support any of those solutions, always for the reason that they did not want to intervene in the foreign affairs of Cuba. Whereas I've shown in my book and pointed out where we intervene every day, positively and negatively and by innuendo. The viable solutions that I mentioned, when the State Department would not support any of them, it was very difficult for me to go ahead. However, the papal nuncio told me that he would carry the ball and would go ahead and work on these solutions. However, he would have to have our support, and without our support, he could not go on. So, in other words, the Catholic Church was prepared to go ahead.
Ambassador, what were the viable solutions to Fidel Castro taking over?
Well, there were a number of them, but they're based around the premise that Batista would appoint a provisional government without Castro, and that the papal nuncio would carry the ball. He would talk to Batista, and would arrange for it, and then Batista would leave the country, and we'd have a provisional government. But this provisional government would have to be recognized by the United States and would have to receive arms so that they could carry on. Now, the United States at no time, or I would rather say the State Department at no time would do this or would follow through, because they believed that it would be intervening in the foreign affairs of Cuba, which after all by that time is not, it was beside the point, because we've been intervening continuously, positively and negatively, by innuendo. Now, if we had done this, when you set up a provisional government, then it would have been necessary for us to see that we had honest elections, and that would require landing troops or doing whatever was necessary. Otherwise, we do what we have done here in Latin America and in various places, where we get rid of a rightist dictator and we leave a vacuum for the communists to step in. Had we been willing to support a provisional government, Dr. Marcus Sterling was willing to go on and was willing to be the head of it and only stay in office if he were elected for 6 months and then step down and call for new elections. But you can't just appoint a provisional government and not do anything to support them. You have to maybe land troops, you have to supply arms, and you have to maintain that government in force and to see that elections are honest.
Now, were you instructed by the State Department to tell Batista that he had to leave?
On December 17, 1958, upon instructions of the Defense Department, I went out to Cucini, which is his place outside of Havana, and told him, it took me 2 hours and 35 minutes to tell him that we no longer believed he had effective control and that the United States would look with disfavor upon his remaining perpetually in Cuba. In other words, it took me 2 hours and 35 minutes for me to tell the chief of state to leave his own country and to step down. I also had to tell him that he would not be welcome in the United States, that his family would be, but that we couldn't let him come because we were afraid of the troubles that it would create from the political asylees that were there from Cuba.
I'm going to ask that question over again, if I may. Were you instructed by the American State Department to notify Batista that he must leave his country?
Yes, I was instructed by the State Department to notify Batista that he would have to step down. And it took me 2 hours and 35 minutes to do so. But I must explain this. It wasn't all done in one day. I received communications which went through private sources that were, nobody in the State Department knew what was sent because it did not go over the regular coded messages. It went through CIA connections. And I had various conversations with Gonzalo Guell, who was both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, and we discussed it together, and of course after every talk we had, he would notify the President, and I would send a duplicate report, a complete report of full conversations that I had with Dr. Guell. And then finally, on the final day when I went up to see the President, he knew beforehand what I was going to say because he had been informed by Dr. Guell, the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister. But it still took me 2 hours and 35 minutes to get the point across, because I spent a great deal of time pointing out that we appreciated what a great friend he had been to the United States. Any matters that came up before the United Nations, not only did Cuba support us, but the President of Cuba went out of his way to line up other Central American nations and other Latin American nations to support us. And the ambassador from Cuba, Dr. Porcio Nuendo, was a valuable friend of the United States. I pointed out all these things. I pointed out the fact that he'd helped us in World War II, that he had been a loyal friend of the United States. However, we felt that he lost effective control and that it would be in the best interest if he left Cuba.
But at that point, was there any other alternative than Fidel Castro?
There had been, for 6 months prior to that, numerous viable alternatives without Castro and without Batista. And I never could receive any support from the State Department. And those viable, and when I say I believe they were viable, the Papal Nuncio believed they were viable, and I believed they were viable, and he was ready to carry on with them because he knew that I could not obtain the green light from the State Department.
But at the point where you went to Batista and told him he was going to have to leave, was there any other alternative at that point other than Fidel Castro taking over?
Well, by that, if he left, it was just Fidel Castro was going to take over.
Pure and simple.
Pure and simple.
All right, sir.
And there was no compromise. There was nothing with Fidel Castro. Nobody could control Fidel Castro. Many of the emissaries from the 26th of July movement that were crowding the corridors of the State Department always believed and told our people on the fourth floor that they would be able to control Fidel Castro, that he was a youth who was irresponsible, but that they would be able to control him after he took over. Now, the proof of that they couldn't control him, was when Dr. Guillermo Belt, who was the former ambassador to the United States from Cuba, came to me one day and said the strike, which is going to take place on the 1st of April of 1958, will not be a success. And I said, why do you say that? And he said, because the mayor, not the mayor, but the leader of the revolutionary movement in Havana sent word to Fidel Castro that when the revolution was a success, that they would take over in Havana, and they would appoint the mayor and would take over. Fidel Castro sent word back to them, nobody's going to take over but me. Whereupon they sent back word and said, all right, if you feel that way about it, we will not take part in the strike. And of course, if they didn't take part in the strike wouldn't be successful in Havana, and then it wouldn't be successful throughout the country. This is how we knew, or at least how I knew, that there was no controlling of Fidel Castro. He was going to run the show all by himself.
And once Castro did come to power, did we promptly recognize him? Did we support him?
Yes, we recognized him. I think we recognized him too soon. The policy of the United States had always been that we did not recognize any country that had had a revolution. We did not want to be the first. We did not want to be the last, but we wanted to be in between somewhere. And the United States policy had always been that we want to assure ourselves that they would honor international obligations which had been incurred by the previous administration, and that the new government would not be communist dominated. We did not wait for any of these. Fidel Castro came into Havana on the 1st of January, and I was recognized him and gave him his papers of recognition. I think it was either about the 6th of January, maybe it was the 7th of January. It would have been sooner. I was asked to come to Washington so that they could give me the papers, send me back, and I refused to go. That was on the 3rd of January until all Americans had left Cuba. I wasn't going to leave Cuba and take a seat on an airplane or a place on a ship that some American could get out until. I wasn't going to leave until it was ready. And when I told him that it was clear now from my point of view to come up, then I flew up. And that was on the 6th of January.
Do you see any parallel between what happened in Cuba and what has recently happened in Nicaragua?
Yes, I believe that Nicaragua is Cuba all over again. Exactly the same things. We are responsible for the removal of Somoza, the same as we were responsible for the removal of Batista. We would not support Somoza. We would not give him arms. We shut off the arms going in there, and we winked at the arms going in to the Sandinistas, but we wouldn't support him. And it actually, some people have said that we didn't support Castro even after he got out. We did. We went right on with a subsidy on the exporting of American sugar, which had been done actually since the days of Roosevelt. We continued it through all the regimes there, and we continued to do it with Fidel Castro. And the same support went to the Sandinistas.
And is there a communist influence within the Sandinista movement?
Well, yes. Thomas Borgay, who is the chief security officer and in charge of the police, is a self-proclaimed Marxist. They have a junta there of 5, of which 2 are Marxists. They claim that 3 are conservatives, but there's no proof of that. And all we have to do now is look at the record is what's happened there.
Why do you feel our State Department wanted to topple Batista and bring Fidel Castro to power when he did have a leftist leaning, when there was communist infiltration of his movement?
Well, first of all, we don't have a foreign policy. As ambassador to a foreign country, the United States ambassador, I was never told what our foreign policy was. I don't believe we have one. The only policy that I can assure you that we've had so far is for the overthrow of all rightist dictators who are friendly to the United States and anti-communists. And then when we do overthrow them, we aren't prepared to go in and set up elections to see that they're honest. We step out, and that's when the communists step in.
It seems that we always oppose the rightist dictators and we support the leftist dictators. Is there any reason for this?
Well, the only reason I can give is that they believe a leftist dictator is more progressive.
And by progressive you mean socialistically inclined?
Oh, yes.
Ambassador, why is it that we always seem to be opposing rightist dictatorships, whereas we always seem to be supporting leftist dictatorships?
Well, the only answer I can give you to that is because they consider leftist dictators as being progressive.
But certainly aren't they totalitarian?
Say that again.
Certainly aren't these leftist dictatorships just as totalitarian? In fact, many times much more totalitarian and much more ruthless than the rightist dictatorships?
They're worse. All you've got to do is take Stalin, for example, and what goes on in Russia.
All right, sir. What do you think is the future of Central America?
Well, the present future would appear that we've lost Panama. At least I believe Panama is going to be communist. Nicaragua is. Nicaragua's Cuba all over again. El Salvador was overthrown, and there's a military government there now, but it would appear that the communists are going to take over in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. Costa Rica's already in their hands. And then it is possible that they will move on up into Mexico and Venezuela because of the oil.
I see. I'm going to ask that.
Now this is, and what are we going to do about it? Nothing. The Monroe Doctrine is dead. Our actions have indicated that.
I'm going to ask that again. What, in your opinion, is the future of Central America today?
It would appear that Central America is going to be under the communist control, and I see a very bad future. Nicaragua has already gone communist, and then we're going to have El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Costa Rica.
What about Panama?
The same pattern is going on. Well, the Panama Canal, the American Canal in Panama was surrendered to the Panamanian government, which is under the control of Castro and the communists.
What about islands in the Caribbean?
And the islands of the Caribbean, that's also. On the last chapter of my book, which I wrote in 1962, I said that we must be prepared to do something and stop, otherwise eventually we will have a red lake. The Caribbean will become a red lake. In Grenada they moved in. In Jamaica it's practically communist. Guyana is communist. Of course Cuba is communist. So they're closing in on us from all sides. Not only is the Monroe Doctrine dead by our actions, but it's about time that we stood in there and reinforced it.
Now,
reenacted it.
Could Fidel Castro have taken power in Cuba without the active support of the American State Department?
No. Fidel Castro, of course, could not have taken over in Cuba without the support of the fourth floor.
What, in your opinion, is the future of America if we continue following the same foreign and domestic policies that we've followed for the past 20 years?
Add one thing, without the support of the fourth floor and the press in the United States.
I want to try to begin to make some sense out of all the inconsistencies of what has been said. Disraeli, who was the Prime Minister of Great Britain during the 1860s, wrote a book in 1844 called Coningsby. And Disraeli said this: "So you see, my dear Coningsby, that the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. And you must understand that there are things going on behind the scenes." And this is what James H. Billington is talking about in his book, Fire in the Minds of Men. And this is what we talk about. We put together 3 pamphlets here. They're very economical. They're the occult hierarchy, part 1, part 2, part 3, where we actually go into the background of these secret societies that exist today and their impact on the world we live in. Manly P. Hall was the leading Masonic philosopher until he died about 1994. And of course, he wrote in a book entitled "The Ancient Wisdom Expects What the Ancient Wisdom Expects of Its Disciples." Manly P. Hall was a Satanist. He was a 33rd degree Mason, but he had written extensively about Masonry long before he ever entered the lodge, and then went into those secret levels of Masonry that few people ever dare talk about in America today. And this is what he wrote. "It is difficult to determine the positions of the ancient initiates. They are the invisible powers behind the thrones of the earth. And men are but marionettes dancing while the invisible ones pull the strings. We see the dancers, but the masters behind that does the work remains concealed by a cloak of silence." Albert Pike, writing in 1871, said this: "Rival monarchies are bought and sold in these days, become corrupt, and tomorrow perhaps will destroy each other. All that will become the heritage of the temple. The world will soon come to us for its sovereigns and pontiffs. We shall constitute the equilibrium of the universe and be rulers over the masters of the world." James H. Billington wrote another book, besides the one I have here. It was called "Russia Transformed, Breakthrough to Hope." And this is what he wrote. "One of Russia's greatest art historians had told me, in all seriousness, a year before, that all of Russia's troubles had begun when Gorbachev was initiated into a Masonic lodge by Margaret Thatcher during his first trip to London." Now, if you read our little pamphlet, you'll find that Gorbachev's wife has taken several trips to India to consult with Sai Baba. Who is Sai Baba? Why, he is demonically possessed. If you read the book by our good friend Talbrook, who was actually Sai Baba's right-hand man, the book is The Avatar of Night, Sai Baba had tremendous mystical powers. Why is Mrs. Gorbachev going over to visit Sai Baba? Because Gorbachev is deeply involved with the occult hierarchy that rules the world. And of course, as you begin to read some of the things that he's written, he, Mikhail Gorbachev, the former dictator of Russia, who should be tried for war crimes, has combined with Maurice Strong, who's a multi-billionaire and who until recently was the number 2 man at the United Nations, and Stephen Rockefeller, Professor Stephen Rockefeller. Now, for those of you who don't know who Maurice Strong is, there's a wonderful article we have in West Magazine. His wife is a witch. He has a 200,000-acre enclave, which he has set aside, where the witches and the shamans and the occultists from all over the world come to Colorado, called La Baca Grande. And you can read a lot about this up on the internet. And of course, the Rockefeller family has been involved with the occult for several generations, because you see, they've been well rewarded for their dedication to the prince of this world. And Mikhail Gorbachev and Stephen Rockefeller and Maurice Strong have written a new 10 commandments for the world. It's called the Earth Charter. You can get it off the internet, or you can contact us, and we'll be glad to get you a free copy of it. And they're, of course, talking about how they're going to redistribute the wealth, not only within nations, but between nations. Equitable distribution of wealth within nations, between nations. Equitable distribution of wealth within nations, that's communism. And between nations, well, of course, that's the master plan. That's why we're shipping our jobs overseas. That's why we're shipping our factories overseas. That's why they're running up the price of your oil and gas and electricity. It's to impoverish the American people, to raise your living standards to that of the Bolivian peasant. We want equality for everybody but the ruling elite. And that, of course, is exactly what Plato wrote about. The Earth Charter today is kept in a counterfeit of the Ark of the Covenant, because you see, the Earth Charter, according to Maurice Strong and Mikhail Gorbachev, is to be the new 10 commandments for the world. You can go up on the internet and you verify everything we're saying. The Ark of Hope has been built. It is a satanic counterpart of the Ark of the Covenant. And there, the scroll, they write the Earth Charter on a scroll, just like the 10 Commandments are on stone tablets. But there really is an occult hierarchy that rules the world, and I hope that you'll get these. They're very economical. We put them together, get one or get all 3 of them together, and then help us get the information out. We are not involved in a political battle between right and left, Democrat and Republican, conservative and liberal. We're involved in a spiritual battle that is being played out on a political, ideological, cultural, economic, educational battlefield, and tragic is that most people have no idea what is really going on today. So let me just point out that this battle has been going on since really the time in the Garden of Eden. If you doubt that these people are all together, just read the list, study this list. You'll find that so many of the people who are attending the State of the World Forum are deeply involved in occult religions or alternate religions, or these people band together. We only catch glimpses of what they're doing from time to time. For as Manly P. Hall said, we see the dancer, but the master, of course, who does the work is concealed by silence. So let me simply end here with one of my favorite quotations. Back of all that foes have plotted, back of all that saints have planned, back of the schemes of men and demons is a higher hidden hand. Warp and woof for heaven created, every pattern good and wise, oft perplexed by earthly standards, but good and wise in heavenly eyes. Though the cause of evil prospers, yet his truth alone is strong, though our portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong. But that scaffold sways the future, for in the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. Do you still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.